Ba, 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 ba. Hey, Badway. Hey, Crude. Hey, Clamore. How's it going? It's okay. I feel pretty good today. Uh... 250 subs, 500. Well, make it 250. Make it easy. Who's winning today? Honestly, don't know. I would like these two to win. Although, obviously, G2 are so great. I want to see these three. I'm sorry, T1. Veto, I haven't done any Veto stuff, so let's have a look at Veto. What do T1 like to play, and what do EDG like to play? EDG don't like Abyss. I don't think T1 care about that. Both teams don't like Abyss, so both teams... So we're going to see both teams probably float Abyss. If I'm T1... The thing is, in these situations, like, T1 have had 4 days. So, like, there is a chance that EDG, if they floated Abyss, then T1 could pick it. But, like, I don't see that happening. So, both teams promo ban Abyss, I think. T1 like Lotus, then Blind, I think. Oh. So this music's a bit intense. Where's Pro here? Oh. What do they ban from? This is an interesting conundrum. Okay. Okay, so Lotus and Pearl. I mean, they got to start liking Pro at this point, surely. They did beat Trace on Haven pretty comfortably though. Okay, Bind isn't a good map for T1 at all. They need to stop picking Bind. Pro is a good map for EDG. You don't get 16 rounds against G2 and not be good at Bind. Pro, sorry. Pro Fracture. T1 did just beat DRX and Fracture. Ah, I'm too stupid to know what they're gonna do. If you're EDG, what's EDG's Lotus looking like? I feel like they should ban Lotus, right? Can T1 win though, coach? Of course they can, but he's eating his sadness away, getting 20 kg this year. To be honest, Kankan could, like, I don't love talking about people's weights, but like Kankan putting on 20 kg is not the worst thing in the world for him, I don't think. They recently started to ban bind, no? What EDG did? Nah, Abyss. Oh, T1. No, Abyss. Abyss. They ban it seconds. They could just ban bind just for like a safety net. It's not a good ban. It's not a great ban. Like, T1 don't mind split as much as their win rate on split's not great though. Right. The thing is that Pro and Haven are maps that both teams are like very good at, it seems. So like I don't. So the map pool should have a Pro and a Haven, and I feel like we're not gonna get Abyss. I feel like it should go to something like that. I don't know how to do it, honestly. Yeah, DDG and P1 both permaban Abyss, but when both teams permaban a map, it means that neither team should ban it. And then they ban it down here. So you go ban, pick, and then someone will ban Abyss either here or here. Like one of them will have to ban it. But I can't figure out the veto. Like I don't need to know these teams well enough. It would have to take me a bit more time. I'd have to watch games and stuff. I'm too newbie with these teams. I'm gonna be right back quickly. Oh, and I need to check YouTube quickly because I'm apparently streaming on YouTube right now. Like one of them will have to ban it. I would appreciate anyone who's watching on Twitch to subscribe to my YouTube. I presume I could do that quick action. I need like a fucking command that sends you to my YouTube channel. There you go. Thank you very much, Vansily. Right, I'll be right back 1 second. I'm gonna get a spoon.
Feels like we're right back where we started at Champs last year, so it's good to be back with you guys.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a while. You've missed some actions, but we got the best of the best waiting for you, Alex.
It was great to just sit on my couch, watch the games, chill out, you know, have a cool bevy or two. It was a vibe. Mimi, it's nice to see you, though.
Yeah, same to you. Things are heating up now. I was down in, we're on like the 6th floor of a mall in the venue. first floor, they had like a whole night market thing with
Yeah.
a bunch of Valorant-themed activations, which was pretty cool. And now we've got some of the best games to come. It's very exciting stuff.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here in Bangkok, Thailand. If you have not had a chance to come out to an international event, by the way, you probably should.
If
It's really fun.
if
There's
Golden
a lot
Boy's
of
shirt
things
was
you can
like
do there,
really
and I'm gonna show
colorful,
it to you throughout
that
the
would be a
week.
very
Let's
nice
go ahead and
print.
recap what
I mean, it's a
we
nice
saw
shirt, but like
previous
it'd be a nice
week,
print if it was very
because
colorful.
we had the Swiss stage and we had 2 elimination
Like
matches.
Matisse.
Well, let's talk about day 5, all the things that
It
went
reminds
down.
me a bit
Team
of,
1 and DRX, as well as G2 and Team Liquid.
This is a huge disappointment for DRX. I think
A little bit Matisse,
not
guys. A little bit
big
Matisse.
ask to say that they kind of choked
You know?
this game. They looked shaky in their match. They were making individual mistakes. They were missing trips. And while all that was going on, T1 leveled up, played with the utmost confidence, played together, and are somehow in the playoffs.
Right, I've got
As you're
chocolate
saying, with a lot of
chocolate
confidence. And then on the
protein
second
pudding,
part, we had
which
G2
sounds
versus
awful.
Liquid. I know that it was
But then I do have
wild, global,
donuts,
but we saw
so
a little bit more of the G2 that we were
you know,
expecting to see in the tournament.
this
It was
guy
a
is
much
eating
more
food right
evened
now.
out match,
Yeah.
but in the end, they made it to the.
Listen, I'm a G2 stan, so your boy was.
You've
Are you?
literally pretted them like every game they've played, I think, for the last 2 years.
And baby, it ain't
flavor
gonna
donuts.
change.
They're
You
white
should
ice
buy
ring
it.
donuts
I
with
I will tell you this much though, I was
sprinkles on
sweating bullets, and I sweat normally, so you know it was like really crazy. G2, you're giving me a couple heart attacks over here. Let's take a look at the bracket and see what we got in store for us in this double elimination bracket. It's very important to note.
Thank
here,
you,
we have
Van
our
City, for the
final four
first
teams. The
first
losers
ever
of these
chatter on my
games are
YouTube.
not out of the competition yet. They
Not
have
on a
another
test stream.
opportunity to punch their ticket to the grand finals, but these are going to be the matchups on the docket today. You couldn't ask for a better showing of international talent across all 4 regions in our sport. EDG, T1, and then on the other side you have Vitality versus G2. Yes!
Yeah, I mean, there's
It's
no
gonna be
other way to
awesome.
say it. It's cool how, what, 5 years into this game, we still have such regional parity, where
Yeah.
4 teams are in the top 4.
But I'll be honest,
all
I'm not going to be
4
looking at
teams
YouTube
are
chat
It's
too much. I
like-
mean,
it's like
I
a
make sure
freaking
no one's
anime
saying anything
come to life.
stupid.
It's so cool.
But there's also been some evolving, right? Like at some point, China was not making out of groups, and now they are on top. Like it's
Exactly.
so good to see. It doesn't matter where you come from, you're gonna have someone to support.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, but you know...
Actually,
let's
I got tech here. I got tech here.
I think you have a game that you
Yes.
want to play,
Yes,
right?
so since you weren't here, Alex, and I
Yes.
did not want you to miss out on the fun, I actually wanted to
And-
test you a little bit.
and
You
I'm
said
so
that you've
glad.
been sweating bullets, right? So you've been watching, and I
That
thought it
means
was...
you're very up-to-date and knowledgeable, and you're going to crush this quiz, right?
Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
guys, I'm
So
going to be so good. Yep.
we have a small quiz. It's a segment that we've done in the past. It is time for 2 truths and 1
Oh, for
lie.
fuck's sake.
I'm gonna give
Oh,
you
dear.
guys
Genuinely.
3 categories, right? Within those categories, there will be 3 statements, and one of them will
This
be
is
an
my least
absolute
favorite thing
lie.
about
If you're
Kukuka.
watching from home, if you're watch party, please play along and let's see if you can win the game.
I
Nobody
hate this
has
game.
ever
I
won.
cannot
This
express how
time,
much I hate
did
this
a
game.
little bit more benevolent. No, the maximum that somebody has gotten is 1 right, and I think it was you. And
I'm
I
the
think
greatest
Tom
of all
got one-
time.
one as
my
well.
God.
Let it be known.
I make them a little bit tricky,
Like,
but it's good
I-
because it gives us some context, and I think
Yeah.
it's a fun way to do a recap.
It's
So
not
if
fun.
we bring
There is
up
no
your
fun in this
categories,
game.
please.
Like,
Alex,
unironically,
I'm
there's
gonna
just no
let you
fun.
choose
Ooh.
first. We have
It's not a
Wise
fun game.
Investing. That
Oh.
agent is OP, and I want that bracelet.
Let's do that. Agent is OP.
Okay, that agent is OP. Okay, let's
Be
see.
highest win
excited.
rate
The first
Asian.
statement is every single initiator has been played already. Okay, think of it, Mimi. The second one, Killjoy, has only been picked once in the entire tournament.
Okay.
And for the last one,
See,
we
shit
have
like this, it'll be like
every
twice.
team has played
And she'll be like,
Veto
haha, I got you.
in at least one match.
All 8 teams in the tournament, or every team left?
All the this is a recap from
Okay,
a group,
okay,
so
okay.
every single team. Okay, Alex, you
Chris
go first.
Potato.
Mimi, take it. Take
Chat,
it.
I'm gonna keep a buck
Which
50
one
with
is the
y'all.
lie?
I'm just sitting, watching, having some water. You know what I mean? I'm just chilling. I'm not tracking this stuff. Okay.
Like-
I will say the lie is probably going to be that Killjoy has only been picked once in this tournament.
Okay, you go for number 2, Mimi. What do you go for?
Oh, I think that one might be true. I think there might have been a team who did. No, number 2. I'm locking
Number
number
2,
2.
you
All right.
both log number 2, and Mimi, you're so close to choosing the lie
Was
because
3
Trace
the
lie?
did
No!
not play
I thought
Veto.
Trace-
I had it.
They
Honestly,
are the only ones that did
Oh.
I
not
should have written it
play
down. I'm
Veto.
sorry.
In
My
mind,
thought
I was, like,
was
so disappointed they didn't
I was
change any
thinking, who were the
comps.
teams that
Because
came last?
I think that they did play Teo on a map in China, but they didn't play the map here, and that's what tricked me. Okay, that was a tough
yeah,
one.
it was a
Tracer.
tough one, but it's good to see that we have had, and
Fuck.
I would say, like, I'm not sure if it's for the first time.
Bro,
but
I need to
every
do. I need to just
initiator
mute
has
it
been
because
played,
Mimi and
not
fucking
every duel is not- so it's the only
Goldenberg trolling.
category
Crazy
that has
that
been
Killjoy's only played once.
exactly.
And
I would
Killjoy
say,
was so prevalent in the meta for so long.
and it was Meteor.
And then they launched an agent that destroys her all.
And there you go.
So into that, Mimi, please choose the next category. You have wise investing, and I want that bracelet.
Wise investing.
She's a capitalist for sure.
Wise
I
investing, not surprised at all. Okay, let's bring up the statements. First one, Sentinels did not win a single anti-eco. I think it's eco. I'm gonna say it's eco.
Anteco. We'll call it
Anti-eco,
like that too.
eco.
I know.
Okay.
Okay.
Second one, Buzz has played the most rounds with operators so far
No way.
out of all the players. Played a lot. Vitality currently has the highest bonus conversion.
I believe the third one.
I believe the third one, and I honestly believe the first one.
Okay.
So,
I think that's a typo, and it might have been on my end, and I am so sorry because I
It's
did this
supposed
at
to
8
say
a.m.
eco, not
Eco,
anti.
eco.
Eco.
Did not win a single eco.
I'm
so sorry,
going
that's on me.
number 2. I think
Single
that's
eco, but what do we
the
define
most
as an
offered.
eco?
Okay.
Let's get
Yeah, I
nerdy.
can imagine
Because
you're
this ain't that
seeing every
this ain't that
round you're
weird.
at the up, so I'm gonna go number 2.
A single eco
you're
as well.
both,
Like it's like, well, yeah, but who cares? Like,
correct.
Yes! Oh,
I'm gonna say you are both correct, but you got that wrong. Derke was not the one. It was actually Kang Kang. who
Kang
played.
Kang. Ah.
Actually, the difference is about 2 rounds. But
I
yeah,
thought
Sentinels did not win a single.
I thought
yeah,
because
this
of Neon
this
Mask,
is
you
not
wouldn't
like
have
this.
as
This
much
one
off
was.
play.
I like how you guys are having this great conversation,
Buzz
and
is,
I'm out here
yeah.
doing.
Buzz is not
Ric Flair
traditionally gonna buy
emotes
the
and
Baz
stuff.
Okay.
watches.
As, while we do that, let's go for I want that bracelet. As everybody knows, at the end of this tournament, we will have an MVP bracelet.
Ooh.
So first, statement,
Truth.
Trex has won every clutch he's been a part of.
Okay, somewhat believable.
That is quite believable.
Tichu has the highest
That is true.
KD so far.
That is 100%
I know
a
he's
hell of
the
a
top
player.
rated player, and I think he has the top ACS, but that might be a trick
He's
question.
having a god tournament. I think he is the top. Damn,
Okay,
now you're,
but let's
now
see,
you
let's see
got
the
me in
last
my
one.
head,
Let's see the
dog.
last one. Maybe the last one gives you some light. And Sylvan is currently leading in assists per
Okay,
round.
I actually think that could be true because controller assists are so fraudulent.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true.
And he's played the very few matches.
Mhm.
I think that this is a trick question, and it's number 2. Despite Chichu
Okay.
being the
I
best
am
player
gonna-
thus far, I think
I
it's
like
a
the way-
trap.
I'm gonna split this. I'm gonna go number 1.
You're gonna go number 1.
This
and in
is
fact,
legit.
You're going to be right because Trex has not won a single clutch he's been part of, and it's surprising because he's been playing so far so well. But yeah, Chichu's currently
I
leading
like
KD. My man's insane, and as you're saying,
I already hate this game.
assists with the smokers, very easy.
I like that you said you were being benevolent, and then
I
you,
hate this
like,
game
have, like, a
so
lineup
much.
for, like, a fake
Because
trick
I
question
feel
and
like I'm
all
a-
this niche stuff. It
I
was good.
I know quite a lot
This
about Valorant,
wasn't
but
that
it will,
niche.
what it will
I'm
do
not
is this
defending
game
that,
makes me
but,
feel
you know,
like
you
a
actually played
fucking
very
noob
well.
Look,
every
I'm not gonna
time.
front. I don't know. Hey, chat. I hope you guys have fun.
And I don't.
Talking about
After the
it.
experience
So
of
that was great, and
losing,
I'm the
I
winner.
just feel like
Yay.
shit.
In any case, though, look, folks, you can yap with us using the hashtag Valorant Masters as well as VCT, so we can feature the good stuff on the broadcast, and I mean only the good stuff.
It doesn't matter how much
Don't give
knowledge I
us
have
that,
on
you know,
Valorant.
garbage.
Kakuka could pull
Garbage
that game
social
out.
media posts. Send us
Give
the
us some
good.
And I feel like a
K-pop
bot.
edits, I think.
That's your choice?
Yeah,
Do
it is what it is.
I actually I like that. Send us some good K-pop edits. I'm down with that one. I'm sure it'll piss off a couple people. All right, now of
think
course,
it's catered for
we got your phone
morons.
out, all right?
Um,
Go ahead and take part in this MasterCard
it's
fan
more
poll,
just
because we
like
wanna know who is the best Yoru
RNG
player left
-ish.
at Masters Bangkok. In
'Cause you
your
could-
opinion, is it Durka? Is it Izu? Is it Kong?
Unless you really know your shit, I think if you really know your shit, you might get one straight away. That you're like, okay, I know this answer, like truth or lie.
That one's actually really tough. Like,
But to know
my
all three
recency
is,
bias
like,
brain because
ridiculous.
Valorant goes
Like,
Izu. His
know
last game was
three.
so good.
Yeah.
I think
And not just
Jaw
be
had some
soft
really great
guessing.
moments as well. It's interesting. We haven't seen a ton of Yoru from
Ah.
Durka, but I know it's amazing from E EMEA.
I'm absolutely biased. I don't even have this. I would say that Kankan is also in the run because to me, coming into the event, using
20
the time
minutes,
that you had
okay.
off to
20
actually
minutes.
master an agent and put it into
It's very
globally
based.
Yeah.
against the names that we are saying, against the experience that some other people have in the agent, and having the performance he's
Okay,
having with that
this
much
Veto I might be able
capability,
to
I
do.
think that Kankan, you
The
know,
other
might win it
Veto,
all
I don't
again.
fucking
I'm just
know.
impressed Skunman isn't an answer. He was so good for DRX all group stage.
Yeah, well, let's actually talk about one of those Yoru players. We got Izu here, and of course in our
Izu.
first matchup today, we got to see plenty of Yoru in this competition. It has been really fun, and we got to
Look
see
at the
it
odds, man.
specifically against
Literally
Yoru.
even.
Yeah, and he hit a fake clone on them for the first time at a global tournament.
Oh, is that the
which
same move that Durka pulled off
Yeah,
on Haven?
yes.
Okay.
First time in an IL during EMEA, and then Izu pulled it out here on Pearl. And he was just putting up a masterclass on this map. The B hits with him teleporting into backside looked on point throughout this one. He had really good set ideas off the ult. I was so impressed with Izu.
And to me, it's not only the fact that, you know, we saw him in the Euro and playing like that. When he's been on the Cypher in any of the 3-side maps that we have, he's been also very impressive. When he's been on the Deho, he's also been... So he's like playing on 3 different roles, but that have some similarities. Well, not really with the
I mean,
with
they're
the
like,
Cypher,
it's weird because they are so different, right?
Yes.
You're going from Yoru 1 map, one of the most like active macro agents, to then hunkering down a site on Cypher.
Why am I thinking G2 ban bind? Is it because they got
some incredible range from Izu, without a doubt. But let's
Why
actually
am
go
I
ahead
thinking
and
G2
hear
ban
from
bind?
him. He had an opportunity to speak with Jen Lee ahead of today's match.
No. Okay. They don't ban
Izu,
bind.
now Izu, this is your first time going up against EDG. Now they're the defending
G2 should
champions.
ban
What do you think it
Fracture,
will
right?
take to beat this team with so much experience?
저희 팀에 중국
What am I
팀한테
thinking
지지
about
않는
here?
선수들이 많이 모여 있다고 생각해서 저희 팀도 저희 T1도 중국 팀에게 지지 않는다는 것을 오늘 증명해내겠습니다.
Well, our org, we have a lot of players who never lose to CN teams, so Valorant itself, again, will prove that T1 just never lose to CN teams. You know, a little bit of League of Legends reference coming from a guy that wants to be the faker of Valorant.
I love Jen. I just love Jen.
There was some editorial there at the end.
I think that we should do a show where it's just Jen. Jen
Yeah.
does everything.
I'm down
Jen
to
does the dance,
send
the
Jen out in
casting,
the world and
interviews. Yes.
fear discover things.
I thought he
I'm
wanted to
down
be
with
the Loki of Valorant, but I guess I'm wrong there.
that. That ship has sailed, maybe. Of course, you got T1 coming into this one as the underdog against the defending
G2
champions,
pick
the
a
world
best.
beaters of EDG. But the
G2
thing is
pick a
that we
best.
saw T1 manage to take
Right?
down. Really, a monkey on their shoulder has been there for a real long time, the Goliath of DRX.
Yeah, absolutely. Izu said he wants to be the best for T1. This is already history. It's the first time that they make it out of groups. They're the only seed 2 that actually managed to make it, and they made it over, winning over DRX.
And the way they did it was
I
so
mean,
impressive as well.
Vitality aren't a
Already
buying
a
picking
dominant game
team, but I
out
feel
of
like
Team
against
1. I thought the team
G2,
fighting looked really good.
I'm
They
picking
were
bind.
dominant. Map 1, I think 19-5 in opening kills to opening deaths. Did such a good job of isolating DRX players, resetting the rounds, going into these late hits. Just everything was flowing for T1. And now they're the only team that people didn't expect to be in the playoffs that have
they
made
could,
it.
but they
Yeah,
could
and
pick
an unknown
Lotus here.
quantity could end up being, you know, like really fruitful for them in the long run, right? Because, hey, if you are kind of playing with house money, see how long you could possibly go.
Maybe
it
something like
also
this.
helps, too, when you have a guy on the field who's absolutely popping off and giving you that motivation
could be
every
split.
single time you do something awesome. Of course, I'm talking
I
about Bud,
think like
the key
this
hype man.
right
Let's
now.
check this out.
Bind Abyss split.
What's up, guys? Who's the best team in Korea now? Come on!
Yeah, G2 did ban Bind a lot in Americas, yeah. Hey, that's okay. Do you think APAC win any internationals this year?
How do I get him on my team, bro? So he can hype me up.
I just have this really weird feeling that T1 like are gonna win this event, even though I think they're the worst team at the last 4.
Seriously,
Yes.
you can see that everybody else in T1 is like celebrating, happy, just laughing. He's serious.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
he stands up, he means no joke.
It had to feel good for Bud
Did you
and
use
Stats
run
to
it back
take
for
down their
analysis
former
when that
team.
was a thing?
T1 going into that
I
match
used
with
it for
0-7
some
as an
stats.
organization against DRX,
Wow.
and now they have their first ever win when it mattered most.
And
that's
I
gonna
would
feel good
use
too
it
for Meteor,
to...
who's a guy trying
I
to
think
get
I've showed
second
this
title.
before. It's a
Yeah,
trick
this
to
is
like
the
find
guy with the Gen Z squad last year that saw a lot of success,
VODs,
but
basically.
this is a
So like if
situation
I wanted to
Tom
find
before
teams that are
kind of that
playing,
underdog
let's say they
spot,
want to
you
see
know, in the
Astra
past.
teams on
So this is
Bind
important
that are
to
playing
him,
the
but
standard
it's
kind of
still gonna be a
composition back in the
challenge
day.
because, Kuka, you're going up against EDG, a team that is so well drilled.
You can just do that, and then you can click Bind, and it will give you all the VODs where like
one
people
Killjoy
play
that
this
we've
comp,
seen,
so
so far. But I absolutely love him in the Vice, especially maps like Fracture. I think
which
he's
is quite
so
useful, you know what I mean?
absolutely versatile that it can be definitely dangerous. Just look at the stats he has so far.
Yeah, I was talking
The
to a
stat
bunch of
stuff
casters,
on
and
the
after watching
Discord I
him at
would
home, I
use
think
as
they had a
well.
pretty negative perception of him on the
You,
Vice,
I'm
but I
not
think he's
really
turned that
smart with
narrative
the
around
stat
in
stuff,
these
so
last
like
two
quite
games
often I'd have
for
to ask
T1.
people
He did
to help
such a
them.
good job in the series against DRX as that hard anchor, locking
Do
things
reaction
down on
time
the Vice,
test.
constantly changing the way
This
he's
won't be
playing
very
around
good
his
though,
setups.
guys.
On the attack side, using his util to lock down post plants really well too. DRX could not get through the door on their retakes, and you have to credit a lot of that
That's
to
not
this
good.
guy, Meteor, who's trying to not just be the one who got the first trophy for Asia, but to do it again on a completely different Korean team.
Yeah, how incredible would that be if T1 is able to make it to the final? If T1's even able to make it to, against EDG here and then have that opportunity would be
That was slow.
unreal. But of course, we have, interesting compositions, and what I've loved has been seeing this Neon in play.
I mean, I'm quicker.
Just because it's so
Quicker than the
dynamic, so
average.
fast-paced, and it really throws off all these players.
And we had a lot of Neon last year, and
A lot of
probably
Neon,
coming
yeah.
into this tournament, we thought that the
It's not that
difference
bad. I mean,
it
what
had.
is it?
But
Two
seeing
270
T1
was average. I think I hit
completely
like
steer away
what?
from it, but leaving it
What
in
is it,
one
like
map,
195 or
and
something?
so
not bad.
absolutely well played. And then
It's not
seeing
good.
a team
It's
like
not bad.
T1, using
1,
the
2,
double
3?
duelist
Okay.
in the way that
I'll do a
they
quick
play
maths.
suits them so well,
Do you have a
it
Chronicle
definitely
story
still
from his
comes off
Gambit
as a surprise.
days?
And I think that especially on a global stage, playing the Neon still
No,
gives
I
you
didn't
that
know
edge
Chronicle
because
back
still
then.
everything happens
The only thing I remember was when Chronicle used to be on that team a long time ago, he wasn't like before he went to internationals. I didn't think Chronicle was like the best player on the team. Like I thought he was like one of the weaker players to the point where I thought he was like struggling. But then when he went to internationals, he just farmed, and then I was like, oh shit, like this guy's actually legit, you know what I mean? So it's kind of funny that like even though like I obviously like got him in a team years later, like I originally thought he was like not great, you know. But no, I didn't really know him back then. And we're talking 2020, like 2020, very early 2021. Like the game was very new, so like he probably just genuinely wasn't as nowhere near as good as what he is now, you know, at the start.
It is an absolute
Who do I have
honor
winning
to
this
welcome
match?
back
EDG.
2024 champs winner MVP Kong Kong. Welcome back, and I've got Luna here to do some translation as well. Now, I wanted to ask you a little bit about your life since winning that MVP. So I'll just start with, has anything changed? Because I've been following your journey on social media. You know, when you go to a concert, there's so many fans.
No, I never spoke to
So,
Chronicle.
what's it like been for you
We
since
only
winning the
the only event we
改变可能就是。
went to that Gambit also went to was
能够认出来我，然后
Champs
跟我拍
2021.
照，然后我也
And it was all lockdown. Like we're on COVID, so it's like no one would like socialize. We were like social distancing and stuff, you know.
看到我在赛场给他们传递能量吧，我觉得。
I mean, walking on the street, a lot of people.
What are your
gonna
opinion on
recognize
fine
me,
C Ned Rush the other
take
side
a photo
tactic?
with
I
me,
mean that was
walking
necessary
around.
back then.
There are
Yeah.
more people gonna see me on the stage and feel my energy. I
Why
think
does
this
he
is a
need a
big thing.
translate? He speaks fluent English.
What does it mean to you to, you know, win that award? First of all, of course, the bracelet. I'm gonna ask you
Because he
about
wants to
when you
answer
won
in
it also.
Mandarin
What
probably,
does it mean
and
to
it would
you
be
to
weird
come
if he
to
answered
tournament
Mandarin and then
that
in English.
you are
And
the
to be
best
honest with
player
you,
right
he's
now, and
not as
everybody
fluent
might be
as
looking
this
at you
as Luna.
thinking,
Like
"We gotta
he's
take
not
him down."
super fluent.
我觉得赢下拿到 MVP 手里。
What did
对于
you
我
see
来
in
说
L1 Putty to hire him for
就
Fnac?
是
I wasn't
还能再拿
on
一个
Fnac
或者我还
when
能再
Fnac
拿更
hired
多
him.
的 MVP 手里。然后
I think
其
you
实
guys
这一
got the
次
timelines
如果真
wrong.
的能拿到 MVP 的话，
I wasn't
对于我来
contracted.
说
I
就
was
是更多的一个认可
not on
吧，
Fnac.
因为我认为我可能还不是世界最好的那个选手，但是我很感谢大家能够把我跟那些世界
If
上
the
那么
question
多
is what
很
did
厉害的
Fnac
选手
see in
排在
him,
一列，然后去竞争那个位置，所以说我觉得希望我能够继续
One sec.
在那个队列里面跟他们去竞争吧，我认为。
I already got one. Seems like for me, that's the meaning. Is like I can got another one. I can have more, and also even I might not be the best player in the world, but people just put me on the list to compete with the rest of best players in the world. I think this is quite accomplishment for me. Yeah, I mean, as you said, you
Sorry,
will have an opportunity.
weren't you his
will have
assistant
another
coach?
MVP bracelet for this
Yes,
season.
but
Are
I
there any
left
players
the
you feel
team
like
officially
should be,
after
competing
23
against you for
champs.
that? Anyone else that you feel like
And then I
has
did not join the
similar,
team
I
officially
guess,
back.
abilities to get
So that was like what, September? I did not join the team back until like December 23.
Dirk
So during this time period, I wasn't involved really. Like I gave Fnatic like because I was looking at other options. I gave Fnatic what I thought would be like some recommendations and some like not recommendations of who they should get.
You need to like left it, hide it,
and they decided to go with the
pass it on to your children, I guess.
Yeah.
And the last question before I let you go, we talked a little bit about what it was like for your life outside of the game since winning.
How should Teo be used in a ranked environment? You have to read what your team are doing. So on attack side, that's the first one. So most of the time, I feel uneasy using the Teo salvos to default on the map. Because if you start using salvos, like let's use Haven as example. If I'm Teo and we're gonna go A, we're gonna default towards A, and I use the Teo salvos to like take A control or something.
Confidence, right? Confidence.
Or however the fuck you want to use them. And then we take A control. In ranked, nobody's gonna wait the like 40 seconds for however long it is to like re-get the salvos. So you have to like read, do you need to use the salvos to actually take control or not? Most of the time I'd say you don't want to use them, and then you just save them for like the exec probably.
Absolutely, and probably many people thought that just because
like people are gonna exec like 15 seconds later, they're not gonna wait for a cycle, so you have to like really read it. So like let's say we're going towards like garage, like you probably just want to save the salvos for stuff, instead of actually using it like how pro teams would, where they'd probably like do something like that, you know what I mean? So long story short, you can't play it properly in ranked. You have to save your salvos in a lot of situations. If you don't have another player to take control, so if you don't have like a Reyna flash or recon or drone or something, then you're going to need to use your Teo drone to take the initial space, and then you're using the salvos for the execs. So again, like let's say
today. They knocked out Trace Esports, your fellow Chinese team. So what is the mindset coming into today? Revenge, domination?
So
let's take Lotus as an example. Let's say our comp is like something like this. Because this is like not that uncommon in ranked, I guess. Where the fuck is Clove? Like this says like this. Like we could use the Prowlers to go through, I guess.
ADG who sent T1 home, and now it's time for ADG today. Like we are sent him to the.
We basically want to make a read on like how good is the other player that you're kind of playing alongside that might have some util. Like if it's a Reyna, it's fine. Like we could just use flashes to go through. But if you don't have an agent that's gonna actually help you take space, you need to use the stealth drone basically to take it, and then you're just using your salvos to take the site basically. So a lot of the time you just have to save salvos. For the A fights, you have to read like, are we gonna win the A fight as it is without the salvos? And then at that point you might be like, okay, I need to use the salvos to like, take the space. Because in this space, you might win the round just based off of this. On mine, you're less likely to win the round based on it. Like if someone gets some contacts, like let's say you do have a fade, like maybe wait for the fade to do the stuff, and then you can use your salvos, like adjust like off of it. But you're trying to save them most of the time. So only like thinking out loud, there's only instances of like if you're gonna affect the amount you're gonna win the round, like on rubble controls, then you should use your salvos quite a lot. But generally speaking, try and get other people in your team to like take space for you with the util, and then you save the salvos for execs. In the rare instance in which your team actually does play slow and wait for util, then you can use salvos early. But you're probably playing ranked wrong if your team is playing slow. Because most ranked players don't know how to do that. Ranked is usually won or lost based on the idea of sending 4 people one place or 5 people one place.
What makes this EDG roster so strong in this Omen player moment?
大家好，我是 EDG 的 Smoggy。今天和 GTO 打比赛真是打爽了，
What do you
整
do
个
to
团
Hybrid
队，整个我
fix
们的
him?
团队都打爽了。就是我们
I've heard some interesting ideas about making him far more, making his util more, have more bullet pen. So like, it's not just a wall that's like blocks vision, but blocks bullets. Like make them more like soft walls or something. Even the cove especially, I think. Where like once you break the cove, it shouldn't disappear after like a few seconds. It should stay up as a smoke. Astro ult. Not an Astro ult because that's broken, but like it should have soft pen. Like it should be a soft wall. Like imagine like a Scent B wall that you can spam through. It should have that level of pan or something.
Their goal is not just to get that championship and be like, oh,
Do you
we're
drone
the best.
first
No,
or
they
salvo
want to build a
first?
legacy. They want to build a dynasty. They want to prove that it was not a one-time
Didn't I just explain that all? You should drone first to take space on the map most of the time, unless someone else is droning for you, and then you should salvo. If you are going to exec a site and you have a drone and a salvo, you salvo first and then use the drone. You're never going to be able to salvo after the drone to do any impact.
Which is crazy, man.
Or you just save the drone. Because sometimes like it's better to just run in. It depends on the site. Like sometimes it's gonna be better to run in. And there's some interesting thing that like Sliggy was implying it, and I think Anders was talking about it too, where it's like I think like especially like here, I think they were playing. It was Freeing was playing with the stealth drone. Like let's say there's a smoke here, using it like to go over the top and then exploding it like a knife. And then like disabling all the people like around here, I guess. And you could kind of do that too, I guess, if you're let's say you're on a post plant and you're like down here and you like drone in and you could just explode it on people.
Yeah, so surprised.
Our Pacific talent went for T1, but honestly, they
like you could use it for like almost
maybe they might know something.
a counter in post plants maybe.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the devious scoreline for me and Bren on the predictions thus far. 3 and 7 and 4 and 6 respectively. We're sharing the same preds today, so that means EDG and G2 are losing. I'm sorry.
I'm holding donuts out there. Yeah. You know, I had contemplated being on my sofa, and I was actually gonna submit my predictions at home, but I was like, they're not gonna put it in the graphics. There's no point. I should have done.
I have EDG winning, and I want Vitality to win.
Absolutely. I think that both of the matches.
I think this is the worst part about being like
of each of the regions. I really think that
this role is like I have to like answer prediction questions in situations where I have like I'm such a fence sitter. And like today I've done no analysis, I've done no thought about anything at all.
Do you want to give the odds? What would the odds
and
be?
like
What do you think?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Is this your old channel? Yeah, this is my old channel.
I would have said 35.
It's my old channel. It's got me flaming one of my friends for fucking me Among Us. Road to Radiant with Cryptics. A Quake clip. A one tap.
The other game, though,
and one of my friends singing.
like a 50-50 to me. It's gonna come down to individual form, to what maps we play.
Bro, she owned me so hard though. Look. Watch.
So, I mean, that could have been
Watch.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say.
So she's with me here. And I go down with her. So she's here.
I'm just letting you know. I'm ready for that.
And she sees me walk this way.
We're going to the
And then like, look how quick this was, by the way. Look how quick. So like, I was. She see me? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Before I get to 3 Mississippis, she see me. And then we come up here together. She reports this body, and then. Can you hear?
Something, and then I would like. So I found Andy's body. It's in the hallway leading into admin, like right behind the camera. I have not enough to vote on this, but my main sus is on Mini.
Okay, it's not funny, but it's like I remember just clipping it just so that she could. I was just like, bro, like how the fuck have you sussed me there? I was like 2 seconds, bro.
Going into the next stage,
We played so much during that period. The amount of Among Us that was being played. One of my friends told me that because this was during like COVID, he told me that he would. I think we'd start Among Us at like, let's say 5 p.m. or something, 6 p.m. And then we'd finish at like 2 a.m. And then like he was so degenerate that he'd go to a different like TeamSpeak or Discord or whatever and play like Among Us from like 2 a.m. to like 6 a.m. So you just do like 12 hours straight of Among Us every day. And then one of my friends also made like an ELO system and tracked like all of our fucking stats and shit. Like who was winning the most as like imposter, who was winning the most as like fucking what's it called? Not civilian, but you know what I mean? Crewmate. Which duos were the best and all that crap. It was really fucking, it was too much, man. There was some high elo shit going on in our Among Us games. And that was not, what you just saw was not part of it, but. Was Sticky the red one? Wait, was Sticky in the clip? Sticky wouldn't play that often, to be honest with you. Let me see. No, that's not Sticky. No, that's not Sticky. No. That's the Fnatic CS coach who from recently. And you won't recognize anyone else. Sorry, I'm missing all the hype shit. I apologize. You guys probably don't give a fucking shit. If you dedicate your life on betting matches, do you think you'll be able to figure out a system at millions? I do think I'd make money. But like, that's the awkward thing. It's like, I can't. Yeah. If nothing works this year and I really as in like nothing like, because obviously I'm going to be contracted to Riot, so like I can't do that stuff. But if something happens where I'm not contracted to Riot, I would absolutely start trying to like bankroll. And I wouldn't do it publicly, obviously, because I don't want to promote that stuff. But like I think I would do pretty well. I don't think I'd do. I think that my approach would not be to do consistent bets, but like wait for. I remember there was distinctly there was a game, Crew versus Loud in 2023, where Crew was like 5-0 in Americas and Loud were like 1-3 or something. And Crew had like 4 odds or something. Yeah, this game here, I believe. No, this is 2024. Maybe it was this. Maybe it was this.
I want to going to that Abyss point. I'm curious to see if they played a good old-fashioned game of chicken. Who's gonna blink first?
This was crazy. Oh, 2.2 actually. Bro, I remember it being higher than this. Maybe it was 2023. No, it wouldn't have been 2023. We've been changing all the compositions we've been playing the Euro. Are you sure you want to leave that open? And the implication of that is that EDG I want to post a time slowdown in-game small clip on our Twitter for the new agent. Can you link it in the chat? Someone link it in the chat? Last time we saw this one for EDG, they were playing a very unique predicting kills is easier than predicting match outcomes. Yeah, I mean the way I think about it is like, as long as I think it's like you just need to be right. Like if you're a couple of % more, then you're wrong. As long as you're right a couple of % more. Wait, this Veto. We've spoken about the changes. A team like DRX that stay just in groups. Have we seen the Veto yet? We haven't, have we? I couldn't figure it out at all. Don't forget, that match was extremely evened out. It was an 18-16 overtime. Remember, there was 2 yeah, it's Kankai.
The group stage, even more for T1, and they have a new comp for us.
Dude.
Double duelist.
Dude, oh, this is good. I want to see what Izu can
Where the
do
fuck
in
was the
those backlines
Veto?
with the Yoru. That's going to be quite fascinating. But
Someone tell me what we've
It's
got.
not new. They played it in the region. It's just that they swap back into the chamber, but they want to revisit. They want to have a little bit more of what we had on Pearl the other day with Izu on this Euro, and it's been so effective for them. The double
Oh, is it gonna be like you hit someone with an ability and then you like TP onto them and then can kill them quickly, like an assassin? I'm calling it as an assassin.
To take on the champs.
Well, folks, the stage is set. We're all ready to go. And let's send it over to your casters. It's my Pacific brothers from another mother. You got Achilleos and Paper Thin on the call.
Thank you very much, GB. Yes, here we are. Paper Thin, you and I familiar with both of these teams. Very, very familiar. Last time we got to cast EDG, it was as they qualified forward into that grand finals. They went on to win a Champions last year. Right now, they're looking to qualify forward, stay in this upper bracket, get themselves into another final.
Absolutely. This
If
is
you tag them with the ability, still the credits. Right, split, bind, Pearl. Yeah, T1 didn't ban bind. T1 have too much faith in their bind.
And they will try to test you early sometimes, or they'll spread the map. But this is looking pretty similar to their last
Way too much faith in their bind.
Team Liquid. Little bit of mid pressure.
Okay, we're gonna lock in a little bit on EDG.
Position, but Izu already
So EDG default is looking much better than most teams I've been seeing recently. Like I've seen way too much of like 3 to 4 people up here. So we've got B main control, we're pressuring mid a little bit against the Viper, and then we're also pressuring ramp a little bit. Because like if the Viper gets pressured here, we've got multiple angles to come from. We can slowly crunch the ramp at a certain point. I like the fact that we had info on B main. Too many teams are leaving B main too early and not figuring out if someone's pushed up here. And a simple group up. After the noise on middle, making the Viper use the shit, getting a bit of question mark on middle, grouping A. This is all fine. Early on though, I will say that I'm not sure... I don't think we saw any util really being used, but the formation was good from EDG. The general formation was good enough.
EDG looking for a flawless pistol, not gonna find it as Meteor. Get a nice little lurk timing, but as he swings the corner, he will meet his demise.
Nothing bad. I think committing too much util early on a pistol is kind of difficult because we can't really just brute force. You don't really want to just run into like, because we don't know where they are. Spreading out, figuring out where the stacks are, if there's any 4-man traps or anything, that's fine.
Try to isolate some of these fights, and they're so clean right now. Their accuracy is through the roof.
The Viper wall, people keep fucking the Viper wall up.
Fragging out of control, and those ghosts paying dividends for EDG to start. T1 though.
Did T1 ban Abyss at the start? Like they just banned Abyss as their first ban? If they did, they're noobs.
I mean, I'm very curious about Meteor on the Viper.
Sorry.
That didn't go so good again for Izu.
You cannot be the underdog team coming in and banning Abyss here, I don't think. Like this is a terrible ban, I'm not gonna lie. This is really bad. I know that T1 might have the attitude that EDG know that they're the kind of team that are gonna they should make grand finals, right? Let's be real. EDG should be making a grand finals, or should be thinking they're gonna make a grand finals. And in that situation, you are more likely to be playing Abyss because obviously you might be from the lower bracket. So EDG probably have started thinking about Abyss a tiny bit at this point. But if I'm T1, I'm not banning Abyss ever. If we want to get messy and let EDG pick their worst map into our worst map, sure, but that's not going to happen. That's a very bad veto in my opinion. I mean, like, from the information I have at hand right now, it's a terrible veto. Veto decision. They should have banned bind, and I'll eat my hat when fucking T1 actually beat them on bind. But you think they play it? But Mari, I think it's like, yeah. I still think that if you're the underdog team, like, you have to expect the overdog team isn't going to pick the riskiest map in their pool against you. EDG does insta-ban Abyss, but they might be able to play it a little bit, and that's what T1 are worried about. The problem with that logic, though, is that technically, top 3 team in the world, is a top 3 team in the world gonna pick their worst map into you? Like, it just doesn't happen.
It's a 3-0 start on T1's pick of split.
Yeah, and right now, this comp change isn't going so well.
This is the problem with being, like,
the desk was highlighting him
the overdog in a lot of situations, is there's a different mentality when it comes to, like, maps and stuff. Like, you don't want to pick anything that has variance, and, like, them picking Abyss is variance.
Buzz has managed to come away with another, but a minor consolation.
EDG picking Abyss.
Bonus conversion here for EDG, absolutely
Like,
for T1.
in Fnatic, we would give teams, like, pretty good vetoes consistently, because we would just want to keep things consistent, you know? We don't want to go to maps where, like, we know they're bad on the map, but, like, we're not going to be as good on the map either. And that gets it gets a bit weird when you know you're just going to beat them on standard maps.
There you go, at least Buzz gets the consolation, but EDG looking really in control right now, being really patient behind this Viper utility.
Big didn't spot anything, but this is all a bit of a ruse here as Sylvan tries to sell this, but EG are not really biting. They do get forced away. Izu eats a copious amount of damage though. Down to 49. Tell EDG very suspicious about this corner.
Okay.
They've been doing their homework.
I didn't really watch the last round because I was yapping. It looked like a fairly fast A approach, or just A exec. Anti-eco EDG.
Trying to figure out if there's going to be any lurks, any pushes. So far though,
It was like a 4-1.
play it a little bit more passive. See if they can gum up the works a bit.
It looks like they really don't want to go middle, which is fair enough, but they need to make some pressure.
Make sure that nobody's coming through that way.
They only have the one drone, so maybe they just want to use it for their exec.
Gotta be aware.
I mean, this is kind of poor.
So far, but Meteor now dropping as he tries to swing out from heaven. The site gets busted open.
30 seconds left.
Have you done map creds for Vitality with G2? I couldn't figure out who does what, but like I think we get what did I think we get?
They're just so clean right now. Any kill that's found is immediately traded for EDG. They're
Lotus.
just really on the ball, really on point, and this is what a championship team looks like. The communication,
and I think had it split, maybe fracture.
For them right now. Definitely good
I think.
Time out here as T1 because
The problem is map vetoes are way more difficult when teams have had a break. Like, teams had a break. So like, if teams have got 4 days or 3 days to like just change a couple of things, it means map vetoes go out the window a little bit. The molly missing was tragic, I didn't see it, to be honest. Why is the attack frozen when there is a timeout and defense isn't? Because one team is cheating.
That's why we see the timeout call. Try to rectify things, get it realigned, and back on track. Saw a glimmer of it before the timeout screen come up. Izu contemplating.
We had a timeout taken away from us once because someone moved slightly in this timeout. 20 last chance we had a timeout removed because someone moved.
need to get Izu fired up. We saw what he could do on Pearl. We saw that tremendous 4K he had that started off with those 2 great
I don't think I don't think it was because someone moved. I think that there was other stuff they were angry with us about, and they just used that as an official excuse, to be honest. But
Feels like it. You never know he's gonna pull those out. He just sometimes just it's on a whim. And,
does VC roll back anytime there's a tech in pre-round? If it's tech, sometimes, but they fucked it up in the past. Like, there's an issue here with the rules. Like, you remember the other day when Team Liquid just all stood still and forced almost the ref to like have to make a big decision, and obviously the decision when everyone's gonna stand still is okay, let's just roll back the round. The problem is that like sometimes you're calling for attack and they're saying like not sure, or like there's no answer, and so you kind of feel the urge to play to in the UK we say like play to the whistle, where like the referee, you know, you play until the referee blows the whistle and like stops the gameplay, you know what I mean? So like I've been always like in the mindset that you play to the whistle, but unfortunately I think it's probably better to just stand still and just force them to roll back the round. Just another simple A hit from EDG, and they've teamed up again.
The operator, the timeout. They find 0 value.
It's too easy, isn't it?
I mean, it's just a good fall.
I want to see that A again on the replay,
so
but
swift to react again. It's the coordination, it's the communication that EDG brings. He's so fast to follow up off of that. There's no time to react for Izu. Tries to get out. And then again, you know, okay, Sylvan finds that kill. That's great.
I genuinely think this T1 comp is the more I've seen it, the more I hate this comp. I fucking love
early aggressive positions that they're taking are just getting
these
destroyed.
two.
You need to change the pace. You need to change this map a little bit.
I just think that like on defense they have like
Right now they're
it just feels like there's no stopping power at all.
Play this more patiently. 3 players here. Focus over to mid.
There's no stopping power and there's no like threat. It just feels like no threat. You have to be so tight with this defense on that comp.
Check around towards this B site.
Like at least with like the Fnac variation when we had like Breach, Cypher, the Cypher would be able to do some damage on holds, and then the Breach would allow us to like, you know, threaten aggressive space more often. Like we'd actually threaten these spaces more often. And like on that round, like Cypher would have like someone would have been just like chill to like hold like this, you know what I mean, a little bit more. I don't think Cypher is in a greater spot right now, but against EDG's comp, not the worst, not the best.
Finds one. Flashes up above around the top of the screen
here.
Izu. Wow. Shot on assignment. Kangang is still wreaking havoc. Needs to hit that one, but cannot. Was, however, arriving.
What about the TR version playing Astra's the Omen? The Astra version I think is better, but I still think that like it doesn't solve some of the problems.
Around the elbow, Chichu.
Ready for the swing out. Ready for the instant trade. Sylvan would have to just hit this shot.
You're almost having to play more for retakes a lot of the time, I feel like, because you can't justify trying to hard hold anything on some of the sides.
We're sure that EDG continue the streak.
He's so good, man. He's just unbelievable this event. So clutch. Every time you need him to step up, it feels like Chichu's good for it. Kong is just flying around the map right now. It is just full-on W key for him. He is just running and gunning with that Phantom and knocking T1 players down. There is not much that they've been able to do.
Like, if you think about it, EDG's comp is very good at execing. So, like, once they've dumped the util, that's when like, we want to be avoiding dying whilst they dump the util. And then we want to get into a situation where we can kind of punish them without the util. Can we put on the... Can we just go to G2 Vitality? Please? I thought that game was first, honestly. I'm gonna waste all my energy watching this game.
Given that you once again have that operator in play,
They just shoot people.
it's gonna take a big
They're not doing anything crazy. They're not doing anything crazy, but they are making... It's not like they're...
I'd just save at this point. I don't think there's any hope.
They're not being...
The call has been made. Question for Kong is
How do I spin it? Valorant is a lot about like making the least mistakes possible a lot of the time. It's like the team that makes less mistakes wins. In that like that's like a common trope people say, or cliche. And it looks like when EDG play lots of times, they're not even put in positions where they can make mistakes, and so they're not making mistakes. Like realistically, this isn't. They're not doing anything wrong. T1 are making mistakes every single round.
Championship quality EDG is showing up.
Last mentioned.
We've already seen a couple 13-0s from them this year. Hasn't been
I would also say that
So far, they are completely in cruise control. There's going to be a bunch of ults for
EDG
T1
have a
next
much better
round
comp
there.
here.
Oh, it went down into the bottom underneath the rope and flipped across.
EDG have the better comp
Meteor thought he had escaped
and
it.
a decent game plan against what T1 are doing. Every single time I've watched EDG play, they have done stuff on the map that I thought that was good against the other team. And it might just be the case that their style matches up well against teams on maps a lot of the time. Or they actually do think about that stuff. I'm going to lean towards slightly more like their style just works well against a lot of the teams. In terms of like
I mean, the first kills have to be through the roof for
their
EDG right
aggressiveness.
now. I mean, there's been a few where T1 got the first kill and then was immediately traded.
Some teams don't understand how to play the maps properly with their comps and then get caught off by the aggressiveness by EDG.
EDG is so crisp, so fast, so furious.
Things the analyst was talking about, if you can't find that round win, that rallying point, how are you supposed to bring the energy up? How
That would just get snowballed a lot easier. I feel like they rely on the defensive ult a lot.
EDG right now are just making it absolutely impossible. T1 coming
Yeah. I mean, they do get snowballed a bit more.
More ultimates are available.
They have less options to deal with stuff, I'd say. But I think specifically T1's comp is just a bit like...
Right.
I feel like there's almost like no identity to their defense comp. It's basically Omen plays here and tries to hold. Viper plays here with an orb. And then we lose this and we can lose this. And then eventually we will lose this at some point. And I don't know, there's no like... There's no trap possibilities, there's no anchor possibilities, there's no re-aggro possibilities. It's basically, Yoru, go and try and find some picks for us. Like, I'm being a bit over the top about it, because there definitely are opportunities a little bit for some of those things, but it's like, not. The comp doesn't have the best abilities at any of those things. It can do a little bit of everything, but it can't do anything well. If that makes sense.
Still have the Rolling Thunder, though.
There's fully entrenched and ready to send this. I'm going to be taken down. Looks like that will convince him to go ahead.
It is a very attack-sided comp.
Minor consolation, but Simon reads it.
But even then, their execute power is completely like taken back by the idea they have a fade and not like a breach.
EDG are absolutely running away with this.
And the util combos here, so good to just
dropping Viper for breach. They could do that, but then defense gets weird. Like they end up in a spot where like they haven't even then got mid. They got to like run around the map like crazy people.
Coming up and over you, forget it. He's not going to give you those opportunities. They looked like maybe they'd found a way in, found an op pick, found a kill, but
I would rather drop the fade for a tail
be in your mind. When is that going to come out? When are they going to press that advantage?
than drop. Yeah, I drop fade for tail, and I think that you can actually do more stuff, a lot more stuff.
Gets out cleanly.
Or you have to do like EDG style comp and stop playing double dive.
4T1, so firepower is still fairly weak, but swing onto the corner easy is going to be good for a second. Just be traded out, Smoggy able to find one meteor, tucked away there in the corner.
Meteor. Oh my god.
Have a hope in hell. Smoke going to be participating here in heaven. Snakebite coming down to try to slow up Buzz. Smoggy is just ripping people to shreds.
Bro.
All of this chaos is happening in heaven.
It's too easy, man.
T1 to hell. 9-0 now. The pain continues.
This is the round for T1. It's like, okay,
Split is not an info map?
I'm a bit why Izu doesn't pop
what?
ultimate here. After he gets 2 kills, I think it's totally worth it to go for the
I mean,
drift. Try to get the
Split is the map that you can play like the most amount of different styles of comps on. So you can play it like an info map. And like Teo still gives you info. People seem to think that Teo doesn't give you info, but it does.
Moves it up, says thank you very much. Just afford to buy one. They have plenty of
The drone on defense might be like situationally more impactful than Prowlers, because Prowlers you have to just use them like here a lot of the time for info.
Kong hits another incredible shot. 2-player advantage. Spike coming into play. A tap and a reposition, just trying to see what reaction they get.
It's just too easy. EDG, it's just too easy.
EDG realizing, oh, there's still over a minute remaining on the clock.
Yeah, they've got all the time in the world.
T1 are just fucking, yeah.
The end of sight. Sylvan flashed up. Simon.
I was saying Lotus the best maps, play most smart styles on. Yeah, possibly now. Yeah, I think Split has become more just play aggro kind of styles. But back in the like before Teo's existence, I think it was Split. Before Teo's existence, I thought it was Split. Because you think about like the Viper, the Viper and Cypher style that Sentinels ran. You could think about the Breach kind of Sky or Breach Fade styles that like
it's just incredible
like the kind of more defaulty teams would run. Think about like Gecko Fade that 100 Thieves would run. And then you could think about like double duelist comps.
And they can drag an extra, gun, an extra half shield out of them by just being patient. They're so good. You just have to be in awe of what this EDG team is capable of at their best. They can destroy anyone. They weren't kidding in their pre-show video.
Hard to disagree. Crossfire going to be broken up a bit. Stacks finally gets himself on the board with an elimination here.
Okay.
Timing on the rope. Meteor pushing forward.
Surely.
Player advantage now. Bound for T1.
Surely, guys.
In this map. Tap of the plant. Nobody. Quick peek over towards ramp, but still audioless caught off guard. Stacks
Did T1 actually switch comps?
Now it all comes down to Simon.
Surely they didn't pick Split and then switch comps. I thought they played this before, didn't they?
That first step, but Stacks maybe starting to come alive, is able to find the round here for his squad. And T1, they will not join.
What have they done, man? They picked.
Of Team Secret at global events.
They've just gone double dive and fucked it up. Oh, they played it before. No, they have played it before. They got 2 comps. They played Chamber on Chamber's worst map and then played. Yeah. Okay. They played this comp before though. Do you think T1's playing this map wrong, macro-wise? They're playing it how most teams would play it. I've not really dug deep into like how I would play that style of double dive with the Fade. I would say that stuff like this to me looks more interesting than what they were doing. You know what I mean? Like this idea that we just sit passive on B with Omen and then we just use the Fade to get info on A. Like to me, like at a certain point, it's just you're gonna just lose map control, I think, and lose the game. But
Kong just immediately removes that pit from the equation.
Absolutely fearless.
Is this Vitality comp? No. This is the same comp that BBL run and Team Liquid run, but Team Liquid run it with an Astra.
I think it'll be spotted there from the stealth drone. There's the timing. Sylvan having to tuck back away. The paranoia does slow the tide here for the moment. He and Buzz.
It is kind of very similar to the stuff Kate. It's very close to what KC ran last year, but KC ran Astra instead of Viper.
However, still snappy with it. Finds the first, cannot find the second, and now it's down to nobody.
But KC's defense looked fucking weird with that comp. They just ran around the map just doing random shit, to be honest with you.
10-2, however, EDG so far out in front.
It's hard to imagine that T1 can come back from this. This EDG squad came to play, 2 days off, no problem at all.
Stacks and Buzz, they have done it before. That series versus Billy, but I don't know, something different about this one here today. We'll see what happens when we come back from the break.
at it with your old phone.
Wait, break. Do I need to mute the music here?
At Verizon, trade in any old phone.
No,
for
I don't.
iPhone
I should be
16
fine,
Pro
right?
on us on any plan, and get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all 3 on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
I think if you want to play this comp, you have to have a retake wall on A and not use the default wall. And then you have a reason to not play A because you don't have any player to stop A push. I would say. So one thing that we did again in Fnatic, I'm sorry, but it has to be said because it's very appropriate. We had a better retake comp, to be honest with you. But like when we use this wall, when we retake A, we would just use our double dive to exec out of this. So like we would like have like Raze, and then Yoru would like put like a random TP down, and we'd like satchel out and actually like retake as if we're execing backside. Like imagine there's like maybe like a paranoia here or something. And then like we had breach too, so we could like, I can't remember exactly what we did, but we did some kind of like actual full fucking, so we'd use, you could use the wall like that almost. We actually didn't have a Viper, so we just used the fucking smoke, I guess. And just did it that way. So it is kind of useful to have the wall like that, I guess.
We are back and about to go into the second half. This opening map of Split. As you can see from the scoreline, it has not been going T1's way. EDG.
The retake wall could be useful to like have Yoru play behind it, but I think the standard wall could be okay. I like the idea though. I like your line of thinking. I've not thought about it deep enough really to really give my opinion.
Themselves on that map in the past. It's not been going their way.
No, this is a must-win pistol. There's no other way to cut it.
Am I streaming on YouTube? Yes, I'm streaming on
This is
both.
where that double duelist comp needs to shine. Where you need to get Izu and Buzz really fired up, really start kicking indoors, just like we saw with Kong on the other side of the map. 16 kills so far for Kong. I believe 7 deaths. He has been
Bro, just look at it, man. Nobody's just pushed.
continues to impress.
On what planet is he just pushed that?
Izu able to find a
Like,
little bit of
what?
space. No challenge, just a fault line to stall. It's Kong. Timing.
Sylvan pops, goes for the push. Sylvan covering fire, able to find one, but Simon guns down 2 here on the site. Sylvan swooping out onto the rafters.
I don't understand.
Traded up. Player advantage down here for the side of T1. Catching a straight headshot, nobody up from garage.
What information did he have to make that push?
It looks so good for a brief little moment.
He has a 16 and 7, best player in the world stood next to him. He's got a drone, and he's just solo pushed.
They're just better. That's all there is to it right now.
They had some noise at middle. There might have been noise at sewers.
They're reading the timings. You know, Meteor here trying to adjust.
Maybe it's one of those situations where he knows if he pushes and dies like an idiot, Kang is behind him in an angle that's unexpected and just kills them all. Like maybe that's fine.
They're hitting their heads. Those ghosts are so potent in their
Nobody always does stuff. I know that EDG like to do that stuff, but I would have expected it's more logical than what he's just done.
No choice. So it's gonna be
Like what he did was very strong,
different guns.
but like it's slightly too risky. As in, like he could have had someone stood next to him help or something. But I do like the idea of doing that push with Kang could just kind of like imagine he does that push and then Kang just stands here. They never check Kang there. They probably knew T1 pistol tendencies when I shot him. If if EDG have dug deep enough to know that like T1's pistol tendency is to, I don't even know how you specifically get into that. Like I've had to anti-shot like 500 times, and I don't know what you would have to say to like. T1 just don't do the same pistol every time, and then unless that player leaves A early every single pistol round, which is a weird thing to pick up on, honestly, a little bit weird.
So good at it. Okay, a good entry here. It looks like there might be an opportunity, but look how clean he is with that stinger. And then they're all coming out of those smokes together. They're all pushing these angles together, and then they
Was locking the most interesting tournament strategy was always on the Champs 23. I didn't like Champs 23 on the basis that there wasn't really anything new in the kind of
You want to just get a few more rounds
from like
underneath your belt here,
Tokyo.
T1, see if you can get that blood flowing, see if you can get that aim under control, because EDG is just demolishing you. Period. End of story.
One suppressed. I feel like at this point,
I don't know.
it's about can we get ourselves back into this map here? Can we make
It felt like in 2023 there was much more just like this comp feels. I don't know. It's difficult. Right now it feels like Teo, like if they just nerf Teo a little bit, it'd be very interesting to see what would happen.
Self-disguise for the moment.
Like right now is the most interesting time strategically, but not in the sense that like, oh, it's also new, but like there's just lots of options. But then Teo reduces options, unfortunately, which is annoying.
Catches a good timing, catches a kill. Starting to take away, but Chichu ever present.
Why start 3A in the first place then? Can you expand? What do you mean?
One lingering around main. Can they flush open the site? Looks like the answer's gonna be no. Chichu unless he can do something like that. Hits the floor and nearly gets himself an ace to bring this to a conclusion. The time not on their side this round. Unwinnable for EDG. They cannot bring it to an end. But my God, Chichu nearly closes it out.
He has just been incredible this tournament. A lot of people would say best player at the event. That right there is why, folks. This is destruction. Chichu, nasty, nasty transfers. Oh me, oh my.
Absolutely robotic in the aim. And yeah, for nobody on the opposite side of the stage, I think it's going to be a pretty easy round to shrug off. You still have 9 chances to close this out before you even have to worry about overtime.
Oh, look at this. Trying to set up a trap play.
It's kind of cute.
But nobody still is able to just peek in, gets the kill, and they just get out scot-free.
Did Chichu put his Viper Orb down? Ah, this is kind of...
Kong gets the headshot. Tailwind's forward. He wants a fight.
Against Viper teams, if they, you do have to check if the orb is there every round.
Why not?
There are some teams who, if they have any setups that don't involve the Viper orbing here, like you have to be on top of it. I would doubt EDG. I would expect EDG to shoot the Viper orb there a lot though.
Slow up the approach. Kong, however, getting behind, but timing a little bit off for him. Draws back over to the Sheriff Buzz, stunned up.
I like how like Kankan misses all those shots and then just makes like a nice headshot anyway. It's fine.
And it is not on a buy round that EDG will bring this to a conclusion. They look to do it with one hero Bulldog and some Sheriffs. Sylvan swings the
I'm gonna say Kankang's never disciplined enough there to wait.
Firepower in the hands of EDG, getting stronger and stronger. Sylvan just rejoining the squad, needing to ace clutch to keep them in the map.
I think he
avoids the full line swing back by Dwan.
Yep. That was nice, but Sylvan.
That is absolutely outrageous from Sylvan.
That was pretty nasty.
He has come back off the bench and been a lightning rod for
honestly,
T1. He has had some really good
I kind of annoyed with Kankang that I can call that he's just...
An ace at the international level for
I would have thought that he's had so many instances of like... I've watched... Like, I've watched EDG lose in situations at internationals where they should have gone deeper. Partly because Kankang did not know how to like carry. Like he would like be owning and then make plays like he just did. I mean, at 12-3, okay, it's whatever, but I would I hope to see a bit more of
successfully tuck out.
Stack's gonna read this push though from Kong.
That is the question for now.
Almost like good habits from him at some point.
Just a little bit more aware, a little bit faster. That's the spike now. From the back alleys of Split, Izu able to find one. Simon going to be taken down. Flash out. Kong Kong desperately trying to play elusively, but Sylvan on the pinch is able to find the kill. The 3v3 now is nobody. Backing away, the rotation starting to come through. Chichu having to abandon the pit. One now scratching their heads. Shoulder might have been spotted. Wanted to go for the jiggle, but Gunfire will confirm presence.
Salvo's in a snake bite here.
Push out of the smoke, they double face it. Izu able to find one, nobody gonna be taken down.
30 seconds left.
Really nice there.
Yeah, I mean T1's goal is to just
Attempted
get
delay
this
from
like
Chichu, but
get some warm up. To be
much
honest,
he can do there.
they don't stand a chance, but start to like because you feel like when you go down this much in like such a big game, you do feel a little bit embarrassed and a little bit like frustrated. And I think once you like this kind of the next few rounds are just about like shaking off the kind of frustration. I mean, if they lose this kind of round though, then it doesn't fucking help.
That he's already pushed up into the site, taps the spike, swings out of the smoke, and they're missing each other somehow, some way. Smoggy's starting to get a read on it. Oh, it bounces in. Oh. Does he have the time? I don't think he does.
The crowd did kind of run out.
That spike is erupting, and this map is continuing.
PRX matches the firepower of EDG.
T1.
No, they don't.
7 rounds in a row.
Oh boy.
No, they don't.
It's still a massive hill to climb for T1, and this is such a cute little play there. To set up that distraction, use the salvos to clear meter out of sewers so Kong Kong can push towards spawn. And then they're able to set up that crossfire at the sewer exit. T1 does a nice job.
Has the map been
quick reactions from Sylvan
very boring? EDG edges better. EDG have got nice stuff. They played fairly direct on their attack.
All that T1 really needed
In a way that made sense against the composition they're playing. Like I never want to feel like I'm just saying EDG are just like better or just like shooting better or something, because they did, again, they played another game plan where I feel like they're doing the correct things against what T1's running. I'm just always far more curious when people play like I want to see people go head to head against EDG in a way, like not like
from the T1 coaching staff as well.
G2 played a terrible Fracture against EDG. I want to see someone just play a decent map against them. Like, I want to like they are doing all the good stuff, but at the same time, it's so frustrating to watch them play against teams who are also just fucking crumbling and just like doing terrible things. Like I want to see a team just actually like give me a high quality matchup, please. Pearl versus EDG G2 Pearl would probably have been de facto the highest challenge. You think G2 EDG very much would be way higher quality? Yeah, I mean, hey Ando, by the way, hey Ando. Yeah, I'm just like I really want to give EDG their flowers, and I want to stop being such an asshole about the fact that like, oh, they just kill people. But when I see people playing just it feels like if you play like a subpar game against EDG, then they don't even let you. It's so much.
It feels like T1 now starting to understand some of this push and pull that EDG is.
I think people probably thought the same of us sometimes back when we would just dominate people, and it's like, well, they're not giving us anything. They're not even giving us like anything to prove that we're good at the game, really. So we will just punish them for doing all this dumb shit, almost, if that makes sense.
But it's a good thing that they're starting to finally feel themselves a little.
Bind is next, and I have no hope in Bind, honestly. I don't think today, like, it's crazy that EDG are gonna get to an upper bracket final, and I'm sat here saying that like no one's even like essentially given them a good enough game for me to see how good they are at the game. Like, that is crazy. I know that's a weird take, but I think it's kind of true.
3v3 is Chichu up and over the top of the box. Interrupts the plan, puts stacks down. to low HP numbers.
Their game 3 was going to 11 PM local. I think they legit cooked. They were legit cooked because of a 6-game day. Wait, what is that? Was that the G2 game? No, the G2 game to me was that G2 have not... G2 don't have a fucking clue how to play Fracture right now. Like, they don't know how to play Fracture.
I can't believe it! I thought this is done! I thought this is map!
Their attack sites were so trash.
Knock him out of the park! Hong Kong there with a great timing to slide down. He catches them with util in hand. There's no return fire. But still, they're able to finally find the trade.
G2 was... Oh, that was quick.
GG go next. Nope.
Bro, I need to use the Phantom. I need to use the Phantom, man. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change my default Vandal skin to the default Vandal skin and just stop myself from doing it.
Let's see how long they can keep this going.
I don't get, like, it just feels so much nicer to use the Vandal, though, doesn't it? But if I make it the default skin, surely... Oh, nice little... Go on. Go on. You can aftershock through that wall as well, by the way. Doesn't even need the stun. T1 are so shit, they're just running down vents one by one, for fuck's sake, man.
He is absolutely just unbelievable. What a tremendous player. Now he's going to throw the pit into mid. Meteor's going to try his own.
Vandal has one of the better default skins. That is true. The other thing is, I always feel like with the gun buddies that, like, because I have 2 gun buddies, like unique gun buddies, like I want to use them. And I always try and like match the gun buddies to the skin.
But EDG, the win for them on this map was inevitable. 13-7. They take away T1's map pick in dominant fashion.
Yeah, yeah, this game ender, if you're still here, was G2 have like against Sen and maybe even Lev, but the Sen game on attack they just rushed like every single round. And then against EDG, they tried to rush. They had like 1 default against Sen, but they didn't use it against EDG, and then just tried to rush every round. Like, they legit tried to do 5-man execs. This round, they did an A-main exec against a bonus, through A-main against a bonus, and EG had 3 people there. This round, they rushed arcade, and EG had 4 people there. And EG were just like, yeah, we know you just do fast execs, we're gonna just stack everything. What have I got to do now? I gotta run ads on Twitch, right? But I gotta wait. When did they go to break? Is it now? If you were Team Liquid, would you make any changes to the roster after Bangkok? I will address that question when I get back. Because... Thank you, Peter, the one and only. Thank you very much for the sub, I appreciate that. Appreciate it a lot. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run subs and answer a question that is flawed. Very flawed question. I don't know if you can see my chair. You can't see my chair, can you? Look at it, man. Can you see it? Look how broken it is. I have a new chair ready to make. I just can't be bothered to make it. Why did you walk in wide like Putin? I just got aura. It's because I've been going to the gym and I'm trying to show you guys my fucking width now. That I can bench more than the bar. Can we blame Mimi for not letting you help them and give you a Herman Miller? Yeah, absolutely. It's Mimi's fault that I don't have it's Mimi's fault that it's Mimi's fault I'm so small because I can't get a good posture in the chair and therefore my back is just like crunching over and I'm like an old man at the age of 30. Question to answer. Just buy a Herman Miller. There's a very valid reason why I want to wait.
Here with Coach Muggle and Luna for translation. Now, Coach Muggle, dominant first half. Second half, T1 started to fight back. What did you have to tell
Coach Muggle.
during the timeout to make sure
I have an
that
EDG Muggle jersey somewhere. Why do these little things give aura? What's going on here?
反击那几分，我觉得就是我们那个大比分了之后，有点。
Yeah, T1 played fucking terribly, and it was just so easy. All we did is just have to rush A or rush B, and like, you know, we're much better than just being able to do that. But if noobs aren't gonna let us, gonna have to challenge us, then I can speak Chinese, by the way. Do coaches also swap jerseys often? In China, EDG were making a big effort to try and swap jerseys with everyone. And I'm always like that odd one where it's like, are they gonna want to swap with me? Like, I don't really know. Do they care? And so I'd always go and then, yeah, figure out. I've swapped with a few people, like Alex.
Maybe a 13-1 might not be too good.
Alex,
Then we're starting to see some signs of life there.
I think maybe Warbirds was one event, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look right at the bottom of your screen, just in case you just
Honestly, I don't have enough jerseys at events to swap with people. I focus on making sure I don't have sweaty jerseys because I usually have two. So, and I don't really know many of the coaches that well.
T1 got exposed on some of their issues on their attack side. I think they really lent into with this new Yoru pick, putting Izu in forward positions on their A site anchor, and then having him teleport back and play the retake. But
I mean, I know they know me, but what I mean is like, when we swap with DRX in Korea, does Termi really give a shit? Because I'll be honest, I don't really care that much. I'm sure he doesn't really care that much. You know, like it's, you know, it's not to me like, yeah. To me, I would prefer to sit down with Termi and have a 20-minute chat with him than get a photo and take his jersey. You know what I mean?
Especially after what we saw the other day, things were just not merging today. I also think that the way that nobody was playing the Tickle was super aggressive onto them, and probably T1 did not change the fact that they were playing.
I've had many good conversations with coaches. That to me is much more enjoyable than doing some stuff.
I know that the retakes have not been the best part of this event, and some teams are very good at them, but most of them, like it's not really the
How much is better is Herman Miller show? I don't know.
They should have measured the distance.
I don't know.
Yeah, and
I've heard that they're good, so.
Like EDG, that's so dynamic. They're always going to throw new looks at you. So if you're really just going back to the
Why didn't Fnatic give you more jerseys?
Now, that being said, while there were some great moments from EDG in that match, there was one
you're asking a sensible question. Oh, wait, someone said, do Team Liquid make roster changes after this event? Okay.
Clutch, and I was watching this in real time, and I was like, wait a minute, if he gets the kill on the guy in heaven, this is doable.
On what planet does a team that overperformed expectations tenfold make changes after an event? The only reason changes would be made is for internal issues. So if they did randomly make changes now, it's going to be because something really big internally. Externally, there is absolutely zero reason. Liquid were expected, from the outside point of view, to be in the bottom third, probably, of the league. And they managed to come second.
perfect crosshair placement to get the picks.
Second point.
Even the TP, because
This
like,
is something.
you saw all the people, like,
Something that
going over toward B. They were all convinced they were going
I don't want to make a massive point about this, but
That little site smoke also does so much to
the
confound
German law
right?
means
They
that you
think
have
he's
to
gonna
pay
shoot
out
out
players'
left,
contracts
walks up,
if
gets the
you've
heaven play,
kicked
and then
them
he's
now.
pushing through that to
You
hustle,
can't
like, 2 more
you
fights.
can't just kick them and pay them no money. Like in the past, you kick them and you have to pay like 2 or 3 months of bench salary. Now you have to pay out their bench salary until the contract ends. So if you were to kick a player, you are essentially saying, I'm going to give you half your salary, and we're going to have to pay some other player to come in. So many orgs who don't have fucking just money to burn aren't going to do that.
And you know what? You make a great point about that. Let's go ahead and
Does that apply to coaches too? Yes.
you know, there is definitely that vibe.
If you feel like taking some time off for half your salary, pal, you can absolutely do that. It applies to head coaches. It doesn't apply to assistant coaches unless you are on the contract database, I'd imagine.
Could very well lead to a 2-0 if EDG is playing the way that they are.
This is a very strong map for EDG.
If you're on the contract database, I'm pretty sure you're protected by German law.
Yeah, could not agree more. All right,
Do you think there's any chance Riot moves away from Berlin anytime soon? No. Unless there's only one instance I see, and I'm not going to say it out loud, but no.
I'm standing here with T1's Autumn. Now, Coach Autumn, obviously not the best outcome that you've hoped for, but we got to see T1 players log online, come online.
Jen's got the Gen G.
My question is,
Gen G going.
why the split pick? Because you know EDG has been extremely solid on that map for a while, and are you concerned at all with what happened in the first half, especially? 감독님 일단 선수들이 후반전부터 좀 손이 풀리는 모습이기는 했는데 먼저 EDG가 스플릿을 굉장히 잘하잖아요. 스플릿을 픽하신 이유와 함께 전반전 좀 걱정되는 부분이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
일단 스플릿 픽한 이유는 저희가 원래 연습 때 좋은 그림들이 많이 나와서 특히 수비 때 그 그림을 알고 있기 때문에 자신 있게 픽을
Thoughts on
했는데
TL performance overall and that's IGL and Lohan coaching?
정반대
I mean, like I said, they were expected to do not this well, and they did well. So you can't not say that that everything there is doing well. You know what I mean?
선수들이 많이 클러치를 만들어 주는 거 보고
I do think that there are times where I see
코칭 스태프들이 좀 더 잘
Nats
준비한
or the mid-ranking struggling sometimes, but that's to be expected. Like Nats is having to put up numbers and IGL, and he probably doesn't have the people around him that are gonna support in the same way as some more experienced players would be able to support in that kind of stuff.
That was too different from what we were used to. We weren't able to kind of adapt to that, play it more
I tried to say it on a cast once, but like we threw like we were like not filling time, but we're filling time after one of the casts, and like I remember trying to say that like Lohan's one of those people that did apply to be assistant coach for Fnatic once, and he sent some work across that I did like. Like I thought, oh, this guy knows what. Like I would trust this guy to coach. Like if we ran an academy team, I'd trust him to be like the head coach for sure. Like that was my thought. Like you know what I mean? Like unfortunately, he didn't make it assistant coach because you know we had SOK, I believe. But
that they understand very, very well, and that nobody taken off completely the Tejo. Like we don't even see Simon playing it anymore. I think is such the good call.
I love the KO going into another Vice comp. The knife is going to be super impactful, and I think EDG have a lot of great ideas.
KO into Vice.
On top of the explosivity you know and love from the world champ.
Oh boy, well let's see if we're going to get a map 3 out of this one, or does EDG end it here and now?
I think you could be too dynamic with Vice to make it that big a deal.
Thank you very much. A map 3, I think something that everyone here would quite like.
I still don't get the KO pick.
Big EDG fan perhaps, but we started seeing the
I think for EDG, they make a lot of good micro plays around KO and around the smokes, especially on A.
Absolutely.
I don't think it's a particularly necessary agent though.
Yes, they've had some shaky maps. Yes, they've had some shaky matches.
T1 has looked really bad on this map so far.
And EDG will punish the hell out of you.
EDG's gone straight B split, drone into hooker, burst out long. Using the Vice flash in hooker to protect the drone, but it doesn't work.
Clear this angle.
Bro, they've used every piece of util.
tucked in, able to find the headshot first, gets Kong Kong as well, gets himself a third, turns back.
Spike down B.
Too many players now. Here, ready to drop out of hookah, catches a glimpse. Stacks arrive.
Decent hold from T1.
Pick off one, gets himself
They
involved early this time.
they got a bit lucky because they only had 2 people there and they didn't really have great stall. So like they did find the one gap there, you see, where luckily Isu's dodged every single piece of util, kind of accidentally. Like if they had jumped out hooker at the same time, like it was probably fucked. But
keep those hookah players from doing any more damage. A monumental pistol round win for T1. They needed that so bad. Things have gone so awry for them in both pistols on split. Able to send it to 1-2 in the scoreline. Buzz, that outlaw.
The glimpse turns from the flash, and Kong Kong swoops in. Sheriff in hand just takes his head off. Sylvan now trying to hold the line here. They flash forward, and somehow he gets a stray. Smoggy taken down. Sylvan, you might want to buy a lottery ticket after this one, son. What a shot. Kong Kong, however, still online.
I think people see stuff like this from the KO and think,
Bulldog recovered, now into the hands of Stacks.
look at what you can do with it.
Both players trying to push their way out of showers.
Gotta be wary of that outlaw.
I just don't think that it's consistent.
Out here into the open, Chichu will be able to find the one. Meteor. Go ahead, scoop up the
Maybe
gun.
I'm just a hater.
Keeps them afloat, but still not a bad
Oops, sorry,
attempt from
punching my
EDG.
microphone. I just think Gecko's so much better
At the
here.
end of that. I know EDG doesn't win that round, but they kind of do in a way because they knock 3 guns.
I think Gecko's just way better. I think it's really confusing to me that teams are not comfortable enough to play Gecko.
The way they use that fragment to clear behind the box, and then Simon steps out to set up at least 1 kill. That's such a nice little coordinated
what can
play from
KO do
EDG,
that
and those are the
Gecko?
things that makes them better. Those are the things that propel them to so many wins across so many different levels of competitive Valorant. Izu trying to play a little bit more aggressive at this position. Sees in hand.
Catches a glimpse there.
It's a
Kong
decent
Kong
series.
once again pushing forward, shoving them back. Chichu trying to go on a bit of a linger here. Meteor.
Again,
It's gonna
EDG
be
is
turned away
heavy B.
from Hookah.
It's a very direct
Over towards
approach
main.
again.
Orb gets scooped up here.
It's a full gun round and they're gone 4-1B.
Swing in from Meteor.
Just give me a round where they don't like their macro looks behind here and yet they're given a kill. Just why can't we just let them play it around without getting a kill like this, please? I want to see what their decision would have been here.
The reface Chichu. Able to avoid the damage here. Hit one tucked into the side, but they know they have to try and take this fight. Tries to split the difference here, tries to go for the transfer, cannot find that kill. Izu. Take tucked back. Will fall.
Fuck's sake, man.
There's Buzz now.
I can't see what EDG's actual mid-rounder would be in these situations because fucking T1 just throw a kill away.
Get the shot out. Kong Kong just too swift. Gets himself a 3K and gets EDG.
Don't Liquid run Sky still? Yeah, some teams run Sky.
A really nice battle for Chichu to win against Meteor.
It's because they think that they need the dog when they don't.
Really as confident, but we did see
I think
him
Gecko's
really
just
pick it
better.
up on Fracture the last time he played the Vice.
Gecko's way better.
Certainly could get it done. But then this is just
Yeah, Vitality do as well.
really nice
It's kind of old school way of thinking in my opinion.
for EDG, anticipating that T1 would get aggressive there,
It's kind of comfort like, oh, Sky can flash off
but ended
and
up being a fake fallback.
we can fucking
Turned into
peek
a bit
off of it.
pause from EDG, and they're able to profit.
G2 play it well though. G2 play it really well with the like if you are gonna play it, at least play it like G2 where it's actually pretty good.
Low if they lose this one.
0 point pinging onto 2.
I mean you can't play Fade instead of you can't play Fade in this meta with Teo, in my opinion.
Showstopper looks to open things
You need a
up.
flash.
Sprinting forward,
So you're talking KO, Sky, or Gecko.
Draws down. It picks out Buzz.
I mean the Vice, unless you're playing Vice, and then you can kind of get away with the Vice being the flash, I guess. But
Assassinated in broad daylight.
It's just outrageous.
Max desperately trying to get some kind of angle, some line of sight, but as soon as he swings out, Chichu is there. Now into the 3v5, T1. Likely gonna have to call for a single
Fade,
two remaining
Gecko,
players.
Raze, Vice,
Chichu
Bro.
stays alive.
I mean I'm talking about Teo.
Looks for the last.
What's your opinion on Fnatic winning any international this year? It doesn't look
Far too many players remaining, far too many angles to try to clear. And Simon,
If they were to win an international this year,
whatsoever. We are tied up at
you have to
2-2,
give credit
EDG
to the coaching staff.
starting to rally back.
T1 intentionally
They
gives up the space for Concon to make that entry. They're just saying,
they are
okay, you
good
put the
enough to do it on a run,
past it, that's fine.
but
Player up into heaven, and that's just
it's gonna be
one of those push
tough.
and pulls. Concon just wins it. He's just better. And then Chichu just starts knocking players
My
down.
expectations for them were still really high though.
ready
Like
for
I thought
Meteor,
that they
gets
would
the
still make
headshot.
internationals and stuff,
Before
you know.
Meteor can even fire a damn bullet.
Current best in the shirt in EU.
They're just
Rians.
so good, man. And now you're on
Smiles there on Concong's face.
yeah. Just chomping away on the gum and smiling.
What about if Leo returns? Then Leo. I mean, Chronicle is good too, but he jumps around roles a bit too much.
Steel Garden available, but obviously given the weaponry here, wouldn't do too much for Chichu.
Yeah, you gotta be
Veto, Euro Vibrasha. I would play Raze instead of Euro on this map.
You have the weaponry advantage. The Bucky up in hookah. Izu.
But I'd have to look into that a bit more.
Contact there.
The whole like Raze versus Euro on Raze maps. Oh my god.
Take down Concong at decent range. Molly now to try to slow things down, slow this approach into hookah.
Buzz push that showers.
So at the same time, just try to stave them off here.
Bro, no. I said about this before. You don't do too much here because then this makes no sense. Like, they're very lucky that EDG didn't just all take the TP there. Oh, sorry, I keep knocking my microphone. Oh, Buzz, mate. What is he doing?
Waiting for him. He gets cut off guard and now the pivot play comes through.
I don't know what Buzz is doing.
There's a late lurk.
700 he's played Euro. That doesn't mean I think it's good.
Finds a kill. Sylvan going to be eliminated, but Meteor. One with the Sheriff. Rifles in hand. Gets himself a third.
10 seconds left.
And Chichu now just does not have the time. It's a question of does he take someone with him? He does. Meteor will fall, but T1 will be victorious in the round. A MasterCard Thrifty.
Actually, that's like I need to put on my to-do list.
When you need someone to come online for T1, Meteor.
Just look, I think run it back works again. I wouldn't mind going to check stats for Euro and Euros and stuff. I might do that later at some point.
He is, look, sometimes better luck.
Sample size is still quite small right now, though.
Sylvan's had a few of those, but he's still that
I
ace
think.
is nasty. Got to give him that. That's a nice round. That might be the impetus here for T1. Start doing some more damage. They're going to invest in the operator for Buzz. A couple big ultimates available. Steel Guard and Orbital Strike. Null Command. This is one of those rounds we'd like to use some of those ults.
Can Chichu and Nuts play in one team?
Those cycles good.
No, it's illegal. There's a clause.
And up close and personal. Sylvan. This is really readable.
You've been watching too much K-pop.
T1 get punished
K-pop?
because
Fucking anime,
cover
sorry.
fire. Back Kong off.
Is it possible to have a solo ISO comp? I mean, it's possible. It's probably not good anymore. When it was, when it got buffed, it was good enough to play solo. Ooh.
Nails the headshot. Absolutely devastating.
It's not a good enough entry agent because you get shipped too much. So if he hit that shot on Chichu, then you got Vice ult, mate.
3v3, the push out, Meteor trying to find a timing, but cannot get the transfer. Gets the first. 0 point. Tells them what they want to know. A player over towards Garden stacks. On the floor, Buzz needing to hit it.
Why are they retaking without using Vice ult? Hello?
Swaps the weaponry. Opting to try to go.
Oh my god.
Orbital Strike now. Showing that he has to abandon his teammate on the floor. 25 health remaining.
Was that smart?
He knows the corner. He knows where he's at, but he needs to find the kill, and he cannot. Smoggy with 31 HP.
Does Buzz win that if he actually pops Satchel, or do you not have time? He wins that if he just pops Satchel, right? Bro, Meteor, why is Meteor not using his ult, by the way? That was like, that's... if I watched my Vice player not ult there, I think I time out just to flame them.
But even still, they made so much noise on the other side of the map.
Like, why is he not ulting?
So the rotations getting back over to try to deny the B site plant were late. And even though it turned scrappy, they're able to find some kills.
To be fair, if the Vice player didn't use their ult there, it means that, I'll be honest, the way I think about it is that I'm a bad coach. That's the way I approach it. I'm like, okay, like he didn't use his ult there, like I must be shit at coaching.
EDG is just too strong.
Like that's my fault. Like I think I have that mentality too much when I coach though, where like I almost think like, well, I almost let the players get away with shit, and I just take the blame.
Strikes, he finds the catch. Buzz do similarly here. Pushes forward out of the smoke. Goes down two with a bucky.
Which I think is actually quite a healthy way to do it.
Looking to give themselves another thrifty win. Smoggy dancing around the shots. Stays alive. Showstopper. From Buzz will find the kill.
You did that with Fnatic, yeah. If a player,
and he hit the clutch.
It depends what the situation is, but if a player didn't realize in that situation they should be Vice ulting, the way I coach is a lot about, like when we talk about ults, like we do go through it quite a lot, you know, like we have like, you know, we have a lot of talks around how to use ults properly. And so I would probably take the blame for that. Unless it's been something we specifically went through a lot, then I'd be like, why the fuck did you not do the thing that we've gone through?
Still have Steel Guard in both teams actually.
Did you ever take a time at just flame on your players? No, I'm joking. The persona, the kind of fake persona I kind of do on stream, I'm actually a very nice person when I'm coaching. Very nice. I might be overstating things, but I'm not mean at all when I coach. I can be very blunt and direct to the point, but I'm never really mean.
Interrupt is there. Molly through. Back sending the pop flash forward in towards Showers. Wants to take this fight, but it's Chichu on the opposite side. Potentially a gun. We'll hear for him as Buzz. Also similarly, Bill can take it down. Chichu.
Okay, Chichu.
As EDG do to T1 what T1 just did to them. Their own thrifty teed up. As Izu on the peak. Makes eye contact with Chichu and wisely backs away.
You just can't give them these 1v1s. You just cannot. They're too good. And it's just Chichu, man. What else do you say? He is right now the best player in this lobby. It feels like
Michi just made the decision to go through a smoke and kill them while planting. He almost got two. Ulting would reveal his position.
You could hit shots like that. I mean, that's the second time we've seen him be able to use the
That's the exact, like, I really don't want to be, like, if my player gave me that response to what I just said, I would, that's when that's the meanest I get as a coach is when a player responds to me after I've told them I think they've made a mistake and tried to start explaining it. I haven't explained it yet, but if I had that response, that's when I get actually kind of pissed off, honestly. Like, it's not your fault, but like, okay, like let's think about it logically for a second. In a 3v3, we can use our Vice ult, and it's going to reveal that we are playing elbow. It does not reveal anything else about the rest of our teammates, but it makes sure that the other team is playing with pistols. Would you rather the enemy know where one player is and they play with pistols, or take a random timing through a smoke where you have no information on the other side and pray they're not looking at you? Because everything in my head as a coach who's watched lots of games says that number one wins you far more rounds than number two. Like, and it's not even
Can't afford to
close.
give any more of those away. EDG is too sharp today.
14, 7, and 5 here from Chichu.
He still has his ult, by the way. He's had his ult for like, it feels like 3 rounds now. We're starting to get to the point where like, he might have actually been able to get a second ult this half.
You just feel like he's good for it.
You're not advocating for his decision, just explaining why he didn't ult. That's okay. That's fair, and I do think that there are times where that is actually something I need to be wary of, as both a streamer and like someone who casts or does analyst task or whatever. Is that I do know the exact reason why he's ulting. I know his thought process. But when I say why is he ulting, I'm not asking. What I'm saying is I know why he's ulting, but I've concluded that his reasoning is terrible. So why is he doing that? Like, I'm not saying that like I literally don't know why he's doing it. You know what I mean?
Look to get this lead from themselves. Potentially flawless fashion.
The reasoning I was thinking in my head, the deeper reasoning, was they have used a KO ult and they were distracting from Hooker with the KO ult and then didn't want to use the Vice ult to like on top of that. Whereas I would have just used both ults. Like, I don't really care about that.
There's always just one player.
How many rounds do T1 need to be on defense to be safe? In this current meta of like all these new comps and stuff, I'm not as like confident about calling for sides, and I haven't been looking at defense versus attack run rates. I think on this map, you generally want more on attack, like you're slightly more attack sided. With these kind of comps though, I don't know if KO is better on attack or defense than the alternatives. Or even like if Vice is better on attack or defense compared to Viper.
But now it's just Chichu on his lonesome. Damn near good for these.
Another Randy still has his ulti. This is the kind of shit where like I'm in the territory of if I was coaching this team and I saw this and we lose the game, I would immediately use this as one of the major reasons why we lost the game. Like if this is a close game and it's like it becomes very quickly to me that this is a problem.
You can find a way to use this 40 seconds. Scoop up another kill.
Vice is better on team. No. Yeah, but like okay, I'm one step ahead of that. I know that Vice is going to be better on defense, but I'm asking compared to Viper, is Vice better on defense or attack? Or which one? Or maybe both. Like, you know what I mean? It's not just I'm not just thinking as an agent. I'm thinking in comparison to the alternatives.
15 seconds. Be an absolute miracle. You could pull it off. Looks like we'll be a drop down.
I would imagine for some reason in my head it's like kind of evenish. Like you don't get the Viper one on defense, but you have Thorns for delay and Wolf for delay. You don't get the Lurk Wall on attack, but you get nice like a little bit of more. You get slight flash support and then nice vines for XX. So.
They body EDG out of these rounds, but they need to have those right reads. I mean, Buzz is still laughing. He's still having a good time.
T1 are the same team that used Viper ult once in the entire game.
It's going to be a timeout from EDG now.
T1's ult usage might be... This is one of the things where, like, when I think about the best teams in the world,
I don't know.
I'm just thinking, like,
if you feel like you can
are T1 really that far behind the other three if they're not doing stuff like ult, you know?
Two more rounds to be played out in the half. An opportunity still for a team to have that strong lead at a 7-5.
Yeah, use the ults to win the rounds. It's a I know it sounds like a difficult concept, and I'm being a bit cunty about it, but genuinely, it is a bit tough to see.
Like, let's not fall for these traps that they've got with the Vice util at A.
A looks weak.
A looks weak.
Perhaps. Perhaps that's as simple as the call could be. But they have some very critical ultimates just about ready to cycle up. Yep. 2 rounds to try to utilize them. Showstopper, first and foremost, is their Smoggy. 1 away from having that orbital strike. Chichu, given how he's been fragging, given the space that they've been able to attain,
Look at this.
should be able to see that still guard.
Kong's got the op. He's gonna try to lock down Showers. Meteors. Been not. He's had some troubles there. We'll say.
Do you sometimes feel too bad for a player that played horribly and tried not to be harsh because you don't want them to lose confidence? Yeah, of course.
Really need to rely on for that flank
Yeah, of
control.
course.
Just sets up the wall and dips. They're kind of anticipating that this could be a B hit.
I would very rarely, during a series, I don't remember ever during a series telling a player that they're not playing well or they need to play better. Like, I do think that there are probably times that I should have been a bit more like shaking them a little bit. But my approach was, this is, some people thought that it was a bit of a fraud because, like, my approach was not like that.
Gets the pinch.
My approach was more calm.
However, still looking like they want to try to carry on.
It was like, okay, you played like shit, who cares? You play the next one, you don't play like shit. Like, if you play shit again, okay, who cares? Like, we'll just fix it, you know? It's not that big a deal.
Keeping this lockdown.
I heard they say last stream there are not many good Vice players, and most people don't use her in a good way. What is missing in your opinion?
Unassailable for EDG.
There's not enough dynamic setups with Vice.
Really
like, this is actually, I'm looking at this, this is actually like one of the most interesting things I've seen in a while. Like, in terms of like, oh, we've actually used the rule kind of more aggressively. Like, I don't know if this is good, but like, it's kind of interesting. I guess what I mean is, like, on this map, I would expect to see more people using the wall, like, to actually fight behind. Especially, like, on the extremities, rather than playing it to just play, like, here every time. Force the attack to actually, like, feel scared taking space and know how to fight around it. I think that teams are thinking way too bunkery with the Vice. I do think that the counterpoint is that teams are very bad at defaulting out the bunkered Vice util and quite bad at execing against it. So, like, it can be fine. But, like, even this kind of idea, okay, so immediately we got an extremity thing. The only time people put stuff on extremity is like an info trip. So it's like an info wall, but they never use it as like a fight wall, you know? And I think there are instances on maps, maybe there's some maps where it's more difficult, but I think this is one of the easier maps to actually put something behind. And it does kind of require you to play, you kind of need to play Astra for it to be effective to do that kind of stuff, to be honest with you. And I haven't seen it in practice yet. But it does seem like a fairly, you know, it's something that, and I know that if Anders was coaching a team, like I've talked with him a little bit about it, I know that Anders would be abusing a lot of that stuff, and he'd have a lot of theories worked out around it. The irony is, like, when, I think we've talked about it before, is that Bren on the first plat chat was saying that he was playing the way that we were talking about then in ranked, and said that like the way you play it is to not bunker, so like fight with the stuff. And it's like, it's funny that Bren had the read in ranked on the first day, and still teams are like at the highest level not doing that, you know? Maybe some teams tried it and it didn't work, but I've never seen a single time a team do it yet. Literally zero attempts. Like, it's crazy.
T1 close out the half 7-5.
What a nice round with the Vice util from Meteor to make this completely impossible for EDG.
Have you ever told someone to hit aim labs? Like, aim was the biggest problem. I've had players who didn't have as good aim, but sometimes you have to accept that maybe they just don't have as good aim. I probably could have told one of them to get an aim coach, and then I think Magnum had some issues in his aim that I could not, like, we tried to work on it. It wasn't his aim overall. There was like some very specific problems he had that needed to be fixed, and I did try to problem solve them, but I think we should have just told him to go find talk to smart aim coaches and see if there's any way that they would address it. What do aim coaches even do? They notice where you are strong and where you're weak in your aim and try to correct it by giving you practice or thinking about it slightly differently. I need to mute the music, I keep forgetting, right? I would say she'd be more used like a Cypher on defense. I know it's a bit it's a little bit pedantic, but I think that we're seeing Cypher-esque usage from Vice. A lot of aim coaches are frauds. How do you know if they're good? That's the same with anything, my friend. A lot of normal coaches are frauds, and you don't know if they're any good. When is the gameplay of the new agent? I have no idea. That's a good question. I have no idea.
Something they are looking forward to. Still have to get through a defensive half from EDG. You're going to see a lot of that combo. Util, Teho, KO, the Vice. There's so much stall that EDG can bring out. Have to be really decisive as T1. And they started to get there. They started to really pick up the pace. They started to really work together a lot better.
Oh, is the show match on Sunday? Okay.
Need a lot more of that.
So again, another deep wall, but it's simply an info wall. Okay, info wall trapped, triggered. We're gonna get aggressive here. We might go for through the TP, or we're gonna push out. I think we go through TP against Vice. Yeah, this is EDG had good ideas, but they were slow, and luckily they've still fucking killed everyone anyway.
Down to 34 HP, does manage to get the spike planted. Swing out from Buzz, wins the fight.
So something I'm thinking there is that the Vice wall was put deep, and when they go in, we can trigger the trap this way, right?
But still gets the dink. The spray down. Finds that elimination. Another paint shell now going to be built up. Buzz just saying tucks here into the corner. The stun coming through. They want to flush him out.
Oh my god, cosmetic stun. People, I do think that part of the reason the stun is cosmetic is because people react to the stun. People use the stun and presume that it's a free kill and do not like actually try. Like right there, like the first player kind of stopped trying as much, and the second player was not even looking. You know what I mean? Alpha just recently asked for a name coach on Twitter. Do you think that was a coach decision or just him feeling it? I think that's Alpha.
And it still doesn't matter. Buzz just outplays them. I mean, that's look. It happens.
Nice little pop flash.
See a smile there from Muggle. Yeah. What more can you do?
Okay. After me saying that T1 should ban bind, they actually look like they're going to win bind. So it's good to see they actually have more confidence in their bind than I did.
Buzz still alive. Playing here on elevation. See if he can spot anything out, but already this round.
Why does Alpha need an aim coach? He has better aim than 99.9% of these aim coaches.
3v3, no weapons surrendered over quite just yet.
Why do people in golf need a golfing coach when Tiger Woods is better than 99.9% of golf coaches? Why did Fnatic need me as a coach when they're all far better than me at the game?
Just end up having to play for some exits here, see if he can tap
It's the same logic.
Buzz wanting to get that last charge, wanting to go into the bonus with that showstopper online, and he will. 9 to 5.
Why would you read Nietzsche about life and philosophy when the guy was a fucking loser? It's like, people can have interesting or like know a lot of shit, but like not, you know, have the time to like enact it on themselves, you know what I mean? There's a difference between theory and, you know, I mean, the political way of saying it would be praxis. Like, the doing it isn't the same as the theory.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's been a little while.
What actually qualifies people to be aim coaches, though? What qualifies anyone to be a normal coach?
You're coming into this. Couple Bulldogs, a Guardian. Or the side of T1, other than your 2 rifles. A little bit of clearing with you, Till.
Are you a EDG player? Are you talking to me?
Quad stack though. EDG.
Oh, I'm a.
Nobody this time. Not gonna be.
I'm a nobody.
Gain access.
And Sylvan's not there to trade.
I was a
He's a little bit late.
coach for Fnatic.
So that's a free pick. Stacks, Buzz. Gonna try to clear out nobody.
Nobody's inching closer and closer.
Oh.
It's a decent amount of damage down to 60 HP.
Izu dodged the KO knife on Showers, so they have the option to use the TP bat here if they get a timing.
He's able to buy time for these rotations. Izu on a really late lurk in Showers, and they're gonna use that to TP.
He's just gonna be the entry. Yeah, the TP comes over their way. Showstopper.
Oh, that's a terrible satchel from Buzz.
Bonks his head on the entry, the blast packs, but Buzz swinging the corner.
Chichu hits that, man.
A 1-to-1 trade on that front, but player advantage here for the side of EDG. Rotation still needing to come through from nobody, making his way across from that B site. 0 point confirms no one forward there in Showers. Dax confirms no one forward, trying to push up here in towards Lambs, but as he swings out, getting flushed into the open, he's able to find one. Izu striking, finds nobody. Now, the 2v2, the time starting to take away the molly. Sent to further delay. Sylvan just stuck here around the corner, playing quietly, putting Simon down to 13 HP, finding the kill. Smoggy.
I would say that's the part of like the aim coach stuff which I'm a bit not sure about. When someone, like, I know that aim coaches are gonna have high scores on like Kovacs and shit, but like, let's say just because someone has a higher score on those programs doesn't mean their aim is better, in my opinion. Again, to sit there and shoot spheres, I don't think means that your aim is better. I know that sounds, because I don't think it, I don't know, I could be slightly wrong. I think I'm probably just slightly wrong. There's a difference about, there is a slight difference actually putting it into practice.
And they're 5 rounds up on EDG on bind.
But then at the same time, it's not that much different. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it.
Have to start digging deep themselves, trying to find that drive that they had in the first map at the beginning of this one, when they were just going blow for blow against.
If that for mouse control.
You can see some of that wind has gone out of the sails.
Towards the cubby. Kong not going to be cleared out.
Okay, I just don't know enough about aim. I'll be honest with you. I don't know enough about it. I have a sneaky feeling that it's like one of those things that like. It's a bit like stats. It's like, I know there's a lot of coaches that don't like using stats because if you interpret anything badly, then you're gonna look like an idiot. So like people are just like, it's just a bunch of nonsense, and that's how it feels with the aim stuff. It's like, if you only know a tiny bit about it, it sounds like nonsense. Honestly.
Doesn't seem likely. Stacks able to go ahead, avoid all the util strafes out to safety. Meteor with 3 helps get T1 up to 11.
And that's 7 in a row now for T1. They are starting to streak. They are starting to do to EDG what EDG did to them at the beginning of this.
It doesn't matter much you aim train some random Korean or Turkish 18-year-old who's never aim trained, that's gonna aim diff anyway. But that's like, you could say that about anything though, Housie. You could say that about like any aspect of the game and say that it doesn't matter because some 18-year-old is gonna be smarter than you. Like, it's, yeah. I kind of know what you mean, but you're very negative towards it in a way that I think you're not giving any fair analysis of anything else.
Of this map. Taking a glimpse here, looking like that operator about to come online here from Kong. First opportunity, realistically, for him. Can have that impact from this defending side, but fear that.
Yeah, I understand that. That makes sense.
Doesn't have any money behind to try to get himself some shields.
Kind of makes sense. Kind of.
And that is, you know what? I trust him to do plays like that.
Okay, my veto was the worst. This is the most embarrassing that I've done in terms of veto. because I suggested that T1 should not be playing this map.
So you might as well lean into it. You're down this far. You might as well give it a go.
And they're smashing it.
Get this round to go. You're able to get the economy stabilized a little bit, potentially. See if you can run things back. You can see they're going to have to squeeze out a Guardian instead of a full rifle for Smoggy. Is that steel Guardian available as well? It's just
Okay.
about dodging that
I mean,
off.
I don't know enough
Might
about
not
aim training,
expect it here,
honestly.
given the economic situation that EDG was in. So it could catch him off guard, but nobody is going to be pressuring Long B. Instead, Buzz, Sylvan, good flash. It's going to shut down nobody. And there's Kong though, gets his pick.
Finds one. Sylvan dead. Chichu forced away here from Showers. T1 continuing to try to push up, and eventually they will just be able to overwhelm him. Site now broken open, and Smoggy just drifting across the paint shells. Just does not have the timing to try to put that weapon to use. He falls to the wayside. The showstopper popped here from Kong. Sees one, sends it. Meteor going to be taken down. It's the operator back in.
How is it? How is it? I think you've done this in the last time we were on Twitch. You're using Twitch chat as a genuine inquiry into a subject that is not the game right now, and I think it's better that you go away and actually critically go look at stuff rather than using T1 versus EDG to like discover what aim coaching is. Like, I think you need to go, you know, like I get sucked into Twitch chat too much to the point where I think that we're derailing. Let's watch some good Valorant, and if you want to learn more about aim coaching, go watch some videos about it. But go at it with the frame of mind that like you're actually there to learn, rather than I don't think aim coaching is a valid thing.
Advantage they could possibly get going into this 18th round of play.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine to be interested. It's just that you seem very resistant to being open, and you're just creating like people are just essentially arguing with you at this point. And I'll be honest, I'm such a philistine about aim training stuff that like I don't know anything, and I'm just kind of like intrigued too. But I think this ain't the time to be intrigued about aim. We could be intrigued about aim coaching anytime we want. During T1 versus EG is probably not the time.
A lot of players stacked here. Pretty sure the judge is over here in Hookah as well, so
Decent info for Kang means that the 3B is fine. It's a bit awkward on short, but I do like the entry pathing up through the up to the hut, we call it.
It's a rude awakening for T1.
But essentially, T1 have just execed into 3 people, and Stacks has used his all the didn't they just use 3 ults as well? The ult usage there from T1 was, it looked a little bit awkward.
The Armageddon online could just be called in. Sylvan on the peak, able to find one.
These are kind of whiffed. Okay.
Trying to take some space, knows that he can get rid of the flanker. He's going to be in a good spot, and now Simon's just being overwhelmed and picked apart. Sylvan held back here for the moment, but the salvos, Kong out of Hookah, able to find one. They roll out the red carpet, but it's not needed.
Roll out the red carpet. That's a good phrase to use for Armageddon.
just a great opening win for Chichu with that Guardian. Really makes it a lot more difficult for T1 to get through.
Yeah, T1 used a lot of ults there. I mean, this game is over, but T1 should have closed that up.
Some piece of util gave him a couple assists in that
No,
fight.
wait. Yeah, T1 should have closed that up.
Blinded up a little bit. Regardless. Now EDG
They tail ulted because they weren't sure what the spike was planted for and just made it clean. Why is Asher necessary to enable the fighting walls? It means that you can trap, like anytime you think about trap plays, like any comp, even if it's a breach comp, Cypher trap plays, or like just anything that has a trap play, if you have a star to use either to usually you want to use them for stuns, but even sometimes smokes and dissipates can be used. Trap plays are just better when you have that extra star there. The other thing is that the stars being placed on the ground should also scare the attack into using Yuto. So like it's like a double thing. It's like it both can be used to like help the trap because there's more Yuto. All the micro around it, I've not had to think too much about it, but like if you put it in front of the wall, you can sucker stun in front of the wall, and then they're stuck. Put it behind the wall, and it depends on what Yuto you got. If you got damage Yuto or something, I think you want to put it in front of the wall. Oh, that's it. But you could put it behind the wall in some instances. Yeah. First fight saw this map? No, there was a couple. There was a couple.
Unbelievable.
Right, I'm making another call. We're up to 90 subscribers on my YouTube. But I would like to get 250 today. Like that was my goal, but like I don't think we're gonna hit it. But let's try and push for it. That'll be like we actually try and push for it, okay? My YouTube stream does only have the 2 people watching right now, which is funny. But we do need to get the subscribers up. I'll start making more of an active effort on YouTube. It was 100 something earlier. Really? Really? That's interesting. It's interesting that I went from 100 to 2. It must mean I'm doing I'm doing a terrible job. Right, I'm gonna run ads quickly. And I will be right back. Get Boaster to plug. I mean, that's not a bad idea, to be fair. You guys don't need to. You guys don't need to watch the YouTube. Just make sure people are subscribing. But I'll be right back. It says 121 subs. Oh, I need to refresh the page. It doesn't automatically update. Nice. I literally did one call to action that went from 90 to 123. Nice. Although it could have, yeah, I don't know. I appreciate it, guys. Have you watched some of the Oscar nominees? No. I am behind on films right now. One sec. Let me just turn off for 1 second. Films I want to watch right now. Like I'm into boring geeky films. Films that I want to watch right now are these 4. I'm Still Here. The Brutalist. Anora. These are the films out right now that I saw that had decent reviews. This guy was nominated, right? I read that that Ralph was not nominated because 2 people thought that he won for Schindler's List and he hadn't, or something, which is kind of funny. Honora by this guy, Sean Baker. I watched Florida Project and it was quite a cute film. This is supposed to be a funny film, and I've watched Tangerine. Tangerine was filmed on just an iPhone, I think. Wait, no. Yeah. I've watched Tangerine and Florida Project. They're pretty fun. They're a bit artsy-fartsy. And then this is like a 3.5-hour movie about brutalist architecture. And I know a brutalist architect even. And I'm kind of into brutalism a little bit. Maybe not anymore as much, but because I was a graphic designer who was into that kind of style of graphic design. Yeah. Is Tangerine good? It's it was fun watch, yeah. Already was pro. I mean, yeah, it'd be fun. What's my favorite typeface? When I was when I was at design school, I would pretend it was Universe. I don't really know if it was, but this was the one that I pretended. And then didn't they? Was it New Has Grotesque? The New Has Unica? One of these was I can't remember. There was a good version of one of them that I quite liked. But this was because I was always just into Swiss design, you know, like I was just into this. I mean, I hate when they pull up bad versions of it, but you know, I was into the, you know, simple Swiss shit, the, you know, the very simple type heavy kind of design stuff.
Put down the brim molly and find these isolated duels. It's just so well played between the individual players of T1, and this is exactly the kind of plays that brought them that win that shocked everyone in the group stage against TR.
So brutalism, I think brutalism to me was very similar to the kind of design stuff that I was into as a graphic designer, where it was very like
I know that we talk a lot about the Tejo and how his cooldowns have been affected.
Minimal,
the usage from the KO on both
and like
was game changing.
just using what's in front of you almost kind of vibe. I don't like. I don't really like it, to be honest with you. I do used to work in London next to let me see. There was a famous.
They still won half of them. That bonus round was one example, but T1 did such a great job in the mid rounds with their team fighting of
Where the fuck was my office?
rounds and winning that map.
Exactly, and in every single time that they were the ones having the advantage.
Trying to remember where I walked to work.
Not only that, they were able to get both of the pistols from EDG, something that so far in this tournament nobody has been able to get.
Far cry from what we saw on map number 1, of course, and we're talking
Bro,
about.
I've forgotten where I used to work.
HyperX Reflex moment of the day. This one, of course, going to the man himself here, willing this team across the finish line with his incredible pucky plays, just landing those hits, and really has just been a highlight player for this squad when he needed them most in that map too.
Absolutely, because the first rounds, after I would say like 4, 5, 7, they were messy. The buys were not the best for the team, but it also feels like they were comfortable in doing this. I know that we've been seeing a lot of pucky during this map, but they
Museum of London.
and this is the kind of place and the kind of moments, the build of that.
Sorry guys, I'm trying to reminisce a little bit here.
Perform even, you know, no matter the weaponry.
And I was worried about this team after what
Oh, Barbican, that's it. What I'm looking for.
a little bit rough, a little bit messy in some of their games. After making the decision to go back and forth.
So the Barbican does look kind of cool in my opinion, but even then it's like
just clicking. And I'm gonna be honest. They are in an amazing position to actually close out.
It's kind of carried by the nature
Last time
almost.
they played Pearl, they looked really
You know.
impeccable on that map, but the double duelist
Like it's kind of carried by like all the other stuff rather than the actual like brick, the fucking concrete.
I mean, looking at the
You know.
historical stats there, right? Gen G, that last time they played kickoff, right?
But the rooftop's very nice.
Finish, and hey,
I wish there was a view from the rooftop.
let's see what we're gonna get
Yeah.
out of the
I mean, it's, you know.
Exactly. Meteor here playing the Killjoy, as we said, the only one that we've had in the tournament so far. Them running the double duelist. But remember, EDG and that strength that they get on map number 3. Remember what happened.
I've done ads, didn't I?
This composition with the
I've done ads, didn't I? I thought I did ads.
Watch how the two duelist players on T1
Yeah, I ran
work
ads.
together to move around, find different positions to anchor onto these sites. It's so good from them in their last
That's some
game.
clean water. That's England for you.
Number 8 out of 8 going into this tournament. And GB, they're a map away from beating the world champs.
It's a true
What just happened? Why's Bear freaking out? What happened?
moves on, the loser's got another chance, but oh boy, it's gonna sting. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much. Mimi, if you want to talk about these rankings, I think you also have to call out that Chichu left out of some of these top pro lists at this tournament. So there's been some silliness that has happened in the run-up here to Matthew Bangkok.
Please don't tell me that they get away with just putting a turret here. This round should be EDG's round. This should be EDG's round.
Yeah, absolutely. And if T1 could find a pistol win, be huge. EDG has been so
Run,
good.
run, go, 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 go.
Pistols coming into that bind, and then they lost 2 in a row. Quick rotations. T1.
Kang took 90 damage from that Killjoy nano. The nano was nice for the anti, but he could have just, yeah.
First kill to try to start the retake here.
Teo being the person on site, bad.
In towards the hall. Nearly gets the line up there, but Buzz is able to just strike a little bit faster.
Yeah, T1 should be winning right now, obviously.
Here for the side of T1 as they look to get themselves yet another pistol. The spam, however, into the smoke. Meteor going to be taken down. They're looking for the body block here. Grab locking them in position, and Sylvan going down the rest
Oh,
of Views, just being
that's nice. Body block was nice. Yeah. So TLDR, Kang took 90 damage, like TPing into this, and then it was a very simple kill. And then from then on, they played Teo on site. Like, the Teo needs to get the fuck out to play for post plant. So nobody, I think, not in the best position, but they kind of had to take, someone had to take over the backside because Kang died, and it just so happened to be the worst agent possible.
Body block to help out to make sure that they can get that defuse to go through. And now you're getting T1 pumped up.
For someone telling me for YouTube, you should ask people to go there and like the video. It's supposed to target it for more people if there are more likes. Okay. I mean, if people are on YouTube or, you know, want to help out, then I guess liking the video does help, and I appreciate that. I felt like one of those asshole YouTubers that's like, comment, and subscribe. But genuinely, I'm so far behind on YouTube right now that I do need some help. I appreciate it, guys. That's why we like Sova on this map. Look at that beautiful reveal. There's a reason they do it. Yeah, there is, of course. But at the same time, I do think that, like, once you become... When I watch YouTube, if they monotonously go like, comment, and subscribe, it just passes through me, and I don't even think about the idea of liking, commenting, or subscribing. Whereas if they actually engage with it on some level, you know what I mean? Like, have some kind of, like, reason to do it, or some kind of non-robotic way of saying it. When you type Coach Mini, you get Coach Mini purses. That's a problem. Maybe that could be my brand, is that I'm just competing with the purses. Well, fast B again. I mean, it's the correct call. It is the correct call. The Euro TP isn't going to be quick enough because they're not doing it cross map. But again, Meteor's okay. That's more reasonable. I'm already liking the fact that EDG have been the first team I've seen to do the basic thing of go B if B is weak. And just go. So I'm liking that so far. It's unfortunate they lost the pistol, but they converted the first round. Bren's YouTube's competing with someone. Bren doing candle reviews.
Yeah, this time T1 tries to deny the
That's funny. Maybe we go down the list of people competing with other people and see who's got the best 1v1.
able to catch the one player who goes deep towards the hall, and the reveal from the haunt spots him out.
Keep an eye on the defaults. I'll have a look. I'll be keeping an eye on the defaults. But like I said, I can't really criticize too much about defaults because it's not like I've got my own defaults ready to go. Okay, Vice Flash, Instant Drone. So it feels like, okay, it feels like they're using the pressure from their BXX to make it feel like it's B again, but I don't really buy that Teo drone. So it's not the best way to make it feel like a B again. I think they could have used all that pressure from their BXX and actually sent someone out. So I don't love what I'm seeing. But then look at T1's rotation. They have two here now, but it's not the best two. They don't have anything to delay. It is literally just going to be Euro up. How did EDG get rid of this up? They don't. That was mental by Yuzu. Yeah, okay, I don't like this round from EDG. But it doesn't matter if I like the round, apparently. I mean, I don't like Tai T when I play defense either, don't get me wrong. But... Do you think Simon is top 3 flash in this year? I think I'd be hard pressed to say no. So I think so, yeah. I think so. He doesn't have the best fragging. Oh, nice from Tisha. Doesn't have the best fragging stats always, but he seems like a pretty reliable initiator.
Beautiful stuff here from Chichu. Working those angles around the hall so nicely. Izu there, able to take down the smokes.
Yeah, so like things that like, so Beast is someone in Twitch who he gets frustrated with people on Pro for being kind of silly. So silly thing number 1 would be like use it like the way they use drone at B long there early round to do nothing with it. Like a Yoru can just see there's nobody behind it. It doesn't really make much sense. And then we've used the drone not taking any space, and then we want to go back into B long against a Euro up when we have nothing to clear out and just die. Like it's not the most amount of sense being thrown into that round.
EDG's not going to make any more rotations. They're going to lose out in the first kill.
Slabs eliminated. Smokes obfuscating here. As Sylvan does get a nice headshot. Overdrive going to be committed here by Buzz. Finds one, but it's quickly shut down. Not quite the value they're going to be looking for, but Meteor
Oh my god.
Backstabs. Recovers a weapon.
Oh my god. And I'll be honest, this anti-eco was...
As T1 are looking for another thrifty. Kong, however, other ideas. The plant being stuck in the swing. Not
Oh my god, he got out.
quick exit back into main. Vandal grabbed Izu, drifting across, and he hits one hell of a headshot. The last man standing gets the defuse.
How's it?
And T1.
Your yellow card. It's what you're saying makes no sense.
This is going to leave EDG fans shaking their heads. They've seen this too many times. EDG gives up these thrifties.
Bro.
MasterCard loves it.
I was so confused why Kankan was committing to the plant so hard. And then I just realized when he TP'd, I was like, oh, never mind.
And then Meteor's able to slip through these smokes.
That is the loudest chew. I would not accept my player chewing that loudly. For my own sanity, let alone the rest of the team's sanity. I think that if Kankan was on Fnatic, we would murder him. Why are we Euro ulting with... We've just wasted the drone. I mean, I guess we can silence off of it, but it feels like inefficient. Oh my god, big kills from nobody. That's great trading from EDG. And I mean, a massive round to win considering their economy status. And look at EDG, look at T1. They're going to be eco'd after this, most likely.
He's just going to wait this out. Knows that he still does have time on his side. Wants to try to recover the weapon here. Nobody drifting down just below him.
Oh, why is he planting like... Oh, I guess that's why.
Drops down. That backstab gets closer and closer as nobody.
That's kind of cool. They can see it from... It's kind of interesting. The plant open enough that you can see it around the corner. I don't know if that is good, but... Have I seen the video? Yeah, I've seen... someone did like an edit of it with the chewing... And then Durka breeding in the 3v1. So I did see it. You could probably still talk a bit. Yeah, but you can see if they're diffusing or not. I don't think it's that. I don't want to go into detail about it. I don't think it's that useful, but it is kind of cool. Okay, so fast A main take, but we're walking B. It's a better anti-eco than the other one. But the mid control is completely open.
They show a little bit of presence over at A. It forces a ton of rotation.
But why are we... Oh, I don't know.
EDG has learned from their mistakes, from their previous anti-eco. Like, well, just don't go at them because they're just going to rotate really quick.
But now we're grouped up 4 people B long and we're taking 30 seconds, and so T1 to rotate to us. That's the problem. Like, EDG are overthinking this. Who's winning it? I think EDG win this game. This round is not helping. They've used Tail ult and Astra ult and an anti-eco because they suck so hard on their other anti-eco. Oh my god. Like, look how scared they played this. Like, when EDG tried to play smart, they look so dumb. Like, they're trying to be like, okay, like we lost the anti-eco, let's try and play this like properly with ult, so then we do like the most ludicrous fucking... Why don't we just do the normal Astra ult, boys? Just do the normal Astra ult up across the side if we want to use the Astra ult. Why are we trying to be cute with this shit, man?
Because of that Armageddon, how much he can do. This is beautiful stuff from Buzz. Using that neon mobility.
Astra ult was from T1? Oh, okay. So they tried to get cute around the... Okay, my bad. My bad, EDG still got their Astra ult. My bad. Okay, so T1's Astra ult kind of baited them to actually try and do some stupid shit. My bad. So this round, for some reason, Kang is solo A main and has no utility to play off of and gets picked. Guys, sometimes like this map, like, why is nothing being used to clear out space for him? Like, if he wants to go A main, like, they have 2 refreshable abilities to take map control with. Or 3, technically. 4, technically.
Oh. Nobody. So clean there. Try to use some of his util, get this spike, get spammed down as he goes through the smokes. Such a difficult position.
EDG pissing you off? Yeah,
have to have one of the nastiest outplays we've
They're
seen so
pissing me
far.
off too. But this is just pro, honestly. Like every pro game I watch, I'm just like, why do people just like, I don't know. They have Teosawa's Fade Reveal, Parlors, Vice Flash, Astro Dissipates, and they've used 0 of them to take aim in, and Kankan's walked by himself and died.
A lot of times when it's Meteor out there like that in mid, he's on his own. And this time, they double up. Sylvan goes with Meteor, and it completely fools EDG. They are not anticipating that there's going to be another player going through that mid aggression. Because so often...
Like, the key point of this round was Sylvan's flank to talk about, I think, if you're color caster. But then I'm thinking, like, how do I not, like, make a point about how poor EDG's opening was there? Like, it was so poor. Unless I missed something.
Stabilize this attacker's side.
What the fuck is this T1 comp? It was kind of becoming the meta for APAC when Neon was broken.
The diligence to make sure that those flanks are well and truly clear before you start making those moves.
Except for BBO and G2, I've never watched any fundamentally good pro team. Yeah, BBO. I'd have to watch their attacks to see if they actually played attack set, but I think G2, like when G2 played last year, I remember their attacks having some decent stuff. Or the year before.
This is what I wanted out of this match.
When they weren't G2 back then?
This is what I was expecting. Just brawly Valorant. And we're getting it. And tell you what, gotta love what you're seeing from Sylvan for T1. 15-7 right now. This is the player that you and I have been waiting for. You know, we saw him so good on WGS back in the day, and he's kind of been a journeyman for the last few years, but maybe now he's found his
journeyman. That's a good keyword to use. Journeyman. So now we go back to boring pro.
He's gonna do everything to get his position back to be able to play at this event. I think bold and stupid to say that he hasn't deserved it and he hasn't earned it. Lockdown on a timing here for Meteor to try to shove them back to Hunter's Fury as well. Opened up, just looking for it. Smoggy tagged up, taken down. As they have to try to flood forward.
Oh, he had a buck. Yeah, that's a shotgun. Wait, that divide? No. That's an interesting plan.
3v2, the grab wall just pulling.
That plan is kind of interesting.
Stopping him from trying to reinforce this position. The peak coming in, Sylvan.
Chichu got 2? Chichu, man. Oh, man.
It is another MasterCard Thrifty as Chichu continues to work miracles.
It's unbelievable. 2 of these rounds are just Chichu. 2 of the 5 that EDG has won. The guy is unstoppable.
Zlatan? I don't think you call Sylvan Zlatan.
Oh my god.
He just knows. He was pulling util, right? The Euro?
The crosshair placement.
I mean, the Euro ult didn't seem very good to me, I'll be honest with you.
Knows where to put it. That's unfair.
But the plant wouldn't. The plant was difficult to make a good Euro ult, to be fair. I think I would try and Euro ult here so that I could have a line coming across this way, maybe? I don't know.
He is the X factor. So let's see if we can go back to back once more.
More thrifties, please.
Beltron gets the spot out.
This game has been messy.
For the stun there on the corner. A bit of a minor whiff there on the bounce. Sylvan peeking out.
When did Chichu join EDG?
Starts the chase.
How long has Chichu been on EDG?
Inching forward, finishes the job. Stacks Guardian shot. He's able to find one. Meteor now on the floor, but Stacks revealed, pinned down, take it down. Meteor strikes. He's able to find one. Scoops up a weapon. A bit more firepower now behind. Simon does well to find the headshot. The Cosmic Divine now going to be called in.
Since 2021.
2v2, the Dimensional Drift in play. Izu just spotting them both out. Sends out the fake, the overdrive pop. Smoggy.
Was his stats, or was he always like...
Chichu at 5 HP.
If he won that, man, I would have lost my shit.
Pull a rabbit out of his hat.
has he always been that good? Like, I remember him being good in like, but I don't remember him being like Kang stole the show completely.
Another MasterCard Thrifty, because why not? A great reveal on the haunt there. Nice throw from Simon.
I know that Cheech, like, don't get me wrong, but like in 2022, how good was Cheech compared to Kang? Like, I'm not talking 20, like you could 2024, like, of course, like.
T1's coaches, Chungak and Autumn in there.
Because in like 2022, I just knew Kang. I was like, okay, we gotta like, if we're gonna play them, we're gonna have to like avoid Kang a little bit.
Certainly not again, right, Achillea?
We've had second Thrifty, yes.
Yes, but what about third?
What about third Thrifty? Well, easy on a peek.
Bro, like, what is the point of using Yuto if we're gonna face? Like, what is the point?
This site. EDG are locked out of it.
That's a huge win. Finding those opening kills, something they have been really struggling to do in this match. Even though they won bind, like the desk was talking about, they were losing in the first kill department. So getting those openers, really, really important for T1, because once they were able to find those, they were able to close out the rounds 100%. Now they need to see if they can continue to do that. Alarmbot is going to get a little bit of info. Meteor on an island on A, though.
Waiting for the strafe out. Spike now confirmed. Meteor looking for a little bit more. He's able to find Smoggy right before Chichu pushes in from main.
Pro is hard to watch, man. Let's get this map out of the pool. Let's get this map out of the pool.
One hell of a shot.
Into like I think I said before, it's a team. Let's have a gentleman's agreement. Like, we're all not good at this map. Let's get it out.
Last round to go.
A nice stand by Meteor. But it's Chichu again, who's just finding these phenomenal timing to step in and start finding value. Meteor doing what he can. Stack sends the dart to try to help. But Chichu was just one step ahead of that first ping. Was able to catch Meteor right in the ear. Fans here certainly being treated to a great map 3. One more round. Judge for Buzz.
Judge in hand, Izu not wanting to overstay his welcome. Jumps out, dimensional drift now. Hung just trying to scout. Identifies two, they're still quite far away. Nightfall goes across over towards that art side. Nothing gonna be noted, nothing gonna be spotted here, but it's an attempt at
they have no idea.
A little bit of a fake here. The spike now starting the drift.
They're both second guessing each other.
Sorry. I got distracted. By something funny. Sorry. I saw the Euro ulted into A. They come back B split. 4 on site though. But they don't expect the pinch? Bro, T1 loses rank because they didn't expect people through Link.
It all comes down to Sylvan. Nobody low. The tap, the first round.
If you put Pro in CS, do you think it's competitive? What does that mean? What does that even mean?
This has just been such a
Hot take, Fracture's the best map in the game. I do like Fracture, but I don't think it's the best map in the game.
Just insanity the whole way throughout. The Thrifties, the neck and neck pace. The back and forth between these teams.
That fade reveal was nice.
Something to behold. It might not be the cleanest Valorant you've ever seen, but
the map would it play okay in CS with 5 smokes and flashes, etc. The problem with doing analysis on if CS if maps would work. Oh, it's what's his name? Fucking Execra. Is that Valorant maps are designed with the barriers in mind, and so that's the major concern. I guess it's hard to do in the reverse. Like if a CS map would be good in Valorant, you wouldn't know because you'd have to put barriers down. Would Pro work in CS?
I was disappointed with the first map result.
Yeah, I mean it would work in CS.
And get their momentum back, so I really
yeah, it would work in
T1 can
CS.
closing out and go to the finals.
Awesome สำหรับนะคำถามของผมนั่นก็สั้นๆเลยนะครับว่า
Most Valorant maps would work in CS because, I mean, if you think about CS right now with the way like Anubis is a map, like I don't think Anubis is a particularly great map. So like I can see Pro being more than fine.
ครึ่งหลังได้เหมือนกันนะครับผม and for the next
The problem is that smoking some of the parts on Pro might be difficult, but it should be fine.
actually have some feeling you want to be up there
Every time I watch
What would be the best Mirage
like
comp?
this, I feel like I want to play again.
เนี่ยก็บอกว่าก็ถามไปก่อนเลยนะครับว่ามีความรู้สึกไหมที่เรามาดูเนี่ยแล้วอยากกลับขึ้นไปเล่น
It's a Yoru map.
ทุกครั้งที่ได้ดูเนี่ยโหอยากเล่นแน่นอน anyways yeah one last thing you want to say to the Thai fans or even the players out there
You play Vice, Yoru, Vice on B.
เพราะฉะนั้นนะฮะเดี๋ยวเรากลับไปดูในเกมดีกว่าครับ and for now that's it from us
Vice on B. Yeah, you could play Vice B and you could put a flash in the window of you could put a flash in the jump out window so that it gets the B apps people and the short people. Maybe that could be kind of cool. The wall in B apps would be kind of sick.
Can they tie us up in that regard as
On
well?
Mirage, you played Chamber. Chamber on Mirage could actually. It depends where barriers were.
For sure. This is the side of the map where T1 is really meant
Simon?
to do damage. They ran 5 in a row on the attack side against DRX.
I mean, in the current meta, you would just still play Teo, but
Kong being put through the ringer. So far here on this map, started off hot, but just hasn't been given the space to really find that huge game taking over value. But Buzz sliding in towards dugout, able to find one. Smoggy going to be taken down, swaps over for the Ghost.
Jeez.
2-player advantage to T1. Chichu, nobody. Get collected over towards the side of the map. Simon out into the open. Able to find that headshot.
You
Gets
think
the
the
kill,
Vice will be Link?
taken down to 40 now, whittled away at 25 HP remaining. As the shock dart does connect.
T1 go for the fight instead of just trusting the post map.
Damage here through the wall. The haunt going to be cleared out.
They don't have smokes, guys. You're chill.
The salvo's now sent. Sylvan just trying to plant his feet, take the fight. Falls, but Meteor keeps them in with the advantage. Chichu here. Gun down.
Okay.
Meteor will find the finisher. Another
Do you feel like either play Chamber, Vice, or Default?
and the lead here on Pearl once again in their hands.
I wouldn't play as Scent comps on many maps in CS, I don't think.
Really nice stuff. Then they're able
Why
to defend their
Sentinels would suck in CS?
positions. This is a banger.
No barriers? Oh. If there's no barriers, then you don't play any Sentinels. You would still maybe play Vice.
This crossfires galore. Some of these T1 players are so good at executing these attack side hits.
Yeah, you could play Teo Breach comp
NRG trying
on
to
that
get
map.
ahead of what T1's kind of default hit towards the B side is. They usually want to get right up to where the screen is, right in front of the B site. Throw down the fast lane, TP in.
KO flashes are kind of useful though. I'm not gonna lie, but
you have to consider it. You have to consider it.
Did it in the last one. Kong still sat here. Timing, however, going to be found for Buzz. Just swings the corner. Little do they know this
is Teo the only agent to be used comp? Is Teo the only agent to be used in comp play so fast after launch? No. Fade, Chamber, Astra. Right?
4v4 plant here into the open from Sylvan. Buzz maybe about to have contact.
Killjoy.
The angle now confirms it.
I am not challenging that if I'm Buzz.
Salvo's trying to push him out into the open here, but Izu able to find one. Smoggy does go ahead and take down the enemy Yoru, but Buzz is
Chamber definitely wasn't. I thought the Chamber was quite quick.
Players surviving. Weapons to be carried over. It's T1 move up by 2 rounds.
Yeah, T1 there.
I mean, in terms of like people had 4 days or like less than a week on Teo, like that was pretty quick.
Sneak by. Meteor there caught on his lurk. So be it. Not the end of the world in the long run. Great patience there by Buzz not to challenge that Sheriff. To create that extra
Fade was fast in
Let his
Chamber.
teammate deal with it when they are forced to make
Yeah, the Sova versus Fade back then was funny because both were just so strong.
for T1. They're starting to look better than what we saw in Split.
Yeah, Chamber was underrated. Like I underrated it,
To make sure they don't get bonused.
but like it did become overrated to be honest with you. it still has. There are maps where it's like unbelievable, and there's maps where it's not amazing.
Deliver on this B site, going to be a lot tougher to pull off. You could get
Fade got nerfed several times, but so did Sober after that era.
Slid in behind that box. Grid A main. Trying to push forward here.
So T1 have a lot of control.
Throwing from Stacks, trying to sell some
1 minute 05, they've broken the wall.
Keep him guessing.
But EDG's response.
Going to pedal back, kind of expecting that EDG is going to get aggressive. Haunt towards mid.
I don't like that flash.
Gained off of it, other than that space was clear.
This to me is useless.
Try to re-clear it himself. Razorvine.
For 45 seconds, I'm running, man.
One of the plant spots and towards the edge of Hall. Buzz likes to go that way.
Salvo's going to be sent through.
I don't. EDG didn't play well with information this round. I'll be honest. And why do you need information if you just kill everyone? Like, they've got this line, they've cleared this. As soon as they cleared this, at this line, they should have like 3 to 4 people ready. Like, beyond this line, in my opinion. Like, they've broken. What do we know on the map? We know they're not here. We know they weren't really middle, and they've broken the wall. Like, why do we need to? Why do we need 3 people ace at them? EG is better defense than most teams. I mean, they re-clear space well, right? I think they re-clear the space well. I feel like their rotation was slow there.
And then they just smother you out, set up for the post plants. But EDG a step ahead with some of this Vice util already.
I mean, like stuff like this, like nobody is just solo peeking. Like,
now let's look over towards an A site hit. Very important round for the economies of both of these teams.
Same play, same setup here from Kong Kong. Now we're going to start to back away.
is it part of their defense is to like stop the lurkers here, and then it means that they can turn their backs or rotate, I guess? Because I see them deal with middle a lot more than other teams.
Reinforcing, they're reading this really nicely.
Nobody as well.
But they don't.
Cut across.
And then sometimes they'll push out and do flanks. I've seen on B. I don't know how common that is though.
Get one apiece. Re-swing, nobody able to go ahead and hold his ground.
The Vice flash on B Link, I'm skeptical of.
The shot, however, through the wall. Simon getting the wall bang hit. Stacks gets eliminated. Player advantage still here for the side of T1. But by fairly narrow margin.
Yeah, that guy got banned.
Nobody to try to swing. He's good for one, but Izu and Meteor clean up the rest, and they keep T1 a 2-round advantage.
You can see how fearsome this T1 composition is. Even when you've got the read as EDG, you've got everybody leaning in, other than Chichu, to defend this. Even nobody's Teho was sliding onto this A site, and you still can't shut it down because the executes are just so clean. The nanos, the relay bolts, the flashes from Izu.
Another shot from Izu, though.
He is.
Bullets curving him around that.
Sorry, I didn't see YouTube chat. Someone spamming my YouTube chat. J-Hope. you spam away, bud. I don't mind.
Quick exit there from Kong Kong.
STRZ said Chichu was good at champs. He was good, but since champs has been fire. Yeah. Okay.
Dancing around the smokes, Kong Kong does get a nice shot. Buzz going to be taken down. Smoggy lingering here inside of the smoke. Tries to go for a timing, ends up falling to the wayside. Now a judge scooped up Kong Kong's hands. That could be devastating. Still has the sheriff, but he will lose his life. Sylvan gets the transition.
Okay.
3 in the round. The last 2.
I can't believe it.
Gorgeous shots.
Upper bracket final. It is very good for the game of T1 in terms of like org presence. I feel like APAC having T1 as like the team. It's very good for the game.
Really deep back towards the secret area, back towards their spawn. And Buzz pushes that space, and that gives them a ton of information, room to breathe.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
They've had a discussion about they're only allowed to react after rounds in English, haven't they? I know they got pretty good English in their team, but they've definitely said, look guys, we need to start farming socials.
Dude, Sylvan might drop a 30 bomb on this one. He's got 23 kills.
It's not better to play retake with so much utopian fraud. It depends on the context. I mean, they were at eco, right? So
not stepping up. Kong 7 and 16. That's hard to believe. With how good he looked at the beginning of this
T1 might
match,
get
how
rolled in
good he
uppers.
looked on Split.
Whenever I hate on a team, they do well, and then whenever I like a team, they don't do well. Like I was kind of hating on EDG until this match, where I was like trying to give them like, you know, their flowers a little bit more, and then they just look like they're gonna lose. So I'll do the same with T1. I've been hating on T1 until this game, and then tomorrow, like next time they play, I'll be like, okay, like let's put it into context, let's have a look, and then T1 will just get shit on. Like it's impossible to have fun in this game. I'm just gonna get fucking owned every time I make any comment about him.
He is him. We have seen it. He can do it. It's just will today be one of those days. Some ults to toy around with for EDG though. Armageddon and the Steel Garden. So if you can lure them in, I would assume that's what a little bit.
Yeah, I know I can combine the chats. I'm just testing YouTube for the rest of this tournament, and then once I've tested it, I will then make adjustments to how I should do things.
For the side of T1 though, you do have that dimensional drift, so you're going to be able to potentially identify where that vice is.
Does that mean it's over for Vitality?
That you're at. You can kind of think around it, work around
It might be. Do you remember that tweet that
T1 thinks about diving into the B well. The B site.
Do you remember that tweet? I should have farmed Ryan, if you remember that tweet.
Really set up some difficult
about
post plans to
Durka.
deal with. Let's see exactly what everybody's
What did
thinking
he
after
say
this
about
timeout.
Durka?
Cash is good.
It's like he didn't
for everybody. 20
remember.
guns at least in this round.
I can't be able to find it. It was like you don't remember like any Durka clips, and then that was before, and then like 2 months later he's got like 3 aces and that Yoru clone clip.
Able to find much just that anti-bonus round win so far here in the half. Needing to find a stronger foundation for these side holds.
I'm rooting for Vitality, but I don't. Vitality versus G2. I'm not. I just root for Durka, I guess. And I guess it would be nice if Europe wasn't terrible.
Not too much longer before we get to this. I think we were doing pretty well so far. You and I in particular.
We had held on.
Didn't really have too many pumps of the brakes, but I guess it caught up with us. This game was way too fast-paced.
Yeah.
So it was inevitable that something would break down.
What a crowd we've got here today.
Howsy, I'm not unbanning you on
Here in
Twitch.
Bangkok. Absolutely incredible, the energy that they've been bringing all throughout this event. And what a treat they're getting here for this opening match. A lot of fans from both teams representing EDG and T1. You can even get close enough to watch some of their players from the edge of the octagon. Whatever it is, the dodecahedron or whatever.
Yeah, I love that we have this now set up so the fans can just be right there.
I keep thinking that this is the Fnatic logo.
The action, watching the reactions,
Looks a bit sus, doesn't it?
ready to cheer them on. At a moment's notice, I'm being told that this should be getting underway very quickly. As yup timer starting to tick down, so let's go ahead and refresh your memories in case you fell asleep during that 10-7 T1. 3 rounds away.
Bro, Flatchat had them as the weakest team at the tournament as well. I don't think that's an unfair take, really, before the tournament began.
What are the adjustments made?
There's that dimensional drift.
Do you think Prime Nuts is better than Chichu Prime?
Back over into B Link now. Gonna clear that area as well.
In the context of Valorant at the time, Nats's peak was probably more impressive than Chichu's, but Chichu is... it's tough. Chichu is way better than Nats was when Nats was at that peak, if that makes sense. And the fact that Chichu's doing it in an era that is way more, like, 100 times more competitive, to me is more impressive. But in terms of like the history of the game, I feel like you have to talk a lot about, you would have to have a bit of a section on Nats.
Sylvan dead buzz. Dead on arrivals, he tries to get himself into the site, but they say absolutely not. EDG.
Nats was farming farmers,
Try to bring this one back. Stacks tries to make it a little bit more costly,
but he had a lot of impact on the way that the game was played. So if you're going to make a documentary, you're probably going to have some kind of Nats segment. I don't know you would need a Chichu segment yet. What about less? No, you don't need a less segment. You could have a loud segment, but not a less segment.
Stuck in that corner, nothing he can do with the Taeho. Just lock him in.
An entire year of Valorant was
Great coordination, great timing. T1 tried to
a lot, like, was almost like, it was almost like Nats's year.
Tried to see if they could not have to rely just on those executes.
Do you need a Leo segment? Probably not, to be honest with you. Even though I think he is, like, probably the most skilled player we have had, you do not need it for a documentary.
Mentioned lockdown is available, but Stack's going to be eliminated. The one player coming into the round that didn't have a weapon, just the sheriff behind. Slide in, but distracted. Kicks the wrong target.
Oh my god, Kang's whiffing. Kang! Have we got Tail Salvos? Or we just Armageddon? Oh, Chichu.
He and Sylvan, though, very committed positions.
Ah!
Three.
That's so bad.
Able to keep his teammate
Kang.
Tap at the plant. Smogging out. Seen here on this art side. It's a stealth drone. Let's try to get that suppression across, and we'll be able to do so onto Sylvan.
Game of cat and mouse now.
Spike still out here in main. Sylvan needs to push his way forward.
He's gonna blink first.
They're trying to just cut noise. Sell that there's been a rotation cross towards that B side of the map, but EDG wisely play it patiently. Quick reposition, but the salvo's not on the mark. The plant comes in. Just the stun left available. Smoggy finds the first. Sylvan going to be taken down. Izu now with everything to do it. Just 12 HP to try to do it. They have no idea where he was. He used the fake gate crash before. They have no clue if he's still in the site or if he's relocated elsewhere. The push getting ready to come through from Flowers.
Okay.
And on that swing out, nobody.
Do you think Tens is overglazed? Anyone on Sentinels is overglazed. And anyone named Tens is always going to be overglazed in the context that he is the most popular Valorant player by far on the planet. But that does not mean that he's, like, to me, I think he's in the top 5. I think I have to put him in the top 5 players of, like, achievements of all time. Just on the basis that he won 2 trophies, right? Or at least he's top 10. He had a couple of years where he was having to find, like, to be honest with you, I do think that Kaplan saved him from losing his identity as a player. Because, like, he was fucking awful during that period where Jet got nerfed. And he was trying to find his identity. And then they finally figured it out, and it was working well for him. Is Ye top 10? Pushing top 10 potentially. In terms of, like, yeah, like Nats, like, you would have to have a bit of a Ye segment on a documentary about that.
They're gonna be rewarded potentially. Already another gate crash out from Kong though, so he's gonna be able to get over here quickly. Simon. Ready with the util potentially. Now, gonna get the confirm.
Prowler to check. They're gonna try to pound him down, but no relay bolt just to force him back away from the corner.
Oh, reverse clear with the neon. That's kind of cool.
On the site. Get ready to try to go for the plant. Off from Kong, not falling for
This game's so close, man.
Flash onto the corner, and Izu guns down 2. Picks up the operator.
No fucking way. Drop the.
He's just absolutely robbed him blind.
He did. Did he?
Fury trying to call for it here, trying to track.
Oh, he's just.
Trying to line up the shot. He jumped back out over towards main.
Christ almighty.
Pushing forward towards Art. Sylvan going to be gunned down. The counter swing from Meteor, not there. That's a window for Chichu to try to work on.
My god, Izu's just saved them.
It's another MasterCard Thrifty.
T1 is good map understanding. Did I see them do a little bit of a prod on B and Fast A split? Because I think I saw that, didn't I?
With a massive outplay as the Yoru. The pop flash catches 2, and he's good for both. Ridiculous. And then the thief in the night.
They did? Okay.
takes it out of their hands.
Yeah, B-side. I noted it subconsciously. That I was like, wait, did they do something that's actually okay?
Creating some attention onto that B side, able to open up some space towards A. Get that plant down.
B default to art split. Yeah.
I love it again. They're getting aggressive towards EDG's retakes, not letting them set up
Yep.
those floods. A couple of rounds they've been able to do that. They have shut EDG out. They gotta bait this wall out though. This is something that really is gonna cause them problems. And EDG's already leading ahead of it.
Oh, they burst past it together. That's a nice idea. Oh. No, stop peeking. Okay. My god, man. My god. Just after we were complimenting T1.
Let's Meteor has something to say about it. Vandal recovered into the hands of nobody. Kong Kong as well. That Phantom, but he's been spotted. He's been felled. Nebula only gonna last for so long. The turret forward out of this one. Quickly cleared out.
You're not typing anymore. Yeah. Ooh. Bro, this game. How many thrifties have there been? That was two. There was just. There's been like 5 thrifties, right? Or at least 5 rounds that I would consider thrifties.
But it's Chichu again with the Sheriff. No other gun needed. He might have more Sheriff kills than any other gun in this match. And Obity hits a really nice one too. But this is what I'm worried about.
I think problems with asking questions about like who about like players like tens, let's say, or even to any player, is that I don't know what frame of mind you're coming to the chat with. Like if you're just a casual viewer who like spends time on TikTok and YouTube and stuff, you're probably gonna have a different perspective on what the kind of more analytical people think. And if you spend too much time on like Reddit or like Plaque chat, you're gonna get like a different sense for it. Like you're probably gonna get a better sense for it, let's be real. But like still its own like still its own echo chamber kind of living.
Out of this timeout. I gotta give EDG credit, they're doing a great job on this B site, really making the site that this composition is kind of designed to break through very difficult for T1.
Saigetsu could be mentioned.
T1 still have one more in the back pocket.
The way that we're talking about top 10 players is not from I'm really valuing achievements in the thing that I'm talking about, and I don't think Saigetsu achieved enough. Like we're talking about players who have either won multiple trophies or had so much cultural impact into the game that people started playing the game almost like them, or you mean?
It do be like that sometimes. Well, that's okay.
Hopefully something relatively close so we can get back into this
Like
action.
Nats's cultural impact on the game was significant.
Frankly, I cannot blame them.
For sure. With how intense this match has been, to have to wait any longer feels cool. Just the anticipation of how
Tech pools again?
both of these teams
You are more likely to get the tech pauses. I reckon if you did some stats behind it, you were far more likely to get tech pauses at this kind of moment because people don't want to lose. Imagine being safe looking at your own picture, like going into the fucking game. Floor? I mean, floor would have to be almost like.
Get back into the lobby here quickly. Let's see.
I want to say separate,
Can continue this if they can tie.
but maybe it shouldn't be separate.
So neck and neck the whole way throughout.
The problem with putting Flora in is obviously Flora's playing in a different league. You know what I mean? So like if Flora's able to continue on the rise in VCT and have like a very good VCT run, then for sure, then I think that like Flora's achievements in GC should be completely recognized in that kind of caliber. You know what I mean?
Why they are world championship caliber players. Because they can keep hanging on even when their superstar Kong Kong maybe isn't having his best map. And again, tons of EDG and T1 fans.
SpongeBob meme. That got me. Bro, I want to go back and see the SpongeBob meme.
Even when their superstar Kong maybe isn't having his best map.
That's funny.
And again, tons
That's
of
funny.
EDG.
They've always showed up, kind of just gotten bodied, and then sent packing back home.
Yeah.
Right now, with a win here, themselves
These fans seem nice, man.
forward into another series in the upper bracket, in with a chance to try to lift the trophy.
And to prove the doubters wrong.
I think Dirk has to be at least top 2. He's just been good to effect.
Highly of this T1 squad coming into this tournament.
People wouldn't. People are a bit more recency biased with Dirk, and I agree with you. But like you remember, people before Dirk joined Vitality probably would have just put Aspas above him, and even might have even put Kankai above him in terms of like all time.
Come on, Stacks.
I think it's hard to put Leo above Dirk because Leo was only truly relevant since 2023, whereas Dirk has been truly relevant to the game since 2021.
This game and seeing what the hell the rest of this map looks like.
And even now in 2025, like he has like Dirk is having 4 years of relevance into VCT.
What's in the cards? I really don't know. I cannot wait to flip him over.
I think if you think he was outshined, you only mean he wasn't outshined in 2021. I mean, tens maybe.
Making sure the mouse is all good to go. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know either. They're both so good. And, you know, a lot of the fans are going to be supporting either of these teams, no matter what happens the rest of the way. Representing Asia.
Dirk has 4 years. Aspas has done it across 4 different teams. No, he hasn't.
From China here for EDG and T1, some fans from
No, he
Korea.
hasn't.
Fans from all over.
Aspas has been relevant in 2 teams.
Yeah, he's taking his damn time with
yeah, I was gonna throw something at him. Stacks, come on.
Well,
And so has Dirk.
I don't think they would understand. But audience doing well to keep themselves entertained.
Dirk has been relevant in like 5 different. But if you use the same logic, Dirk has been relevant in more teams. Like
This whole tournament throughout, but now crowd expanded, the numbers growing.
is there any benefit of streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time? Yes, the benefit, there are multiple benefits. The first benefit is there will be more people who end up watching. And I know that right now I probably don't have many viewers on YouTube. But over time, obviously, we can increase it. So there's more audience in general. Like, there's probably more of a casual audience on YouTube ready to go on the stream. The second thing is that Twitch, as far as I'm aware, Twitch is like currently Twitch is reducing ad revenue, which means that like YouTube can become like somewhere that, you know, if you only use one thing and then they just reduce everything, then what are you gonna do? So using both just means that you're kind of keeping it like you're making sure that like you're not getting screwed over, I guess. The other thing is that YouTube will force me to actually create my YouTube channel. Like I should go make content on YouTube. Like I think people like TMV, because they're big on YouTube, are probably big YouTube streamers too, if that makes sense. Because like their audience is already there watching their videos. Hey GSR, am I gonna watch EMEA challenges at any point?
Obviously the whole of EDG has. And you have players,
Possibly. How does it work, bro? Now, like, are you now gonna play like a big like thing against each region?
I'm okay. That's just the players. Let them have their moment. Maybe someone can make one just for me in Sideshow and GB.
That'd be good.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Like the regions get crossed over now, and then there'll be a playoffs. I might not watch this stuff, but I would try to watch this stuff. I'll be honest with you, my year, I'm trying to balance between actually making money and actually just relaxing. So I'll probably do my best.
Yeah, I see it.
But my priority should really be trying to make content, I think, at this point, rather than streaming as much. But we'll see. We'll see.
This might end up being
Yeah, I don't want to commit to anything right now.
previously thought.
Could we switch to the next game already? Yeah, I agree, Brave. I agree.
The podcast here for a little bit longer, it would seem.
Yeah.
Because everyone loves when casters just yap.
It's the best.
It's the favorite thing. People love that.
You want to talk about like the Thai food we've been eating, and you know.
Sure.
Yeah.
What's the most influential player from Asia besides Kang Kang?
Herbaceous.
Herbaceous.
Yes.
Forsaken Jing.
So if anyone hasn't, I recommend you check
Stacks.
that out. But I'm being told that everything is taken care of. So now that we've
Forsaken Jing Stacks. Stacks probably would put it in because Stacks had the Vision Strikers era where he was like a breach.
rifles and a sheriff here for the side of T1.
Trying to set up a crunch play towards.
I would put Stacks
Couple players just doing a little bit of an explore.
as the influential player. In terms of in-game, I'd put Stacks.
Flash goes out.
It doesn't mean he's the best player, but
That Kong or somebody be lurking around that corner. Meanwhile, Buzz stomping around.
Buzz doing a little ballet.
Star, whatever it is. And the wall as well was there. That's what he was looking for. He found it.
It's the pop. Another cluster up here towards this A side.
Okay, I'll get rights for that stuff though. I will get rights for that, GSO. And guys, I can't promise that I'll watch, but
He's gonna slide in. He's gonna get absolutely destroyed. Smuggy able to find that headshot here as the crossfire set up from EDG. It's just too damn good. Izu, they're not falling for it. As we are tied up 11-11.
oh really? May has cultural impact in ranked.
There's no confusion about this. EDG is ready for it the whole way. They don't expect them to be playing so aggressively right outside of that smoke. And they just shut it down in the crossfire setup. And Buzz's relay bolt is
You
late.
need a sign mini related. I have a photo of a sign that someone I can try and find it on my phone. I'm not gonna do it right now.
Here a little bit more. They tried to send a bit of a fake, but because the wall is there,
But when the game is
EDG
over,
knows they have that duration of that wall before they need to start thinking about other parts of the
I'll
map.
try and find because someone did me a funny sign once when I went to the office to watch a game once when I was assistant coach, like the Fnatic office in London, and there was like a watch party in London, and someone made a sign which was kind of funny. From what I remember, it was flaming me. There's been a couple actually. There was one in EMEA that had me just drawn really small as well, which is kind of funny.
It's just Buzz, and T1 has been kind of sending Buzz on some solo missions to try to sell fakes, but
Kang Kang's got A main control again.
committing a lot of their forces to this B site. I mean, this execute, if they commit on this, has to be immaculate.
Players clustered in position, Meteor. The orb
Yeah, GSR. The problem is that you wouldn't learn. You would you would learn a lot if you were playing the first map and the first 6 rounds, and then after that you would learn nothing.
See if you can at least keep an extra player planted over there.
Well, you might learn something, I should say, in the first 6 rounds. After that, you learn nothing.
Gets caught. Buzz on the entry, however, going to be taken down. Chichu finding 2. Izu also taken out. Meteor falls to the wayside, and Chichu.
Oh, he looks so clean with it, doesn't he? What's the point? Why should I use the Phantom? Why should I use the Phantom? If Chichu uses the Vandal, shouldn't I just use the Vandal? Like, why do I need a Phantom?
Train has arrived. 32 kills now for Chichu on EDG. All aboard because they want to go into that upper semis.
That second shot was nice.
Just was checked a little too late by Buzz. He turned right as he was getting shot out of the air. Just
Was he
crazy. It's like,
unhappy?
what are you doing? What are you doing?
He hit a nice ADS one tap though from like 1,000 miles away. I feel like
You have to worry about Kong, the danger man.
They needed it most. Thrifty not found.
you're not him. Jesus
Pressure
Christ.
here. On to Meteor. The swing off the Prowler. Smoggy absolutely nails him.
I do like how much EDG. I think if I was to take one thing from EDG's defense, it would be their the way they are fearless at middle, and sometimes they main. But the fearlessness on middle, I think, is the thing that I like the most.
That was just a great read on EDG's part.
The one ultimate that they had available.
Does Thorns break your TP? No. No.
Stacks.
No.
Do battle here against Simon, but Simon steadies it.
GG's.
And in the blink of an eye, EDG.
It was not a clean game from anyone.
Salvo's at his feet, and nobody will close it.
It was not a clean game.
11. The defending world champions will not go quietly into the night.
Absolutely incredible what they're able to come back and do here on Pearl. They looked like they might be down and out.
Edges we rise. That's so bad. That's so bad.
And Chichu had enough. He shut them out of so many rounds. The Sheriff, the Vandal, it didn't matter what was in his hands. He was taking T1's heads. He was taking T1's names. And EDG has taken this match.
An incredible performance from both of these teams. Once again, great on T1 to bounce back after fairly devastating start on that split. They absolutely entertained us, but they are not getting that fast pass forward towards a trophy. They're gonna have to fight their way through that lower bracket. For EDG though, finding that stability when they so desperately needed it here to close out that map. Chichu, just such a rock-steady player for this squad.
Yeah, guys. Before the ad break again, I need subs on YouTube. If we hit 250 subs, I'll go and watch Fnatic versus M3C and post it as a video on YouTube. My YouTube. Where's my YouTube?
Phenomenal player. Chichu has become over the years. Yeah, everybody was looking at
I need I need 1,000 subs is my actual goal, but 250 is what we're aiming for today. 250 is what we're aiming for today.
During Masters Bangkok. There's no other way to put it.
But 1,000 is when I can actually use YouTube properly.
I can't wait to see even more from him in the future.
We're talking about YouTube subs, yeah. No, it's 1,000 subs, 4,000 watch hours, from what I remember.
That's gonna be it. And obviously, the competition, it does not get any easier. You might be playing against the reigning world champions, but the other teams that are in this bracket that are remaining,
They changed it a long time ago.
the best in the world.
I think the
Really? What is easier now?
You showed you can match with the best.
I was checking this yesterday. Researching Coach Mini on YouTube, got nothing. I mean, you are gonna get nothing, yeah, because I don't have any presence on YouTube at all. Just go to the link on the, go to that link. Like guys, you can see the link in the chat.
First loss on the map in the year. Gonna be the greatest feeling here for the side of T1. Time now to try to get a rest, to try to continue to iterate. Unfortunately for Autumn, not going to be getting
there you go, guys.
Here as a birthday present. But T1,
Give me some subs. I'm on 123 right now. I'm on 123. So when I refresh that, I want to see it to be at least 124.
See how they fare and what their draw ends up looking like. But for now, let's go ahead and hear from the big man himself. We've got Chichu. He's going to be standing by for a Verizon post-match interview. And I can't wait to hear what he has to say.
Bro, that phone, that pen is not. It's not lasting on that phone.
Massive congrats, Chichu. Now, what a game today. I mean, a dominant game on Split. You guys dropped Bind, and then a crazy comeback on Pearl that almost went overtime. Talk to us about how today was playing against T1.
สำหรับวันนี้นะครับก็อยากรู้ว่าอยาก หลังจากที่เราดอมิเนตมาหลายแมปมากๆนะครับผมแล้วก็คัมแบ็กมาในแมปสุดท้ายด้วยเนี่ยอยากรู้ว่า
Do I have G2 or Vitality win in?
想请问一下球球选手，就是
I-
其实今天整一场比赛真的太疯狂了。图一
I
我
want
们
Durka
打
to
得非
win.
常有统治
And
力，
I don't have an
而且
opinion on
就
who
算我们
wins.
又
It's
再
50
一次
50.
回来了，再一次赢了下来，即使是在如此迫近
For me, it says 500 subs, 3
有
uploads in the last 90 days, and 3,000 watched hours. Okay.
一起训练
That's a lot
然后大家
easier.
都比较熟悉，然后也是看到大家今天其实对局中大家都
Let me see.
很熟悉彼此的一些布局嘛，然后一起去破解，然后或者打一个非常规，我觉得挺有意思的。
We have seen each other a lot in the scrims. We all know each other really well, and it's really fun to say we have changed a little bit like strategy.
To make
or
money
not
on YouTube, you
default.
typically need at least
Actually,
1,000
it's one game
subscribers.
today.
This is the minimum subscribers required to join the YouTube partner program.
เจอกันบ่อยอยู่แล้วในสกรีมนะครับก็รู้สึกว่าเป็น
But this might be
การซ้อม
old.
เล่นกันแบบคือสนิทกันอยู่แล้วนะก็จึงเป็น
This
แมต
might
ช์
be
ที่ค่อนข้าง
old.
สนุกกันเลยทีเดียวครับผมสำหรับตัวผมเอง
Alright, 32 kills on Pro, that's not bad. High five.
High five.
Yeah. Alright, so you guys are coming into this with a lot of confidence, saying that no one can match EDG. This one's yours to win. Do you still think the same?
ก็สำหรับ
It
ตอน
says
นี้ครับ
1,000
คือยังไม่
subscribers
มี
on
ใคร
YouTube
ที่
help
สามารถ
as well,
เปิดได้
guys.
เลยนะครับก็คิดว่าจะเป็นอย่างนี้ต่อไปหรือเปล่านะครับผม
可能会觉得说没有人能够打败1-1，没有人能够对得过我们。现在还是这种感受吗？
On this page for me, it says 1,000.
谁来都得干。
We are the defending champions to come here. No matter who we gonna face against, just do it. We gonna win.
ก็สำหรับเราพวกเรานะครับ EDG ฮะก็เป็นแชมป์อยู่แล้วนะ เพราะฉะนั้นน่ะใครมาก็มาเจอเลยนะครับ ได้หมดครับ
Alright, well, lastly, but G2 really wanted to play against you guys. We saw Jonah be holding your jersey.
Yeah, I'm looking at ads.
Coming into the venue
Ads
today,
is what
so
I'm looking
anything
at.
you'd like to say to G2?
I guess 500 is also a benchmark to hit too, though.
而且 Jonah 也是今天拿着你的队服来喽。那有没有什么话想跟 G2 说的呢？
G2 fighting. Let's go.
Alright, G2's blessing, you got this, G2. Alright, everybody, now give it up one more time for EDG and G2. That's it from us, from the stage.
She tried to punch out, but they fucked her. Did he say G2 fighting? Yeah, he said G2 fighting. I think I gotta pause the music now. And we run an ad. Run an ad, guys. I'll be right back. So I've got to mute the music because apparently it gets DMCA'd and shit. Wait, what? Why am I muting it? Why am I muting it? Can I not? Does DMCA even matter? Like, does it? What does it? What is the punishment if I don't mute it? Wait, let me see if someone revenue cut. Oh, yeah, I need money. Hmm.
Nice! That's my MVP. That's my MVP. LeBron James.
I don't see you stand up.
Nah, don't do me dirty.
So if you get clutch, you stand up.
Nah, and then I go down.
Bro, go through my photos trying to find
I'm
shit.
not doing the hard thing. You're not catching me on that.
Why? Are you gonna become a TikTok meme or what? We have the read! We have the read! You guys are amazing.
Good call, good call. Nice.
Nice. Good job. Hey, Derka, I saw those shots, bro. Good job.
Well, that just
What's
sounds
up?
like an environment that I want to be in.
Sounds like an environment anybody wants to be in.
What a great, welcoming, wholesome environment. Speaking of, welcome back, everyone, to day 6 of Masters Bangkok and our second playoff match of the
There was a
day.
better one than this. Well, not a better one, but like a better flamey one than this. But was this a flamey one? Let me see. But this is top 2 for me of signs about me, from what I remember.
I'm jet lagged and still working on barely any sleep, so your boy's trying to hold on here.
On my fit.
In any case, though, folks, let's go ahead and dive into this one and really talk about what we should be expecting in this matchup, because I'm expecting fireworks. We got two teams that have so much talent across the board. Anything is truly possible here, but Kukuka,
I think this was top 2. The best one was when someone just drew me really small. But I like this sign. I think we were 3-11 down once. And so it was I don't mean like, obviously I was 3-11 down. But I think we were 3-11 down with Elma too, maybe at one point. I don't know.
Yeah, it's sure, without a doubt. But now we just heard some of Vitality's comms. And following Vitality's win over DRX, we spoke with Kix about why this roster works, this Omen player moment.
Hey, this is Kix from Team Vitality. It feels great. Really happy to go through to playoffs, especially after this banger game. It was a really tight one, and I'm really happy that we bounced back, especially on map 3. We were down 6-2, and it felt like we were kind of crumbled. But round after round, we started fighting back and making sure that.
Is it because I'm like low down?
That led us to playing a lot better, and we managed to actually take it back on split. So I'm really happy about that, to do it in this fashion to go to playoffs.
I mean, he's just dancing around him
Stiggy's
right now,
gone?
freeing, holding his ground.
What do you mean
as the
Stiggy's
classic
gone?
comes out.
Is his stream fucked up again?
A third.
Oh,
Vitality on
oh,
pace.
he's just gone. You're back.
Potentially steal this round away. Durka on 4. Durka holding up to half. Flashback comes into him, and Durka sits him down.
People are saying that I'm a different player now and I've improved so much, which I have in a certain way, but to be honest, I'm still the same person and same player. The only difference is this year that we have a stronger baseline and we have insane players around me that all trust me, and that kind of gives me confidence in my abilities even more. We have to just make sure that whatever we do it together and we take it round by round. And what matters to us is what we do, and that's it.
Yeah, a good team always makes players look better, if that makes sense.
Vitality is our EMEA representative, and one hell of a representative they have been, because they have been unbeatable this year. They haven't dropped a match yet, Mimi. This has been so impressive from the squad.
Yes, it absolutely has been, and I think they've been living up to the expectations throughout this group stage thus far. They went flawless through it. Durka's been on absolute fire, and despite the fact that I think a lot of people expect them to just cleanly make their way through, they did have a very tight match against DRX to make it here. But that actually made me believe in this team all the more, because I think in this
African
game,
Valorant
they
or
showed
pop
that
off.
the flexibility that
I
their
think Rod
individual
was the
skill
closest
allows
to
them
doing
have.
well.
They're really good at seeing what their opponent's doing, taking that moment, and being very quick to adjust their setups, being able to swing players around, put people in different positions, and these guys are all so individually talented and confident that they are just going to find success there no matter what.
To a certain extent, coming in flawlessly without dropping a match also means that you have less reps. So maybe what you're saying is very important. Adapting in game, seeing those highlights and feeling comfortable in what you're doing for Vitality, for how this roster is looking. This is the first time in history that Vitality ever even makes it out of groups. But they still have never won against Americas, but you know, we'll touch on that maybe later. But yeah, this is looking completely different, and I love what I'm seeing from them, and I think that this is going to be the biggest test that they have so far.
I mean, for me personally, as a person who's been in esports for as long as I have, it's great to see Vitality, an organization here at a global event. Massive achievement for them. But let's actually send it over to the Vitality camp to hear from that man right there, Les, which I never thought I'd talk about being in a freaking Vitality jersey. He's talking to Jen Lee. What he had to say.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with
Yeah,
Les.
maps,
Now,
no.
Les, 2 world champions butting heads tonight. Tell me already, who's gonna win?
Probably the player that doesn't lose.
And who's that?
We don't know.
Right, well, they told me they have what you guys don't have, Ascension Trophy. Thoughts?
No? Congratulations to them.
I feel like it's applicable to say in this instance that Les
What's my
is
favorite
true
bread?
more because
Does garlic bread count
He
as my
could have
favorite
said,
bread?
He could have said, I never needed one.
But,
you know? But he didn't. He had a chance.
But it's that you know, brash confidence and smirk that I can definitely respect from my man. He was feeling
He could have
himself.
said you also.
Bro, I just saw a
That's true
brand.
too. That's true. He is a world champion.
Maybe a stronger rebuttal.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, let's go ahead and shift over because G2 is the first Ascension team, and as we found out, they have an Ascension trophy to win that trophy, right? So now they're going to be aiming to bring home a
Japan
trophy after falling
Japan's like has some bread that's like basic ass bread, but it tastes good still.
But this year they are
Like their sliced bread is pretty good. Sourdough bread is like just the go-to for like eggs and stuff, you know what I mean?
For G2 at Champions last year after that success at Masters, but now they've come in with Jojimo joining the roster, and despite losing
I like
to the former
banh
world
mi bread
champs
is kind of
in the
goated
group
though.
stage, they had the ultimate bounce back, winning a dominant 2-0
If you're gonna have a
over
sandwich,
Liquid
banh
to
mi
make it into the playoffs, and I mean,
is kind of
kind
goated.
of cool doing it.
Oh yeah, I gotta get my G2 Bangkok shirt.
I have one. I think there might be one in the room. It's actually pretty sick. It's actually pretty sick. But yeah, for G2 also, there's a little bit of personal things here because as Mimi was saying, yes, they had a good tournament in Shanghai. It wasn't that good in champs. And actually, Durka is the one that got them out of the tournament. So it would be good to see that kind of revenge playing on the stage.
Well, Vitality is a team that I think is very much defined by how good the individuals are, how much they can shift around, play off one another. The fundamentals are amazing with them. I think G2's game against Team Liquid was really defined by the macro. They did so well at inserting players at different points of the
Brioche
map.
bun for a
Valorant,
sandwich?
every event
I feel
he
like
comes to, he continues to prove just how strong he is as an IGL at that macro level and as a leader of guys, of players as well, to build them up to this point.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Kakuka's just huffing. She's just huffing it, right? And the Vitality.
I thought she
copium
was on the
is what she's
G2
huffing.
copium before.
Look at her go.
I barely need it, but it actually smells.
I thought she was on the G2 before.
I'm excited to see.
Isn't she saying that G2 are not going to drop a map the tournament or something?
We all know he's a menace. We know he's talented.
Bro, I'll be honest, yeah, the sniffing of this shit, to me, does not look appropriate, but we'll let Kakuka do her thing.
You can expect a heavyweight boxing match.
Yeah, absolutely. Trex has so much experience. He's been playing throughout the years in so many rosters. He also has the global experience.
Brioche is the brioche. There was a phase where people had like brioche for burgers, and then people realized that brioche is probably not the best one for a burger.
The smaller names, just because of the repercussion that the rest has had globally, they are really key to this, to both these rosters. And on the side of Leaf, the way that he's playing on the Viper, on the Chamber, he's having so much impact in every single round. To me, these are two of the pillars for the team.
They both had their historic moments, making international events all the way back in 2021.
Mini for YouTube title, I suggest putting the days matches in the
Guild when he was playing the Rays there that you're
oh yeah, I need to change the title now, don't I? Oh yeah, because you don't. Okay.
People are really seeing how much impact
that
they
makes
have
sense.
on their teams and how much they can do on these big matches. Now they're both perennially underrated and having their moment.
And I love also the fact that
how far behind am I on?
So many rookie players, so many new faces. We still have returning players.
Yeah.
Meaning like yes, we were good at you know, back in the day. We still have it, or you know, we've improved and we're already up here again.
Guys, how far behind am I right now? I'm very worried how far behind. When I look at the Restream website, I'm so far behind, but on Twitch I look fine. How do I change my title on?
Jonah P, who spoke with Jen Lee earlier today.
Hello everyone, and hello Professor Jonah P. What's up with this?
Yeah, I
oh
got
shit.
Support EDG. They showed us.
Did I just go offline?
Twitter, so yeah, we're looking forward to playing them.
Did I just go offline for a second?
Right, well today you have to beat Vitality. The thing is, Durka has 2 trophies. Les won 2022 World Champions. How do you beat them?
We have something they don't have, which is an Ascension trophy, so their trophies don't really matter.
Oops.
I don't know about that one. I mean, Les did win a world championship, but in any case, in this matchup, you got G2. They're going to have to face their demons here.
I don't know how to change my YouTube title.
But Jojimo has a
One
champion's
sec.
trophy. That's true. That's true. And now he's joining in with these boys. We have a very exciting matchup here.
That's true.
Between Jaw and Durka.
Can you change it during?
In their former teams, defined the roster.
Oh, here we go.
Jaw with EG in the very same
Is it
year,
G2
Durka
versus
with
Vits?
Fnatic. But now they both have a new jersey on, and the difference between the players, it's interesting because Jaw is this full-time Yoru player. He's yet to have his crazy individual moments in the same way he did in 2023, but Durka is right back at that level he was with Fnatic already, Bea.
Yeah, I think that for Durka, everybody, well, not everybody, but some people thought he might go down just by not having the rest of the environment of Fnatic with him. But he has proved that he has what it takes, that he is still hungry and he is still here to win.
Which is a massive achievement for him, honestly, because it would have been easy to
I think
consistent for so long with so many names that we have had in the scene, little people can have that success.
And he was so incredible in their series against DRX, dropping 32 kills in a map they lost, being the first player to reach 2,000 kills at global tournaments in Valorant history. The fact that this is 5 years into the game, after he was a finalist in the first ever Masters, and he's still performing this well, is truly a testament to Durka's skill.
Yeah, it truly is, and we're excited for this matchup here because we got.
It's all me, baby. It's all me.
It's gonna be a banger.
It's all me. You think Durka? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's all Durka.
Moves on to face off against EDG.
Vitality.
And here comes the EMEA representative, Vitality, the juggernauts of their region, as they have an opportunity to punch
High risk, high reward roster. Lots of skill, but it will come down to good leadership to get in check. So they haven't even lost yet. So like they haven't even had to have that kind of thing happen yet. I didn't think that they would be. It would be as easy for Vitality as it has been, to be honest with you. Does it leader now? Yeah, probably. No one's asking about what people think about Vitality anymore. I mean, that seems like a reasonable take, even in hindsight, right? Jersey review. I don't like the full white from. Full white doesn't look very good. Vitality is winning just on the basis that they have a more reasonable color.
From Cambodia, I know he has family coming out to see him here today.
Yeah, exactly. And we need
You
to
change
think
it to
about the
Durka
maps,
stole my
right? Coming
strats.
into
Yeah,
this
pretty much.
Vitality, just by having those 2 wins, they will be Team A, so they get to decide who gets to ban first. But I think for them, it's pretty clear. I mean, America's Pearl is American. They permaban the Pearl. I don't think that we will see surprises there. And G2's gonna decide to ban the Fracture after what we've seen, and also, you know, Fracture is an EMEA map. That leaves the bind
I like this.
open again, and Vitality just
Okay,
like
I got it wrong. I thought they banned.
It was a 50-50 though. They would either ban the bind and play Fracture, or they'd end up with the veto they have ahead of them here. G2 knew this. They're gonna have prepared the bind.
Yeah, I thought they banned bind to
That
go
map has been
Fracture.
outstanding for Vitality, but it's the exact
Okay.
same for G2 on
I thought
Road.
this would be
When I
split
watch this
here.
map, this is what I feel like is the pinnacle of balance.
Interesting.
Calling, the way that they're
G2 have played against the Haven of Fnatic twice now.
manipulating the defensive rotations is
So, and the last time G2 played against Fnatic Haven, they won like 13-3. It was in the off season, but they probably know it very well, you know.
Extremely quiet for what we've been seeing regionally. We know that the struggles for him
If
are
this comes to
different.
third map,
Also,
I'm making
the
a tweet
responsibility is now IGLing the team and having to keep
because
up
I
with
think
his
that's a
performance. Right
tweet-worthy
now,
thing to kind of point out.
good. In fact, I think he's in the right at the
G2
bottom
have a
of the
look,
tournament.
chance getting 2-0 here. What was it? Bind? What did I fucking miss here? What was the second map? Lotus. Bind Lotus.
Both teams, you can kind of tell the demeanor of each squad when they were in their huddle. They know how important this game is, obviously, but I think there's also just this great opportunity here. Hell yeah, baby! As a fellow,
It's always annoying being the team. Like, when you know a team is either going to ban Bind or Fracture, and you have to kind of guess, are they going to ban Bind or Fracture? You have to prepare the other map. It's always frustrating when, like, the team who's technically the one with the weaker map pool is getting an advantage in the fact that, like, you don't know what they're going to ban. It is frustrating. Did G2 lose Lotus yet? I don't think so.
The biggest strength of this is what set plays you can have for actively re-clearing space on your defensive side, and how strong your stall is.
G2 has changed their comp since the last time, right? I'm very interested by this comp.
Yeah, exactly.
Or have they not even played Bind yet? No, they played Bind once. They played it during the tournament and played with Sky and Viper. I think this comp change is big. I think this comp change is big. This is one of the problems with having 8-team tournaments, is that people don't expose their maps. Like, and they're able to change stuff like this. If you're playing a fucking 16-team tournament, like, you can't. It's harder, I think, to get away with this.
No Zywoo, no Honesty in this one.
Wrong game, wrong game.
But Durka and Jorgamo,
Listen, no dark corridors here. This is a child's game.
Yeah, but it's a good one.
It is a good one.
This one is a sick matchup that we've got in front of us. Durka versus Jorgamo.
You like Sky pick? I don't like it.
That you gotta tune in for. And the
I don't think. I'm curious as for Breach Teo on Bind.
And they're matching up here at the peaks.
It wouldn't. I would probably test it if I was on the team, but I would know deep down that maybe you don't need the breach. But in terms of like showing it, the first time you show it is in the semi-finals upper bracket of an international tournament. It means that, like, I mean, Vitality wouldn't have played against much Breach Teo on Bind probably. Like, there's a lot of chance for like some good stuff here. Like Vice can set up some traps with the Breach and the Teo.
To try to counter Vitality.
So honestly, I'm gonna be more interested in watching G2 because I've watched Vitality on this map. I know what they're gonna do.
Defending on B to open this up, knowing that Vitality love doing B defaults on pistol rounds. And DRX didn't really execute this composition very well, but if I trust anybody to find the holes and do the ante, it's G2.
Showing us something very interesting off the rip.
5 people?
Right beginning. Wall's going to be coming across, and they're right on the money with it. It's going to be a TP play forwards.
Okay, they're baiting them into the 3. Yeah. Ironically, it would have been better if they just stacked B, but how are you supposed to know that?
Flooding forwards, Jorgamo! He's delivering, raining down, death and destruction. But shots in the dark for safe. Might be able to equalize it ever so slightly still. They're sitting at a player disadvantage. But reclears coming hot and heavy here from G2. They've got 3 players ready, and look at that. It's the bait and switch. Drop down.
Okay, so nice ready from G2. G2, again, so G2 don't have a bad, like, coming into this, in the context that they knew for 3 days straight or 4 days straight that they were going to play this map against Vitality. They knew it was going to be Bind, and Vitality couldn't be sure. It means that G2 will have some advantage in, like, serious prep.
Repositions into sight.
Vitality be relying on the fact that they're just think they're better on the map, whereas G2 come in with new comp and prep.
Use it to regroup back through into halls. Make sure they have control out towards the back of the site. There's still a lot of unknowns. There are only 28 seconds left. They think that they could have potentially exited, and there it is, opened up wide, but the trade.
Does anyone have the win rate right offhand for like Vice versus Viper on the map right now? I would presume that Vice is taken over.
Versus Jonah P, and time is of the essence.
But it felt wrong to me when I first watched it.
Spike in his hands. Jonah P's giving him that space and that opening, but now with a fault line right on the money, swinging wide.
Jonah, in what planet do you not just wide swing, mate? On what planet are you trying to jiggle peek a stunned player
Vitality have been
who is shot already? I don't get it.
Was not as good as G2's, but the
I usually don't highlight these things as much, but that was poorly played, I think.
Vitality, and specifically Les, who is so good in calm, quiet situations, managed to silent drop both of the players out through hookah.
Just swing, bro. Like, you have to play like your donk, man.
G2 did not win a single pistol round against EDG in the game that could have got them through to playoffs in the first time around.
Phantom Abuser Vitality. Okay, I'm back to the Phantom, guys. Maybe you started getting to stand one tap. Yeah, so you just like, you take the jiggle initially, bait the shot, and then you just wide swing. Like, he just stayed arm out like the entire time.
You river banning bind, potentially split or fracture, but you've been shown up on fracture and bind recently, and so you can kind of direct where you think the map pool is going to go to that degree.
I need to get better at explaining things, I think. Because, like, I'm not baiting for, like, a response. Like, I know what he's done.
Evidence of that one here to Salvos.
And I feel like, because I frame it negatively, people think that I don't know the initial part, and then maybe some people don't understand that initial part.
Plucks Jonah P out, and Trent's going to be following suit alongside Jorgamo. And running and gunning does not save the day, not for Fallon, not today.
And while it looked dangerous, while G2 got the right players in the right positions, Vitality still kept 3 of the rifles through. And so, actually, a perfectly fine bonus round situation.
Dirk's informed this tourney. Dirk was the, I don't think people realize, but Dirk had the highest stats at champs. And he was our best performer at Shanghai, fairly easily. Internationally, in the past 3 tournaments, he's been extremely good.
Looking to try to increase the tempo straight down short. Yeah, quick play occurring. A bit of spam through the smoke as well.
So they used a fast short play.
Past the smoke as well to try and take that fight straight.
It's like a fast breach.
So Jorg now gone. You know that there's no quick reinforcement of the opposite side.
Euro in this comp. Do I like the Euro in this comp?
Slow, spread out. They use the drones to
I don't hate Euro.
Into good positions. As Safe is doing now, just clearing out B long. Going for the walk down behind the Viper.
Doubled up. Looking for open fights and open sightlines. There's a flash in the face.
It's probably better against Vice teams.
Just the jump spot, and that's Jonah P hoping and hunting for a bit of information. Calls are being made. Vitality's starting to stack some more bodies over towards the A side. That's why they want to set their mark.
Derek has never had a bad tourney. Internationally, I don't think he's ever had a bad tourney, no.
Scurry out of there, just not in time. He's dropped Trent. Vitally important fight out towards Showers. Now he's going to be squeezed from these remaining players. Vitality know how important this position is. And there's just no options whatsoever for these G2 players. Putting a slow squeeze on them.
G2 going for a big aggro play on their anti-bonus round is
rolling up to essentially a vacated site, just filled up with the bodies of
bro,
his comrades.
Pansy got.
Remember that this is the bonus round for Vitality.
Pansy called me.
There's full rifles on board.
Got annoyed when I used the word anti-bonus.
Now looking to break the economy of G2.
Like,
so
why is that something that she was annoyed by? Anti-bonus.
Struggling like this. Keeping one rifle.
It's one team's bonus round, and you're playing anti the bonus. I didn't know what to say. I was like, I think I'm just right on this one. Like, I can't argue it because I just think I'm like, I just think I'm right. Like, it's the way we framed Valorant for the last 3 years in Fnatic, talking about bonuses and anti-bonuses.
Tiny gap on the left-hand side, actually. They're correct that.
It's not eco anti-eco, no, because it depends on like there's different types of ecos.
Of the shutdown. Jonah P, he uses aftershock and gets caught out a little bit, but Trex does not take the fight at the beginning.
Like sometimes we used to have anti-ecos that would like SOK made us do like anti-block rounds basically, which were just anti-ecos that are like they only got classics really, and then we play like anti-bonuses on the anti-bonus round, but then also against like teams that are like broken by.
That's kind of discipline that we know G2 for, and we're seeing it.
Exactly, SOK. It's anti-glocks and anti-bonus, but in the context of outside of Fnatic Valorant, like obviously you would just say anti-eco, or the anti-bonus is specifically the third round of the game, right? But in Fnatic Valorant we had a slightly different
I think more so than early round pressure, what I'd like to see G2 opt for is mid-round re-clears. So when you know that somebody...
So fair to say that doing a play like that on anti-bonus round means you're not confident to do... too confident in your gun rounds? No, they just had a read, it seemed. They got a game plan and a read.
Saw it a tiny bit from DRX.
Kind of, yes, I guess. Anti-Cox. Yes, anti-Cock default.
Going to be locked right at him. Barely alive, man. The thread that he's hanging on to barely. And is Veto going to be thrown straight back?
Okay. I mean, it is low by...
lost him and control towards this one. That's a
bro, you do that the other way around.
Slow to a crawl, but the ultimate's even
yeah, G2
slower.
are fucked.
It's not fast enough. Quick reposition by Trent, though. This. Oh, it's catching him on a way.
Okay, no, they're not.
My God, finds the hammer. Sheriff finds two, left on the side and Trex alongside him. Tries to go
I was very worried for G2 after seeing all that shit, but if Trent kills two people, you can kill people.
A series of unknowns rattling through his mind.
Nice little jinx, yeah. Nice curse arena.
The time pressure is on less. He's trying to pull some of these players out, get a bit more information, maybe a pick to make it much more winnable. G2 are not giving
He's
him
played this
squats,
badly.
not giving him an inch. And now the net tightening and straight from behind. It's Leaf who strikes.
That gets G2 onto the board. Incredibly important round.
You're still roughly 10 seconds behind Sliggy.
He's the difference maker. We called out the fact that the ultimate didn't get the value that they were looking for. Salvos were great at the beginning to try to keep Fallon alive, but it's the reposition after the
I can't really do anything about it, guys.
Gets him the 2K. Slows down the rest of Vitality. Helps deliver G2 the round.
It's very important for G2. You can't really let the snowball occur on blind attack side with these compositions. Where is this teleport going? Where's the game crash going? Not too sure. He's just taking point, taking contact, wants to take a fight. He has no exit strategy. Just an orb. Picked up.
Wow.
So always defending.
He early round flashed somewhere else on the map. I've got to be honest, I can't remember where he began. Okay. And Trent's managed to pick up a kill just by spamming there, anticipating that less was going to be scaling off the back of the wall going up.
These timings are quite impeccable. I mean, Jonah P's sliced them up, cuts up the fight. Spread for your troubles, Kicks.
Spread default from Vitality, and we haven't seen any team really be able to punish that. Vitality have so much success on this map because players spread default, and every player is in position to really flex their muscles. We know how strong the roster is. But here, Durka goes down.
I don't really understand what G2's initial thing on showers was there.
Good for the one.
Do it after the round? Do it after the round.
Vitality. Bit of a slow siege attempt.
You mean when the round's finished? Didn't I do it when the round had just finished?
Got to try and get themselves into the side.
You mean I got to do it more like...
freely as possible, but it's all discipline from G2 out towards the back of the side. However, Jonah P was open to
as soon as the round's over, I guess.
Docomo is on a bit of an island. He needs a bit of help.
What's Vitality strong map?
Only 20 seconds left, and Vitality, they do need to get that spike down. The smoke in their face that makes
they like bind, fracture, Haven.
To be that one step ahead, spraying away. Kicks is running and gunning, but it's 8 seconds left to play with in the round, and it's just enough to get.
Save has ult, and he's gonna get Salvos back at some point. I don't know how far away.
The footsteps betraying him. Armageddon's out to roll in red carpet. G2, they are not the VIPs, they are not the ones to the party, but they're going to try and make it about them. Here
Didn't like that ult.
Leaf finds the shots, and he converts. He's a player that everyone's been looking towards at the start of the year for G2 as they were dominating in America's kickoff.
Yeah.
Hasn't necessarily had every game with the most impact. Honestly, that has been Trent. Trent has been the player in most recent weeks, keeping them in these games, but
that shot from Trent was
and you see what he's able to do.
redonkulous.
He's been a beast. That felt like G2's round to win when Vitality were playing with the clock like that, but as soon as the plant goes down, you're feeling good about Vitality. And it takes
look at this wall.
From Leaf. Looks entirely. Here's a punish though. Straight onto Les, and all angles of retreat.
Look at this. What's up, man?
Les is lucky to be alive. He's dropped down to just 48 health.
Look at this unusual wall from Leaf as well that he's got anchoring onto the B site. Actually does allow Vitality to go fully through into elbow. It chops up the site.
One's close quarters. They've got the smokes at least to ensure that they've got safety there. And you are right about the wall chopping it up. Still not triggered. No detonation on it. Molly at your feet, swinging wide and out and around. A Rolling Thunder gives you plenty of targets to pick.
Bro, is that a Rolling Thunder setup? What?
Spike in hand. He's worried.
Was that an actual breach ult setup? Or like we're in time to flood with that
Orbital strike in through the back. Leaf is a quick evacuation. He's going to be safe, and Durka wants to try and run them down with a showstopper of his own.
Huh?
Just see that! No way! Just whacks it into the side. This is chaos, and this is anarchy. Blood spilled out onto the sand here onto the B site. Out wide, Trent is
But Rolling Thunder knocks them away. No.
Have been popped, but leaves it down to safe and balanced. Sticking! Not
What a round.
planted.
That's crazy.
My God!
Vitality are going to be
The Rolling
gutted
Thunder
about
knocks
that
them
one.
into the
They
Vice
committed
wall,
as many
doesn't
ultimates
it?
as they could think of, throwing them to see what would stick. And they had their opportunity. They managed to get in, but my God, it really was chaos. It was absolute chaos. Leaf hit by an orbital strike, and then by the salvos at the end, there was an attempt for a pit to come up, and then Les got
Like, I mean, like,
so the pit disappeared.
it might not actually. It's probably not this deep, but
Ludicrous.
Never show Cadril that round.
like when the wall gets triggered and there's like people out, like it just the wall means that they get stuck in the wall almost. Like, I don't know.
G2 looking like they want to hold over.
I don't know the
This is the kind of trap play that was
how
talked
often
about
is the
earlier.
wall going to be up and then we
Jorgen's better
ult
contact
a
the
bunch of
other
people?
side.
I don't know.
But if
If G2 like to hook a default, then
does force the TP at least out of it. Armageddon.
but then there's nobody over here.
Into them.
But also there's that
Like if
teleport
we're
that just
doing
allows
that, don't we need people over here
to get out of jail for free, and
to
that's what
punish
Veto
the
ended up
potential
doing.
TP?
And no one from G2 on the other side to catch him. And Durka gets out, as you mentioned, for free. All being slowed down at the minute mark.
Oh wow,
Oh.
hiding actually there from the
Dodged
drone.
it.
And that's super important because it lets you dodge the suppress. It's not necessarily important to know whether or not Leaf is there, but taking out all of his Vice util would have offered Vitality an opening.
Sorry.
Slow walk up though, and another refight
Oh.
is called for, and another TP! Popped right out
Bro,
to the
Jonah's
side.
getting away with murder on those two frags so far, where he just like isolated someone out. I like the re-clear.
To util, I mean, G2, they've got it in spades. Just when you think you're safe, always going to be refighting you, but how much more do they really have here? Sliders of corners and sliders of gaps, and G2 willing to double up. They have that opening where smokes are going to be dropped down and backs to these players. A bite to one of that. Jorgamo is ready to take that.
Right now, Vice is just opposite the Teo breach, right? Teo breach has been proactive on one side, and Teo has just been
Despite the fact that two players escaped through the
bunkering the
teleport,
other side.
the double defensive re-clear towards B long still got value. Because it shoved over
Gajo
on the
mentioned.
opposite side of the map. They're not able to use their entry player on the site exec. He had to go back through the hookah teleport to try to just end on the same site as his team. And it still also pushed Trex into a corner where he could get bullied. That's the kind
Oh,
of
this
thing
is
I was
good.
expecting G2 to do with this comp.
Crazy. Had some fun on Mirage strats.
G2 were talking about valuable lessons that they learned off that EDG game. Almost grateful of the fact that they got absolutely
I'll have a look at this in a bit.
demolished, right? Yeah, in the final two maps. But I think the valuable lesson they've learned is that you got to take fights. You got to be proactive. You got to be active in terms of taking them as well. The teams that have been performing the best at this tournament are the ones that make the most decisions like that.
Valen during the press conference said, I'm excited that we got exposed against EDG and a bit against Team Liquid because it is not happening again in playoffs. We're going to start hot and take over the series. And have they taken over the series here necessarily? Well, they're starting on Vitality's map pick, something that used to be a permaban for them, and they're 4-3 up after winning the majority of these like rifle rounds that we're seeing after the pistols. So as far as a hot start, as far as it's reasonable to expect a
long
hot start on a map like this that isn't
are
favored
these
for G2,
guys?
I'd say they're doing a great job of it. The pressure is on Vitality.
No, this what?
Certainly.
Bro, I'm tall. I'm really tall.
Time is going to be ticking down.
Good time for a
Barriers gonna be
Vitality timeout.
evaporating.
Yes.
Vitality have got to look for answers
I mean,
here.
it should have
Outside of this
happened.
timeout.
Kaplan would
Going
take
for
the
an investment
timeout
on
probably
this half
here
armor.
a lot of the time.
Guardian in the hands.
I would take it after the third.
himself.
Probably. Although I was quite late with
Forward is gonna be
some
using the salvos to
fourth,
see if they can
fourth,
take
I
some
would
of that
sometimes
space
go.
away, but it's a smoke instantaneously there as a response.
3 in a row was generally my rule.
Not shy, though.
Unless it was like
Very
start
much
of game
alone when
pistol
he's
round.
taking this fight.
Reclear from G2, so dangerous.
Could go wrong though. Still. Drone. Just a body block.
But you get the fuck out of there, Dirk, my buddy.
It's a fault line as well, slowing it all the
Fault
way
line in
down.
from 8.
Dirk
Nice idea here too. So we got the breach here, who's able to do stuns.
Fight these solo players in the spread default. This time forcing Durka away.
I do like the
Still
breach
great,
around
but
this
they're not getting
area.
the pick. Can these two site anchors hold on?
Players
to
can
Johnny
call timeouts, but the rule 90, I think 99.9% of players just say to their coach on the mic, "Can you take a timeout?" and let the coach decide whether they need a timeout.
Nobody really could.
Players are stupid if they try
Players
to take the
that window of
timeout.
opportunity that Durka just paid for with his life. Still, plan is necessary. And
If you really want a timeout, you say, "Coach, I really need a timeout."
200 P from the side. It's a flash and a repeat, but he's instantaneously traded at that. It leaves G2 into a 2v3.
Salvo's too late. Trent and Valen with it all
You
to
can
do.
talk to the coach. No, you can't talk to the coach, but you can. The coach can hear what you're saying.
Nice to be taken here.
So you can talk to them and not get a response, but you could say, "Coach, I need a fucking timeout, bro. If you don't time out right now, you're trolling."
Vitality very much got this one.
Like if you were that aggressive, you could do that.
And Key. Beautiful approach to that one. Clearing out through lamps. It's a tap from Valen. Needs to try and pull these players out, isolate these fights, but he's essentially got paper mache between him and
I
him.
never
He's running
told
gun,
the
he's got
boys
all
that
the
I
time to
would
do
do
it
this,
all.
but anytime that the boys would say, "I think we need a timeout," if anyone said that on the team, I would take a timeout almost immediately.
The entry from Durka did not find the value they were looking for. Didn't use a raise nade to try to clear the Thorns and jumped in. Took so much damage from the Thorns that Leaf's able to finish him off with a couple body shots. But here it is, safe, making the play to win the round. Top of the
I think that was what I should have done. One instance is like
compared to what he's been able to do in the tournament so
I
far.
think there was a time where Bosa was not sure if we should time out,
After having two absolute
and I was of the opinion that we shouldn't time out.
The other three, he was playing
But we should have made a rule that like he's allowed to ask, but like if I don't time out, it means that you just keep doing the same thing because you're doing well.
Contact called for though.
Do you think Breach was down some mats even after Teo's gone? Presumably nerfed. Breach play rate should go down massively if Teo's nerfed.
But they might just be the ones to force the issue out wide and away. That was again catching these Vitality players in a bit of that transition period, backing themselves out. There's a heal online so they can
Thank
make
you very much,
shore
Bugs.
up a bit of the damage that was done.
And a full rotate called. They spotted Durka outside.
Yeah, Tokyo
showers.
Finals I
Makes it
took one
feel like the
because
attacking default is over
Leo
rotate.
wanted a
Try and
timeout.
call this rotate, find a timing where G2 still only have two players defending B.
Jungwon's got good info here. Dimensional Drift's going to be used. But
Alpha's called for one in the past.
not enough to deal with these thorns as well. The salvos.
Leo's called for one in the past, and I think Kron might have called for one in the past.
Not anticipating that Durka
I don't think
be
Durka
up onto
ever
that high ground.
called for
Leaves
one.
Leaf into a sticky spot.
I can tell when Durka needs one though. I don't need Durka to tell me if he needs a timeout.
G2, just them trying to square up and take these fights. Durka, this guy, not willing to take a step back. Wants to take the fight and he wants to take it now, but he has slowed it down and he is essentially the sole recipient of this site. He's got to try and hold this one down. First line of defense.
Another
Oh my
ace?
God, he might just be the only one.
How many aces has he had this tournament? Is that his third?
What a beast! What an absolute beast Durka is! All tournament, for my money, looking like the best player in the world, top of the stats, any metric.
Bro, why am I
Have a
gonna
look.
play with the Phantom
He's not even
when
aiming at Trent there. So the phrase is, it's better to be lucky than to be good, but
why
arguing
do I
Durka
want to
isn't
play
good
with the
is
Phantom?
laughable. Don't know about that though, man. He is so talented too.
Did he just say the shots are bad? I didn't think. Did he say? What did he say?
That's Durka, man. That is Durka in a nutshell. Because like you said, man, we could ham on all day, I think, about this guy, Durka, being potentially MVP candidate over the course of this entire tournament.
If I'm casting and Turka says that, I am
He's on for greatest of all time as well. We talked
praising
about it last time we were
him
covering
for his
Turka in a game,
standards.
but if he manages to win here at this event, which Vitality are definitely hunting for that trophy, he will tie
What have you done, Fnatic?
He will overtake players like Aspas. He's been at the top level since the beginning. Attended the very
I mean, I am very,
LAN
yeah.
event,
I mean, I said this last stream. Like, I am very proud about Durka because, like,
everywhere,
back in
done everything,
21,
now you're seeing him do
22,
it with a different
he was
jersey
so much
on.
better than the rest of our team
with him being
before the
part of
super
the
team
Fnatic
that I would
system.
have to have talks with him about like
Parts of it here, and his entry
what
has just
he
been
wanted from Valorant and like
unbelievable, actually.
how we could keep him motivated
versus
because
Jorg
obviously the game was in 21, 22. He was
Jorg has been
honestly so much better than a lot
really
of
that
people
guy
that
in
it
the
was
entries.
almost
He's got
boring
the
for him to
second highest
play.
first death per round in the tournament so far.
And
Pretty
so
much
when he
opposite
made
of Durka,
mistakes that
like,
are like
still
easy to
dying quite a
fix,
bit at
like
the beginning of the round, but just getting so many first
I would
kills.
talk to him quite a lot about like
Jorg
him
is
becoming like the
actually
greatest
playing
player
a
of
bit
all
more of like
time,
a support
like genuinely, like
It's one of those things as well.
as a way to like keep him on track. Like I don't accept. I was trying to like not accept
Jorg and Durka.
him making silly mistakes just because he had 30 frags a lot of the time. You know what I mean?
He did, and Jorg said he wanted revenge on Durka again coming into this game. As did the whole of the rest of G2, because it was Durka, as part of Fnatic, that knocked G2 out of champs. So everybody on G2
Durka not
wants
being
to
stuck
take
in
this guy
contract,
down.
Joe, is respectful for Fnatic.
1v5 kind of scenario, and he's
I
pulling
mean,
out aces on them.
they did
He has been unstoppable.
kick
And this is another round for him to kind of
him.
flex his muscles. Vitality start out slow, waiting for G2, because they've been doing a lot of
It's
early
it's an
round
awkward
plays.
one. Like they were trying to get rid of him.
Peek.
Like
No dice
so.
left, Jorg him up. He's lucky.
Obviously, they had offers on the table, so it's like difficult to, you know.
Mid round is so quiet from Vitality.
Yeah.
It makes it super difficult to figure out where they're ending.
Making noise now though, because there's only 30 seconds left. I think they've realised it. Need to pick up the pace ever so slightly. Fault line and re-swing out through sand. That's good position.
That number, JT, I can't talk about anything, but I'm not confident that's the
Dominate one
number.
area of the map, but which direction are they going to be going into? Trailblazer to potentially get them in towards back of the halls. Salvo's on top of it. A lot of unknowns going to be rattling through their brains. Juggernaut from the side, still has the rifle.
I've heard very different.
Going to be sailing them into the sunset easily.
And it's not
Time
higher.
The trade in sight for kicks.
We saw so many thrifties in the previous series today between T1 and EDG.
From what I've heard, two teams were offering a certain amount of money, and Vitality undercut that a lot.
Sneak up on them.
And I can't talk more than that.
Vitality's defaulting and their attack side calling is designed to
And
try to control
there
the
was
game.
the reason why it took so long was they're trying to figure out a reasonable solution, from what I understand.
Durka's probably going to be the tip of the spear here again. Showstopper available for him in a round where G2's economy would be in a rough spot once more if they lose this.
And it's an off-angle hold for him. Boombot's going to signal it. How do you choose to play it? Breaks it. Also a bit of uncertainty, but here's a showstopper and there's no time for quick reactions! Oh my god!
My god.
There's a clone who's tanking that one. It still gets the value. Wraps itself around the corner and it's gained entry and open access to the side here for Vitality. Jorgamo has to make a play here, steps forward, and Flash is good with the connection. Spray, but he's run out of bullets, and the return of the fire is there. Kicks making sure he's mightily consistent, at least to return those kills, but Leaf, hold on, there's something to say about it!
Okay, this is looking like a decent half from G2.
One word to describe over these teams.
5-6.
Discipline.
It's not bad.
Leaf
It's
next
not
to the
bad.
rest of a Red Bull.
Considering
Chatting to his
Les
team about
had
how
to
they want
win
adjust
them
things
the
like this.
pistol
I
round
mean, that was a wild couple of
as
shots
well.
towards the end here from Leaf. This is a wild
And
opener as
yeah.
well, like you were talking about the splash damage coming around the corner.
Like I've not been
Take
locking
a look at
in,
the
but
replay.
like
Leaf
this
gets
is
these
going alright for
too.
G2.
What a first shot onto Les, and then right before
Considering like a lot of things were going Vitality's way.
those are two utterly critical
That being said, the
kills for
first
G2 to
fucking
get back into this one.
the second gun round had Trent
Their
killing someone
economy is
through a
still
fucking
not
smoke
saved
and
either.
Jonah winning a one-on-one.
Sorry, they were going to have a Bulldog. They ended up going for the Vandal. So just a single Guardian. A lot of people.
For
on
Magic,
light
could you
armor.
imagine it be
Durka has
Durka being one of the
operated
ones
on
let
the other
go?
side, on the attack side too. Just, again, because G2 have been peaking so much on defense, I assume.
Yeah, I believe there's a rifle
Yeah.
for him as well. It's last round of the first
Because
half,
like, who do you like? If Fnatic wanted to make changes, who do you change? It's like such an impossible question.
G2 with a heavy emphasis out towards sand area. The Armageddon play to try and punish the drone that was coming out wide, but it's a quick step away. Durka's landed himself a bullet to the
Sometimes
top.
people use the Armageddon like it's a fucking worse than salvos.
In the prior game as well, he is an anti-op missile with the.
Is yours the easiest to change? It's the easiest to find another very high-skilled player. It's to find a player like Durka. It's
Able to navigate it well enough. No follow-up. What G2
borderline impossible.
There's a plant now coming through, but it's an aftershock to disrupt, and Jonah P. He has the breach ult. Could make a go of this one here, but honestly a little bit too late. Trex is going to be sticking this one plant down and out, but you choose to go off of this. Push forwards outside of triple. There's no follow-up out through heaven, so let's. Oh, he's not safe, is he? It's util where that came from. Trex
Easy
like
round win for G2 here, right?
Up and over just to buy them a bit of time. He's got an orbital strike in the back pocket. It's an extra layer.
They don't have half.
Oh my! George got a head on it.
Wait, they knew? How did they know he headbutted it?
Anyway, orbital strike forced out, but time is ticking. And G2, they need kills. They need to draw the blood. They need to find these players.
Sorry, I meant easy round win for Vitality, not G2, because they had the Brim body. I got it the wrong way around. My bad.
Just in time.
A 7-5 half.
When Trex was lining up his shit, I thought it was G2 for some reason. Fucking Kix is shaking.
Thinking about jams.
Kix is shaking.
Alas, the post-plant utility
Adrenaline there.
good for Vitality.
Oh, he's shaking from the 1v1. Jesus, though. That was...
At some point in the year earlier as their
That was some shaking.
Being the first time they've played this version of the composition, they should be pretty happy with a 5-7.5. They didn't even win the pistol.
No, lost pistol and lost bonus. Still putting up decent numbers.
Oh, he thought it was a 1v2 as well.
Like we said at the beginning, a bit of a pick your poison situation for G2 themselves. Still anyone's game.
To his favorite next map, I would say G2.
From John QT about what he thinks about this match so far.
กลับมาอีกแล้วนะครับผมยังไม่ได้บอกชื่อเลยก็กรี๊ดกันซะแล้วนะขอบคุณมากๆนะครับผม And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with John QT.
It's funny that like I was like a big Euro fan to the point where like I might even be saying yes that it's been overplayed, but I think that it's fine.
But first of all, I would love to know.
I think that he's good on many maps in the comps that have been played. My curiosity is about Euro versus Raze on some of those like Raze maps.
I think all four teams are very strong. They all have different playstyles and comps. But I think if I had to choose a team, I would say EDG. I think they have the
If
most
I'm
experience
Sen,
out of all the four.
I am not
And
staying
I
in
think
Thailand.
I'm rooting for G2 for Americas, our region obviously, but
Bro,
I think EDG will
they
take
should
it.
be home.
Alright สำหรับคำถามเนี่ย
Right?
ถามง่ายๆเลยครับว่าคิดยังไงกับทีม
Unless they're going to continue to
อยู่แข่งอยู่ตอน
practice
นี้นะครับผม
in...
ทีมที่จะชนะคือทีมอะไรเนี่ยเขาก็บอกว่าน่า
John
จะ
is
เป็น
playing the show
ที
match?
ม EDG นั่นแหละนะฮะ
Yeah,
แต่
but
ว่าก็มี G2 เหมือนกัน
guys,
ที่ก็รักนะครับเพราะว่า
they don't need to
เนื่องจากว่า
commit
เป็น
to the show
ไมค์
match. They could be like, fuck you guys,
อ
I'm
ย่างไร
going
ก็
home.
ตามครับผมคำถามต่อมาจะถามเกี่ยวกับประเทศไทยสั้นๆ Another short one. I just want to know how has Thailand been so far?
It's been really good. I like it here. People are nice. Food is nice. Obviously, the vibes. The weather kind of reminds me of Morocco, so I really like it a lot. Yeah.
Awesome นะฮะก็สำหรับตรงนี้นะครับชอบแฟนๆ
Bro,
ไทยนะครับ
I'm not let... I would
ชอบ
lose
ทุก
my
อย่างนะครับ
shit
ทำให้
if
คิด
I
ถึง
was
บ้านนะครับ
Kaplan.
But that will be it for now, guys, and we'll be back to the game.
Sentinels values content creation a lot. There's no point of valuing content creation if you don't get to tournaments, though. It's always the thing. It's like I think about when we won Lock-In, our YouTube page went from like 10k views a video to like 100k view video. You know what I mean? Like if you are good, if your team is sick at the game, you 10x everything. Like it's crazy.
It's hard to pull off. Yeah. Lothar vindication after all these years. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think the risk reward is worth it.
The player with the slab head.
Unless they all are staying there and playing, or they've agreed on like a very like set schedule.
Not holding anything back. Takes very much, like you said, takes point. It's the sacrificial lamb almost.
But like they kind of agreed the schedule in advance and figured out how they're going to practice, but they don't have time
Trust in the rest of his team
to fuck around too much.
Yeah, and that's why one of the reasons why G2 are winning so many 4v5s, because they're able to trade out Jorg and use what he's given them. He's playing the mini boo style of duelist at the moment.
Stray shots left.
The mini boo style of duelist.
Heal online though, Kix has got that one in his back pocket, so hopefully not too much more damage done. Speaking of damage, Jorgamo dropped into the process, smokes in their
They're
face.
using the Nats retake rule.
Valiant slipping his way in for the
Oh,
side,
Jonah
so
slipped the net.
in the back lines. Salvos drop down.
Jonah's won them around,
Here for
honestly.
G2, and they've got this site into a vice grip safe, trying to barrel his way forwards, and damage done to a variety of players, unless it's a dead man walking. He should be at this point. Trent, jump spot. Less sticks, half earth on the defuse. It's win condition.
What is Trent
And
doing?
he's a monster player.
Both of those 1v1s in the pistols have been played so horrifically by G2. Why is Trent playing like he's fucking ranked? Just swing him and kill him. My Jesus God.
Final position, post plant util all over the place. Unless is there just to drive the dagger in the back.
Jonah P fucked up by wrapping lamps that hard. Like, Jonah P had backside control, and then immediately went here instead of just surviving. He just stay here, just survive. Trent played that well until he just started fucking around. I don't get it.
Slingers in hand.
Trying not to give away that they.
What do you mean just swing him? The angle is awful. Bro, he knows that Les is low HP. You're telling me that against a low HP player, you are jiggle peeking 100 times?
Seek that evacuation. Les cuts it up tight into the corner. That's just only a ghost in hand. We anticipating some level of this one, and Kicks as well, just forcing the issue.
After he did his jiggle shenanigans, he needs to wide swing.
Gives his team the advantage, at least in the player capacity.
I don't care what angle you're on. You could be on the worst angle on planet Earth. If you are, if you have a HP advantage, you swing.
Taking a bit of a peek there. Trex knows the player's life because that discipline comes through and shines bright.
You're trying to get a pen shot because Les don't know he. If you're trying to go for a pen shot, then yeah, I don't know.
It certainly should do. Considering the vitality when pistol and then
Jiggle is good because okay, Jiggle. Okay, well, just swing him. I guess we're both saying kind of the same thing. You're saying that he can jiggle, but like he's jump spotting. Like
Vandal that they've got on the other side, but when you lose to Les with a ghost, when you had the weapon advantage, you're kicking yourself. G2 have got a very tough uphill battle now to try to upset.
Just try to do damage to him. Like the way he played it was that Trent tried not to do damage. Basically, he was playing like a defensive clutch rather than just killing people.
Excellent. I think it was 8-4 in the end. G2 wouldn't even get to play out all 12 rounds if that was the kind of defensive vitality you're putting up again today.
To be forwards and a stun connects, and okay. Wrangle control, Sheriff in hand, is Les going to be removed.
This is the kind of play that Les doesn't realize he cannot play those kind of spots versus Breach Tail right now. Like, this is the kind of play where it's like, okay, I've seen it once, now we need to kind of adjust. Because that was, yeah.
Just to deny a bit of that information here for Vitality going for reclares.
That's the kind of shit that the Teo Breach can pull.
Here's one level of the TP. Will he hear the rumble of the footsteps? Yes,
Save should clean up.
Catching a glimpse of it.
Very nice play by Save.
This could be a brutal.
No, Cryo, please no. Okay, thank you.
Save himself. Running amok, Rio.
Okay, well played by him, Save.
It's a three-piece in a round. Whilst there could have been chances and potentially
Think we still have a game here. It's gonna come down to this first initial. I don't know. It's so hard to call. On paper, G2's comp should do fine on attack. Like it should be alright.
A big difference maker.
But
Vitality, I feel. When he played bind defense against T1, he had 0 kills across 10 rounds. Not that that's the norm, but Safe has occasionally been putting up some stinkers, and I think there was a lot of people looking at him thinking, well, he's had some rough performances at international events before, despite dominating regionally, and the allegations of being a choker are floating around, but he's putting them to rest at least on this map. He's looking good. He's
I
finding
don't think
his
Safe is a
timing,
choker at all. I think that narrative needs to die quick.
Calling really well on the attack side.
Safe has played at like fucking 3 internationals. Like he has no, there's no basis for it in my opinion. He played phenomenal in his first international.
one's broken.
It's very difficult for him in the team he had to really shine consistently, especially at the highest level, because his teams weren't amazing
The question is it going to be enough
after that guild team.
a necessary one at that?
What's approach on Brave? What's your approach on coaching a super team like Vitality? What's your main focus? I think my initial focus with this team would be making sure we were on the, because like with Fnatic, like me and Boast already had our system going, and so like we could just slot people in and figure it out. Whereas like with Vitality, they didn't have the time to kind of figure out everything, all the stuff, all the kind of like team stuff. So I do think early on you kind of quickly need to make some agreements about how we're going to approach, you know, things as a team, I guess.
Safety in numbers, G2 might have it, but Jorgamo ends up just going down to the straight bullet. Dog in your face, there's no saving that one, but the stun still gets off. Oh my god. Safety with the spam, out from triple, leaves it just to save.
That'd be the first thing I'd do, I think.
Need to ISO these fights, and good luck to you. He's stunned.
I think with the caliber of the players, and then they all there's a lot of smart ideas happening from the players, it seems like. I would be less insane about going into like really deep protocols to begin with.
Then he wanted to deny the plant. Maybe just one step ahead of his own win condition there. They did reclaim Lamp's control and got themselves in a nice position, but...
Do you think Safe was best on Judas Smokes this year? I think Safe was the best when he played Judas, but obviously he doesn't need to play Judas when he's got Dirk on his team.
Durka has picked up the op. Valen might be confident, but Durka's op has done disgusting things in the tournament on defense so far.
The only saving grace for G2 is that no one...
He had a claim as like one, like he was, his duelist for Liquid was phenomenal, like truly impressive in a way that I can't even like
doing disgusting things with that weapon.
Shit talk at all, you know what I mean?
Map, though, entirely, isn't he? We're looking at the tools that G2 have available to clear the pit, and actually there are quite a few. Looks like the Tejo's got
It's the penis ult.
You would want to use Trent's salvos and drone to apply the pressure.
They're loving the Nats walls right now.
He's sticking around here.
If it was SOK, SOK.
If that's the case, how are they going to deal with the pit?
Still a wall down short as well. Yeah, how are they going to deal with the pit?
Where is the orb? Is it just on a? Is it on B window? Shorty's B window, right? Local window.
It looks like the gamble's correct. Where to stun?
Yeah, Sucker window, okay.
Oh.
I felt I felt like Trek should have been ready with Molly there. Yeah. G2 played that well, but I think Vitality... If Kix is playing here, then Trex really needs to be here. But if I'm Kix, I'm probably playing more towards these positions, and then letting Trex just do what he wants. And then if they do exec out of hooker, then at least we can secure elbow, and then we have elbow control and B long control. Like just secure the fucking important spots for post, in my opinion. Les did get fucked in the pit though, so.
Aftershock, getting timing by Trent.
But I think they played this part wrong. If Kix wants to commit to site, Trex has to bail him out with a molly or something, or has to swing with him. But there was no, they weren't swinging together. I mean, fundamentally, playing on this site against a Teo Breach, I mean, look at it. Like, let's be real.
That's brutal as well.
He probably should be opting towards more around the elbow kind of side of things.
So the spam comes through afterwards. Durka picked up the operator, and now he's got to try to find.
Make sure everyone knows that a part of the system and not let anyone think they're a superstar.
Might get lucky.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah.
Oh no, gonna be hearing that one. Okay.
I think in Fnatic that was pretty easy for us though. But yeah, I agree. Because when I speak to you like when I speak to Fnatic players, like I speak to the guy, you know people in chat who like sometimes give me questions or respond to me in a way that like they're kind of like disagreeing with me, and I kind of just talk to them like I'm just disgusted by what they're saying. Like that's just me speaking to Fnatic players constantly. So even if you're a superstar, like like you can, there might be some element of you being like, okay, well Mini's just treating me like a piece of shit right now, so who the fuck am I?
Still does the work. Still does the damage. Brings it to a 1v1. Salvo's online. Trex pushed back for about a moment. Smoke still down. Bit of safety to play in and just leaping into the fight.
I definitely used that one on Alpha before, where like Alpha was like, oh, on my old team we didn't do this thing, and I was like, bro, you're on fucking Fnatic, mate. You're not on some fucking tier 2 Turkish team anymore.
And won a 3v5 afterwards, a 2v5 essentially, right? Just by having Leaf and Trent work around triple, take the right timings after dodging the utility. And they'd already crunched.
You're telling me I might have a chance to get picked up? No, you need to be like one of the best players in the world, and then you need to say some stuff that makes me angry.
Economy though pinched for Vitality. This can be the comeback here for G2. Heard it from Valen's own mouth earlier.
The bait and switch, I think the Vitality are trying to cook up. Yeah, it's a nade. Durka was holding it over the shoulder, a bit of spam on top of it.
Beautiful.
They know the G2 have been trying to punish less jump spotting in that position. They make adjustments.
Nice little cool from Vitality. Just keep it simple. Bring the Raze over. If they try and brute force B long, we just nade them. It's quite nice. I think it should be the Teo in this comp though, because they can reset. They can do it with salvos and then just reset the salvos. But
that can buy time for the rotates.
But to be fair, Teo's got info on A. Okay. I'm thinking out loud theory, but
no flashes though.
I don't mind what they do. No. We did have good players to be humble. We also had a system that meant that like there was no question marks about what we were doing. Like there was no chance to like people to get egos because like nothing was like everything was already set out. Like
Potentially slowing it down, and it does actually split these players ever so slightly. The trade isn't there in time, not by Leaf, unless he's doing quick and dirty work. Jorgamo just pulls it back from the brink. But he's just one man now, and he's got to do it against Durka himself.
Oh, wait, the nades. Oh, Jorgamo's fucked it so badly.
How's he gone down to that? He got a triple kill in the round.
To be fair, Durka's nade was kind of deep.
Durka, even he can't quite believe it. The nade was perfect.
Durka's just like, I remember in 1v1s in like 2021, people would play 1v1 so badly against Durka that I used to laugh at like how bad people like would struggle. But it's almost like that. Obviously, Jorgamo isn't like thinking it like that right there. But like to Durka, if I'm watching Durka, I'm like, well, people are just fucking. I'm not having to do anything. That's bad by Jorg.
Rolled so far.
No, that's pretty bad from Jorg, isn't it?
I don't think he realized it had momentum coming off the wall.
I think that's pretty bad.
In that spot, just walking. He doesn't want to give away any information whatsoever to Durka.
Yeah. We'll take those. We'll take those.
We talked about the
I would not like.
Potentially getting broken for Vitality.
I think I'd look very confused on camera if I was the coach there.
In a particularly great spot. There is a chance that Vitality are going to be coming into this with a very bad bar.
I don't think I would be like celebrating. I'd be very just like, what? Like, what the?
But then there could be Guardians or Bulldogs on top of that.
Yeah.
Josh is fuming. They threw both pistols, to be honest.
Durka drops some. Oh, okay, going for the Bulldog. Okay, Durka drops still at the rival to less. So, all right.
So it's not too bad at the end of the day. Trex is just coming in without a molly. We'll see whether that makes a difference. Vitality have not been going for these heavy plant denial kind of strategies. In the previous round, you saw just the plant went down, no problems whatsoever. Vitality wanted to play fully for the retake as Durka was pushing.
Yeah, I think, yeah, they threw both pistols, I'm not gonna lie.
Not early on, at least.
Maybe in the moment I'm being overly critical, because like it's very hard for me to like actually analyze it in hindsight, but like I think they threw both pistols. I mean, we're all on Jorgamo, but the rest of the team have been fried in the meantime.
Don't stand a chance, and Leaf can only do so much in a spot like that. It all just goes amiss.
It's a lovely read from Durka, though.
What do you think of bringing in CS time at 3:30 seconds and
so he
2:60
doesn't need to be
seconds?
taking the early fight. He needs to be trying to shut down the exec when it comes. And coming out of a tactical timeout like this, he anticipates. Josh RT's giving them a set strat. They're probably gonna
No, I like the Valorant way.
pacey,
I like the
and he just
Valorant
sits in
way.
spawn waiting. As soon as he comes over, he didn't even
It
need to
keeps
show
it,
them
even
right
from
way.
production
Just a
side of
spinning
things, it makes it
around,
clean.
head on a swivel.
And I think 30
Gets the job
seconds isn't
done,
enough
equally low from
time.
G2 map point vitality with ults to boot.
The CS timeout system made more sense in MR15 where you had like four timeouts for 30 seconds? And that you could do little quick changes a lot of the time, and it was like fun. But I think in MR12 Valorant, 60 seconds too is good. Oh, this TP is kind of inting a little bit.
For less on the flank. And they're coming back to him.
Oh, Les is holding this angle.
Is there a level of awareness for G2? Do they actually take this clear and still less?
I like it.
No matter if you're aware of him, still going to rip your head clean off. Retreats, backs away. Sky didn't even hear it with the footsteps. Okay, Trent's handed.
Okay, Trent is played that confident now.
Trent's also got a nice timing. Smoked off though. Might not feel confident to go through that, and he isn't. In the meantime, I've had Jorg sat around this position the entire round.
Re-exploration.
Oh, timing is crazy.
It's from both of them. Jorg and Kicks. It's just Jorg who gets the better of it. Leaves Trex in a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Salvo's flash play in through the back. Open sightlines onto two of the players, but a trade.
As a professional, can you afford to be proud of your achievements? I know a lot of players, athletes, love to put aside their achievement, but as a spectator, it's a bit of a shame now, not being able to save the glory. I don't think I have a unhealthy. I have a very healthy relationship to what my achievements are. I think. I was proud of my achievements before I even won a trophy, in a way that nobody else seemed to be. Like, nobody gave us credit for what we did before we won trophies, and people, even people now, will be like, well, what the fuck did you do before you won trophies? Like, well, we made like every international event, and we're competitive globally. Like,
quick reactions.
We had an unlucky 2022, I felt like. But considering the context of the kind of teams we had, I feel like we did very well. We overperformed regionally, which made us look worse globally, like, in my opinion. But no, I don't know.
There are so many tools here.
I don't let that stuff get to my head because it's all a bit bullshit at the end of the day. But at the same time, I do feel like I deserve to win on some level. So I don't know. Difficult one to answer because you kind of the question kind of builds in the idea that I'm not allowed to be proud of the achievements when like I don't have that initial response.
We saw how good G2 were at constructing a game plan when they were given the time to do so.
Then Valen take point and hunt the kills there as well.
I oscillate between being the most egotistical person on the planet and being the most humble person. Because like you have to have some kind of delusion that you are literally better than other people if you wanna win.
The one round though can be the hardest one.
But then you also need to be humble enough to realize that it was all just a bit random and lucky, you know?
And they're not going towards A at all, are they, at the beginning of these rounds? Full focus.
G2 are stacking ults here.
He's making sure to stack it, plenty of bodies.
Oh my god, Vitaly just walking down.
Durka takes contact, flash round to the side, that's a quick dodge
The flash time was a tiny bit off, but generally fine.
That's a TP. Forced back out into the way. I don't think that was intentional.
Honestly, like what are Vitality supposed to do against all these ults? If Valen gets planned, oh god.
These B defenders, and this round it works to perfection.
It's all about ults right now.
That opening kill, massively important. And Vitality.
Honestly, if I'm Jugama, I'm hunting.
I mean, the money is still all right for them. They still can commit to this one. The loss bonus, plus the money they got in the bank.
Slightest of angles that Leaf can play in.
If Joe gets a kill here, G2 should have 3 ults next round for
the damage being done. Less dropped.
because we can easily get the Brim ult somewhere. Guys, stop. Leaf needs to stop, man. Like genuinely. Okay.
You said the money might still be good. I think loser's bonus kicking in for Vitality, so you don't have to worry about it too much. Trex was hoping that he could potentially get a kill build.
It's more like I've been led to believe that the great athletes come into the competition like they're chasing their first win. Yeah, that's probably a very good mindset to have, honestly. I remember watching a football documentary about like Man City. They used to follow like a different football team like every like season of this like TV series. I can't remember what it's called. And I do remember after like Man City, who were supposed to be like the greatest team in the world at the time, or like, at least the greatest team in England, they beat like the bums of the league, like it like just a normal kind of game, and it wasn't like a super good win. And I remember they're like celebrating as if they just won the Champions League, and I was like, bro, like that's so crazy to me that they're just celebrating. Like in my head, I'm like, yeah, but you're expected to win that easily. And so that gave me like a nice perspective on like how my point of view is a little bit ludicrous at times. Like, you know, yeah, all or nothing is called, yeah.
But there are tons of different ways, and a huge.
Because I think some people probably have this perception as like everyone is just the same. It's just that like. Whereas I have a very much like okay, we're expected to win this game. We're ahead. Oh, at this game we're not, so you know we might be behind on this game and how we're going to approach. And whereas I think some people will have the mentality that like every game's almost equal and like you just treat every game equally almost, which is strange to me, but it means that you can celebrate a bit easier.
But again, no change in the game plan.
Well, Les is going to be ulting by the look of it over towards B long. Maybe doesn't go for it off rip actually.
Conventional drift.
Like they know deep down they're not equal, but like they still appreciate the game as if. Oh, is he gonna block them? That was beautiful. Again, I said the ults. It was the ult situation again, and then G2 won. They got Brim ult.
Look on the flank though. That is Durka, and he has to be the shining light for his team at this point, but.
This would be very interesting in a VOD review, because I've not locked in enough, but I feel like Vitality needed to kind of change, needed a timeout 2 rounds ago. Do Vitality still have a timeout? Or did they take one? Did they take their second? They have to, they didn't take their timeout?
OT here on bind.
4 rounds in a row from
Just
G2.
used it. Did they use it this round? Sorry.
The last 9 rounds going their way. So many more ideas, so many more beautiful set plays that we saw.
There are times where I feel like Vitality's problem solving is very strong, and sometimes where it's not. Like again, we should be identifying that G2 have abused B and they have ults. Like what are they gonna do? Leaf's not wrong.
They really were in that round.
But G2 now reset on the ults. Genuinely, without the ults, Vitality were looking fine, but
onto an idea and just
not great.
Move it home. Now, sides swap though.
Yeah, Vitality weren't playing around the ults well enough here.
Early round aggression, like we saw constantly from G2 in that first half. Vitality were eating it up though. This time, Jorg sticks around, plays behind the box. He's got 30 seconds with which to do so before the gate crash goes offline, and he does trigger it early, disappearing back into halls.
Slow going for Vitality.
Why Leaf is so...
I'm trying to pick this angle a ton.
Oh, okay. They're just using the wall to trigger off
There's
of.
a bunch of jump spotting from
So we're gonna see stun aftershock probably off this wall timing.
Feels like Durka knows that Leaf is over there.
Yeah, might have just seen the head there. Nade rebounding. But around here, plenty of players.
Durka's so fine to play here. That's crazy.
The wall is slippery in itself. Still Vitality making moves. A steady march. Relentless over towards the
Oh, this
site.
is one of those awkward
The
ones.
first part of it. The trouble is they're going to try and
They should have, if they were really smart.
these G2 players.
Okay, I'll explain in a minute. I'll explain in a minute because that would have been sick.
Pulling off plays like that, and the damage done, softened up kicks. He's going to use that Trailblaze. He wants to carve out a path.
I think G2 could have won the round right there with a sick player, but I'll explain after.
Making sure to vacuum it all the way up and could have gone fight.
They win anyways, man.
That's
Leaf taking
ridiculous.
it. How do you get a safe man off now? You're going to try and fight and force the issue forwards with it. Kicks. He's the one to take matters into his own hands.
Oh, G2.
Side by side.
Never mind.
The reign supreme, but time
Oh.
is of the essence, and Kicks. He's got to get a move on. Got to get a move on. Got to get a move on. One down.
Okay, it's fine. So, Jogamo took TP. And then TP'd back.
Beautifully off the damage already done.
Like he took the TP and then TP'd back here, right? But imagine if they did Teo TP and Yoru TP and made 2 times noises on the TP and then forced this and then Yoru was just playing like on site somewhere. That'd be kind of sick. Because they would never expect someone to be ready inside the
He's
map.
also almost stumbling over his own footsteps as he goes to take the fight. Jorg cleans up at the end. Knew that he'd done
I
enough
guess with
damage to Kicks.
Yoru, you're more expecting that play because you can have clones and
Also was coming from an
you can
unexpected
fake
position.
the TP kind of, but
G2 with a great opportunity.
that would be
to
kind of
balance
a cute
things
play.
out. They were going B
Cute
time
protocol.
and again during regulation. Vitality have got to expect them to be heading
Yeah, I mean, they expect it was a clone, but
and there's a double lurk happening in
it's
showers.
kind of rare to use the clone in that kind of spot
This
nowadays.
feels like fake B pressure, hoping to get the pick onto Trex. Is he going to fall for it?
It's an off angle. Lot to do. Perfect. The crosshair
We
play.
used to
He
call
went
this
the second one,
Sipan, I
has to be.
think.
Gives him an exit. He
This
chooses to
angle.
take it, but it is precarious at that still. Backs himself out.
Used to do it a lot in
An opening
FPX
for
days.
Vitality, a potential lifeline to stay alive in the map. See what they can do with it.
Oh, it's the fake.
CP in through the corner, safe. Seeing demons and ghosts into the walls.
Fake teleport from Jogamo. Just wanted to make sure that it was completely clear, but took the risk of getting caught by some kind of util combo. Vitality at this point realized what the game plan was from Valen.
I don't know why it's... I'm a bit confused by some of these Teo drones. We Teo droned here like 1 minute like 20? Wasn't sure why.
Pivot onto B. It's pressure, isn't it? Clear out towards who could have got 3 players up and over towards it. Bullets raining down out towards the back, but
30 seconds
no
left.
G2 players giving up this space over towards A, and they are ready to pounce at this at a moment's notice. Vitality though still with a huge player advantage.
Because having Teo drone later in this round would have been very useful. Oh my god. Trex.
the fourth still. 13 seconds left. Spike out into the open.
Oh, he needs to Vice Salt now. Why is he not ulted?
Trailblazer. Round to the corner, not broken, timing taken.
Why did Leaf not ult?
Stuck. 1v2, flash through. No way.
Leaf is such a smart player that I give him benefit of the doubt, but why didn't he ult?
I mean, moments of pure luck.
Has Les been looking a little lost? I've not noticed less in this game, like as like a not in a bad way, but I've not been like paying attention.
From Kicks could not have been more perfect, wrapping around triple. But Trex did such a
Why
good
do you think
job
he looks
not
lost?
getting overly baited by the B pressure at the start of the round.
Because his location will be revealed. Does that matter?
And Kicks is there.
Or are you doing the thing? Are you doing the thing? Are you doing the thing that the press was doing before?
Trex is going to attack side up on Brimstone.
That's a rare one.
No post.
Sorry, I almost got baited by it.
No armor.
That is
It is genuinely more of a concern in that situation that his location's being revealed because he's in such a spot that has no safety. You know what I mean? Like this position being revealed doesn't matter because he could just escape. This position matters because he can't escape. But I would say that he kind of knows that nobody's here and they could only be here and they've got shit guns, so like they can't spam him.
They've been aiming to punish this quite a bit.
He's not going for it though.
Oh, okay.
Sixth sense or something.
You guys are gonna
Potentially there could be
genuinely,
trouble
you guys are gonna be able to get me
ahead of his
angry
Veto
quite a
here as well.
lot
On
because
top of it,
like
it's an off angle.
I take
Drone
everything at
out
face
wide. There's
value
no way he's getting the hell out of there. Scot free,
when it
but
comes
somehow
to
evacuate
Twitch.
out
Anyway.
towards elbow.
And now G2 have a good understanding that there's an attack op in play. It's going to make the
Jogamo is
slightly
pushed
more difficult
out.
for Vitality, and Jogamo's going walkabouts. Always got that opportunity to go back to A with the gate crash.
Last thinks he's doing the smart thing, and Jogamo thinks he's doing the smart thing. Obviously, it looks better for Jogamo here.
Player flash through and around. That's going to be showers, and you hear it. Yeah, here comes the rumble.
30 seconds
That's a barrel sticking out, but he hears the footsteps on top of it. And oh, the prioritization of the kills.
Clean.
It's flawless, and it's elite across the board.
Oh, he's good. He's using it now.
They earn themselves another chance.
He'll use it now.
Seal away bind.
Jogamo and Leaf are really turning up towards the end of this map. Trent has been keeping them in it.
Oh, that is crazy timing.
But as we're getting
But
to
who the fuck skydogs from that place, man?
from this combo. Leaf
You got a
zips
dog
his way
from
through the
Depot.
teleporter for 3 as Jorg's push on defense gets them the value. G2 on the attack side. Again, they've been heading B almost all the time. They're looking to change it up in OT.
Aggro off angle here by Durka. He's praying anybody waits in front of him, but that's going to be the drone. It spells out doom and defeat, doesn't it? Aftershock on top of it, just in case Jogamo wasn't enough. TV
What?
forward, but my God, man,
Jog?
get ahead of your own util at that point. Trade it out. This kicks was hard committed onto the corner, and they're going to be glad for it at that point. And okay, Rango with a rifle.
Shreks to me, there's been 3 times in the recent rounds where I've been a bit concerned with what Shreks has done.
It's all down to safe. It's all
I
down
could
to
just
less.
be being hypercritical,
2
but
versus 4. Good clearance. There's up the potential question.
maybe
marks.
4 times.
Valin wins his fight and Les reveals his hand. Molly won't save you there. Valin's feeling it. Puts him to bed. Puts him to rest.
Did he just spill stuff on Trent?
Jog is so excited at the end that he throws a drink all over Trent's lap. They can't believe what they've done. What a blow. What a sick opening blow for G2. Vitality picking this
I'm glad I didn't tweet the thing I was going to tweet. Oh wait, no, it's not today anyway. If G2 if Vitality get up a bracket final, then my tweet would be something about Durka making the finals.
Go! Go, Trent. Let's go! Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Holy shit, 17 assists. I'm like Brimstone out here. Yo, meet me in my hotel room after.
All paths end with me.
Wait, why is Anam attacking me? Anam, why are you attacking me in this post? Why am I getting flamed? Oh, you're yeah, I think you're doing like a little joke that like I think I get it. I don't think anyone will get it, but it's happening. G2 win in Bangkok. Yeah, no, but no one's gonna read that thinking that no one's gonna read that thinking that you mean it positively. Everyone's gonna think you're just flaming me. Right, I'll run some ads in a sec. Vit trolled on their Brim tail ult. I did not see. I mean, G2 should have won both pistols. Both those 1v1s were played very... I thought they were played very poorly micro-wise. As in, like, I think my decision-making in a... my decision-making would have been better in a 1v1. I'm not gonna lie. Right, let me run ads quickly. G2, you mean? Oh, G2. Yeah, I thought there were instances. There were instances where oh, they're 12-8 and had both tail and brim ult to close. Was that the tail ult? They used the tail ult belong, and it was a bad tail ult, right? I think. Was it that one? I thought that you guys had good G2 had good ults coming into like the last 2 rounds, and then Vitality didn't know what to do. Like they just sat on sites and just got owned. Honestly, it might be the kind of VOD that I should kind of go back and just explain what was going wrong, to be honest, for both teams, I guess. But right, I'm gonna run ads quickly. I'll be right back. The silence is eerie. How's it still going on? Just long games. I think, yeah, I could do a video about that map. Maybe I should for YouTube or something. Like, do my disgust at the 1v1s on the pistols. Vitality probably blowing the lead. So probably looking at what you're talking about. Talking about how G2 converted the last 2 rounds with their ults. And how Vitality didn't react to those ults at all. They didn't seem to have a plan around it, I don't think. Yeah, everyone sub to my YouTube. It will force me to I have to make stuff soon at some point. Go to this shit, please. Look at me, I'm not even good at spamming. Oh shit.
You know, Josh, was it fun watching that game?
No.
Of course it was. I mean, this is what we play for, right?
I haven't done it.
Nothing better than have a OT match on a stage game in playoffs. But I'm just so happy that the boys pulled through.
Alright, I guess you guys made a huge change on the bind, putting Joggerman on the Euro, slotting in the Vice. Was this specifically for Vitality series, or talk to us about this change?
We actually had it cooked up for a little bit. We were just waiting to pull that out, and we figured, like, why not this series?
Good choice, and good luck on the next map.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Jen. And G2 Esports managed to take... Whoopsie.
When coaches say we've had it cooked up for a while, and we just want to... I'm always super skeptical of what that means.
In any case, so welcome back, everyone. Goldenmore here along with Kukuka and Mimi. And what a match that was. But I do want to reflect real fast on what we heard Josh RT say. This was a composition that they were like planning, but they were waiting for the moment to bring it out. Felt like the right one.
Did I win in the whole thing?
Yeah,
I
think it was
don't.
really
I don't have anyone winning the whole thing.
then,
I want Vitality to
win.
win. I
I
want Durka to win.
The executes with the ult combos they cooked up on the attacking side as well. It looked so good. And they
It comes down to maps.
how strong Vitality
Usually.
started both halves.
And I can't be bothered to see.
Vitality starting off every single half with a 3-0 advantage. In fact, they have won 6 out of 7 of their bonus rounds. That is a +6 just in the overall of rounds. And as you're saying, Mimi, this kind of rounds are so important, especially because of the way the G2 was playing onto the map. Also, I'm gonna call a little bit of BS on Josh right there, because I do think that maybe they had the composition here in their minds.
Well, no doubt, no doubt.
I agree with Kukuka. Okay. Thank you very much.
Both of the pistols, and then Vitality having this extra proactive plans when it comes to the bonuses.
And this round was such a good example of the way Vitality plays to me.
Finally.
Likes to spread
Finally,
out
I could sit here and
individual picks and control
be
the map
nice.
for a while. They trust players to be in those solo positions. Like in that round, the pinch back into showers, back around.
So having two comps for a match, something you consider? Yeah, of course, but it's just very difficult in practice. They don't have two comps. They had a comp that looked terrible, and then they've made a better comp. That's the way I see it.
So did Jogamo as well.
Yeah, he really heated up the end.
Damn.
But these were some of the rounds I wanted to talk about with G2's read on this map. I think their whole idea
Rare Mini agreeing with women? No, it's just Rare Me agreeing with Kukuka.
They're gonna go for 2 separate reclears on this space. Stun.
Would you shave your head if it meant you're as good as Derrico? Yeah, of course.
In that very same round,
Bro, you telling me that I could make Derrico money?
This works so well against Vitality that he's gonna go for a lot of these slow contact plays on you towards the extremities. So despite the fact that it required a crazy comeback, I did think this was a really good read from G2 coming out with these reclares.
Yeah, and you know, to kind of revisit real briefly that conversation about the composition here and whether or not it was like planned, I 100% agree with you, Kusuka. They definitely reacted because you gotta be seeing what Vitality's doing over in EMEA and be like, we might need to game plan against that. And game plan against it, they did. Now Vitality is going to be, well, in a bit of a bad position here, but we'll see how they try and get back.
I shaved my head when COVID hit, but I think I looked very bad.
Now you guys are the only team left in the playoffs that haven't really changed anything.
I think I look very bad.
How hard was it adapting to G2's new comp?
I don't have any pictures, so.
Do you feel like that kind of affected your performance and also messed with your preparation a little bit?
We actually played against them with this comp in scrims beforehand, so it is something that we're used to. I think it's
okay,
just,
never mind. It's not bullshit. Never mind. Kukuka's wrong.
Really strong
Objectively wrong.
You know, they're definitely a team that focuses a lot on macro. So
why did they switch up to the worst version of the comp, though?
So not taking it personally.
How are you feeling about Lotus?
I'm pretty confident. I think we have a really good handle on the map. So again, it just comes down to who's the better team on the server there.
Good luck. Thank you.
I saw this Colin thing. What? Who? I don't know who this is.
How this whole thing played out, and I think, you know, there is something to be said there, right? At the end of the day, you're still looking, Kukuka, at just 2 really phenomenal squads. So it really is just about who's going to hit the right hook first. It's really what it feels like sometimes.
I love the fact that they've pracked against each other here.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Because there's always that risk that you're going to be facing up against this team. And of course, there's such
I don't
strong
know who it
squads
is.
that only with 18s, the chances are extremely high. But as we were saying
Nico
in the
Harrison.
update, now we're moving on to
What's he
Lotus.
known for?
And speaking about comfortability, about roles and everything else for G2,
A basketball
this is
player.
their home run.
It is. You heard Faded complimenting G2's IGL Valen, and for good reason. The last play against their EMEA compatriots team Liquid, G2
What's the context here?
On their attacking side.
Oh.
An absolute masterclass from Valen on this game, and they've got to be feeling confident after that map 1 comeback.
Agent select coming
Oh,
up
okay.
here.
Did the trade work? Has it been working, or is what's the
Keeping your eyes on, you know, those combinations,
what's the vibe with those trades? I'm interested. The annoying thing is that when I'm done with if G2 win this map, I gotta go and finish off the playbook thing we're doing, and it is just this comp. And I'm gonna be really annoyed if G2 have pulled loads of really cool new shit for me to steal, and I gotta do more work. Just I hope G2 are actually kind of bad right now, so that I don't have to do more work. One of the worst things. Okay, okay. It's as bad as people say, but it's even worse. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm glad Colin's making a joke about it, but I would feel bad if I'm Kayak, I guess. But
thank you very much, GB, and the rest of the crew. Yeah, excited to get into this one.
is it worse than trading Durka?
Yeah, you're about to join the bold crew, I reckon.
Yeah,
give it 5 years.
Getting close. It's those
Way
British
worse,
genetics.
okay.
Yeah. It creeps up for us all. It really does.
Let's have a look at this map then. So
It's
we've
so
seen
bad. People who
plenty from these two teams.
that's funny.
Vitality taking
People
a bit more of
thought the President Broken News got hacked. That's funny.
Still performing to an excellent
Okay.
level, and they've anticipated this pistol.
It's a 5-player stack. Squeeze occurring though, but it's out by Leaf. Okay, Ghost in hand. Sure work at Durka. Up through the gut though. Vitality not willing to slow down, but they are walking up into a few of these players, and there's that damage done.
I mean,
Yeah, full line into the salvo.
if your
Still
pistol
behind.
is try to contest Mound versus Terror Breach, I'm a
Down, but
bit
it's actually
confused.
pushed out, but honestly, might be too little too late.
A little bit
Vitality are
confused.
going to need something incredible. It would be this guy on the flank here.
Leaf.
Safe.
Okay.
Catches onto Leaf. Now there's going to be pressure behind. Eyes, heads, got to be turned from Jonah. I know, they take the aggressive option instead, actually. Dominating waterfall control in a 4v2, but getting pinched from both ends.
Definitely one option for you. Jorgamo whips his way around to the corner and
Best player at Bangkok so far.
1v2 though, definitely winnable for Safe into this spot, and he's managed to creep forwards past side angles.
I mean, it's between Durka and Chichu for me.
He's running away because he's got the
I don't
salvos
know.
back online. As soon as he hears that first tap, he knows he's going to be able to deny. It's all to play with and all to work with. Safe still. Rocking a hard place is how I described it earlier.
I think it's
for him in
Durka.
particular, but it does mean that G2 going to be able to steal away here.
Oh,
in
no.
this round. Steal probably the wrong term to use as well. They were looking like they were in control from beginning
Nice.
to end, to be honest.
They certainly were.
It's Chichu.
It was Leaf that opened it.
It's
The guy that
Chichu, yeah.
looked like he came
Unfortunately.
online in the midst of bind.
Yeah,
Found that
Chichu's doing
dominant
stuff.
performance, the form again.
Chichu's stats
Just
are.
looks so scary.
Durka's stats are gross for a duelist. Like Durka's stats are
Usually on defense,
the
to be honest
best
with you, being able
duelist
to find
stats
the
you
time
might
to
have
push
ever
out.
seen
But here on the attack side,
at an international
the
event
opener
kind of
with
levels, and Chichu is doing
an
it,
important pistol.
almost doing it
I
on
say important,
Sentinel.
no. Vitality won both of them on bind. The Des was talking about it. Both of them, the pistols and the
Both are
bonuses.
having
G2 still
like
came out the win,
ludicrous
don't they?
tournaments.
G2 could not win a single pistol against the game they played with.
Like when
EG.
people talk about some of the like,
out of
let's say like Texture. Let's say if Texture won MVP for Genji at like
It has
one of the
been an area
events,
they've been struggling a little bit, despite
his
their
stats
great
are like
rifle performances.
Definitely so. It's like playing Valorant
20%
hard mode.
worse than Durka's are right now.
Pistol around window, snowball.
20.
Keep the momentum going with
I think.
ultimates, with potential weaponry as well.
25%.
See here, Jorgamo trying to get information over towards.
What do I consider good
Using a
stats?
jump peek
I
technique
mean,
here.
I wouldn't. I'm worried about answering this question, UGSR.
Trying to trigger out a
I'm
trap
worried
play.
about
Jorg
answering
playing
it.
way ahead of the rest of his team.
Because you shouldn't be thinking about
Because he's always
stats.
got the opportunity to
It doesn't
escape.
matter.
He doesn't
You
pull
just
the
keep playing the
escape
game,
lever.
bro. you don't
Going
need to
down.
worry
He's
what
generating
good or
an
bad
advantage
stats
for
are.
his team that they should be able to convert. But you'll see a lot of this. If Vitality have got trap plays around the map, Jorgamo goes in first to try to
Generally
defuse it.
speaking,
And that's one of the reasons, honestly, that he's got such bad
you would
first
look
death
at
per round
KD
stats.
and ADR and stuff like that. But a very quick, I just looked very quickly. ACS is very okay if you're just doing a very quick
They win
glance.
the round, usually. Ends up being the case here. Vitality have got players tucked down onto the side, and that's a good paranoia at that.
But I wouldn't
Swing on
use
top
it
of
usually.
Opening picks found, but these players are weak as anything, and that Marshall in the hands of Leaf.
But yeah, ADR wise, Durka's on 150 to 175 depending on the agent right now,
Just right kicks.
which
Smoke off
is
the side,
ludicrous.
but with Safe falling. Exchanging the weaponry, trade hands multiple times over the course of this round, yet still it's G2 on top with 3 players living.
Not quite where Kicks wanted the smoke to go. He couldn't get an angle where you could tap and make it really feel believable. G2 still had that line of sight from tree. Doing a little bit of damage though to G2's economy.
Okay,
Making
okay.
the bonus round a tad worse.
Come on, I want to see.
It's been a hot minute since we've seen a G2 bonus though.
I know.
They've just been struggling with the pistols so much in a lot of their matches here.
Here's a skirmish for you, potentially at least. What to leave with a rubble fight.
It's also another opportunity where you can just send Jorg in. Or Jorg and
Where's
Val
his
in
Vice
both
Flash
because
on
they have
B?
the opportunity to escape.
Kicks. He's gone up top. Hold on.
They
It's a
don't
flash
know.
into the face. They don't know at all. I mean,
Wait, if they just walked out, rubble?
Perched up onto the high ground. Valen.
That rubble take was just walk out rubble, right?
No.
Oh my god.
And that's a rifle handed over on top of it. This shot is good.
When you give G2,
Couple of cheeky peeks
giving
himself.
G2 a few days,
Okay, crash, so gets information, gets
it's rough.
out.
Leafs pushed himself into an aggressive
Like,
position.
I would rather play
lurking on
G2
this map. Always
in
got to try to
the
keep
upper
an eye on where
finals
he
than
is.
right now. You know what I
For
mean?
reinforcements to go for the B pop, and Safe is here, but gets dealt with so snappy.
Still out wide. It's all on Les to do the most into that spot.
Game
The trade is
plan
instantaneous
built
here by
wrong.
G2.
Right, just spent. Yeah, I mean they've got like a specific round. Like you don't just walk out rubble like they did without
Connections onto the G2 players, and Vitality
having
in
a
this
good
spot,
idea in
Turkish
plan.
Threat's gotta be thinking about
Good
saving.
idea in mind, sir. Good plan in mind.
Kind of feeling.
Good
Turkish so used to
plan
having
in mind. Good
massive
mind in
impact
plan.
in these kind of rounds. And Valen has been able to call on their attack side around Durka. We haven't really been saying his name anywhere near as much as I was expecting. And it's not because, in my opinion, he's having a bad performance. I think it's because Valen's finding these gaps, these openings, to try to abuse Vitality's defensive setups. If you think back to Bind, the
Do
amount
teams pull out more strats when they get into the lower bracket? Nope.
But Durka's playing the floater and couldn't quite get in position for early fights. Here,
Teams use as many strats as they possibly can at all times, in the sense that they make sense in the context of the game they're playing. If you give teams a little bit of a break between games, then they should come up with some stuff that is specific for their next game.
in theory, that should just be an instant death from kicks when he takes that.
Why do you think Vitality decided to start on
They must have
defense?
thought that there wasn't a chance Valen could be across. I don't know how they were that confident though.
Their comp does lean a bit more towards the defense in general, compositionally.
Classic. Fault line though.
And maybe they've just watched G2. I don't know. Like I'm giving you like bullshit answer here. Like I don't know is the real answer. I need to use that one more often. I'm trying to like. I'm trying to guess.
Posturing here by G2. Make sure you can.
What I was gonna do is quickly look at G2's map win rate on this and see what round win rate. Sorry.
And here they go. Oh well, okay, Jonah P. No worries at all, man. Steady hand, steady aim. You knew that the horn was going to be dealt with.
For Lotus, G2 are 21 and 8 on defense, and they're 18 and 13 on attack. Their defense win rate is 14% higher. Like their defense win rate is the highest defense win rate probably in the world. So Vitality just want to start on the side where G2 are weaker.
Tantalizing upgrade onto the floor.
So I did a good bit of guessing.
Kicks with the smoke in.
Did a good bit of guessing.
He's already found himself two. TP cuts it south across and surely he's done enough to potentially get this round win for Vitality. He's brought it to a 2 versus
Yeah, G2's
2.
defense win rate is ludicrous. So they just didn't want them to start on defense. And their attack win rate is okay. It's like not amazing. It's not amazing. It's not bad.
Splitting up for the time being. Paranoia, that's a double blind. Nearsighted as both of them. They're just trying to cut sound cues away. Keep a series of unknowns into the play, but Jonah P forced to reveal his hand. It's 3 in round 4, and will he get the 4? Yes, he will!
That's a nice angle by Jonah. Knowing that like it's awkward and like less should expect some util coming up.
They're expecting Jonah to be cowering, playing the supportive breach style.
During champs, did you ever feel someone leaked your scrum before someone official?
Jonah, no.
No.
He's going to kill both of the players hunting for him on the lurk, and then he's going to finish out by just holding an angle at the end. His aim's been great this tournament. Been picking up the Guardian in a bunch of rounds and still hitting great shots.
Wake up in the morning,
Don't know whether we announced it, but Jonah P is going to be doing the champs intro this year. A Red Bull clutch for him.
I think that's incredibly indicative, I think, of just the overall attitude for G2, though, coming into this game.
The thing is, Vitality are the same way. Whenever we've listened to the Vitality comms, Safe is always, you know, doing some kind of tune or hyping up his team, smiling, laughing.
I think that's what you get out of a lot of teams in our top 4, at least now, is that cold confidence. If the going gets rough, they're never quite worried. I mean, the going is definitely not rough right now for G2. They're leading 4-0 and leading the series 1-0. But I think both of these teams have got that in common, that just trait underlying that they are always capable, and they know themselves that they can win a map, even if it's going poorly for them.
While we've got an eco round here, well, actually, there's going to be a potential skirmish over towards A Rubble. So let's take a look at this first of all, and then I'll tell you my little anecdote.
Yeah. I'm ready for it. If this is a terrible fight, you should just...
Vitality just switching.
Go for it.
They don't have anything to work with, really.
Really taking the engagement here. Durka, though, as forced...
I think this is over. I'm not going to lie. I think this is over. I don't think Vitality stand a chance.
Just a little bit. It's so difficult to get past Leaf, though, when he has the Outlaw in this spot.
Keep smoke. He just spotted it. Belly a shoulder, and Leaf's out of there, man.
He saves a bullet as well.
He knows that there's danger in the air. Oh my god! Just reacts off to the side, but wasn't expecting that one. And okay, Sheriff, quick work.
There we go. I cursed it. There we go. It's so easy, man. It's so easy. It's honestly so easy. Valorant is like, I'm so ahead of the meta. It's unbelievable.
Straight up the gut, right what Vitality
It's so
needed.
easy.
Leaf was calling for help. Just to clear kicks.
Because I was gonna genuinely, I was thinking,
About less.
am I gonna be able to watch the rest of this game focused up? And I was thinking, no. Not if it continues in the way it is going.
30 seconds left.
But then I pulled out the reverse Uno. Reverse Uno'd it.
Swarmed quickly. We're all just waiting for the replay.
Yeah.
I just very concerned with Vitality. Like Vitality's comp would be very strong in a non-Tejo.
As he walks into kicks, Les walks up. The first and third kill are close enough to be one shots, and then Valin gets 145.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie though. Like, on what planet are you not hard clearing your middle every time you cross? I'd be a little. I'd be a little bit embarrassed. Be a little bit embarrassed.
Just, I don't know, be an ice cold, I guess. Every round's winnable, they know it.
Oh my god! Like the Tejo is just too strong. Like.
Damage actually though too. Durka dropped down to 20 kicks. He's on 72 health.
How's it? Thrifty on 4-0. Oh yeah.
ADS up safe. There's gonna be a wall in his face.
Big.
Tap off instinct.
Wait, it should be Thrifty on 4-0 though, right? Wait, no. I don't know.
Going to be used to slow them all the way
I don't know.
down. And Jorgen was just hoping and hunting for a bit of information, but he's missed a B main player.
Good,
if he wants
good
to go
point.
For this one, yep, he's exited out and right from the side. Les strikes
Just
back
less just plays with Sheriff now.
Armageddon paves away.
And I go and see.
Snape
It's a little
slow
fake.
down the approach. Vitality have got this one under complete control.
Even the money right now is on edge.
Softened up from earlier, only 70 HP. Dies to 2 Vandal bullets and already has taken.
They don't expect
Stuck his way out of
Leaf.
variety of bullets.
So like
Chris
Leaf can do
returns to
damage,
this
sure.
round. Story being told by G2, but they might not like it. Aftershock up close and personal.
Oh my god, it's so close.
Snake bite round to the side and a roll.
Oh, the C's is big.
Why not? Throw it into the mix, but you've been slowed down to a crawl and creeping round from behind. It's safe.
The Vice ult would have been a lot better if the Viper ult wasn't down.
And random spray paves
Obviously, the
away, wins
Viper
the
ult
day.
mean.
Even a nade running rampant.
What?
Somehow G2. How the hell have they done
The
this?
Viper ult meant that Vitality could play with the shit guns, but Christ, I want to see how Dirk has killed someone now.
Just does not lose this.
They saved 2 rifles around 4 and forced around. Okay,
Timing fights in the middle of the pit.
that makes
Just went
sense.
perfectly for
Sanguine
G2.
or Sanguine.
Jonah walked out, took a swing, pushes his shoulder up against the wall, and spots 2 heads perfectly lined up. And then on the other side of things, a jump.
Bro, I need to pay attention to G2 right now. Are G2 doing anything that?
This is a 2v5.
I mean, that is crazy though. Look at
That's
that.
unlucky. And then look at that lineup, and this jump through.
That's a bit unlucky.
Crazy.
Absurd work from G2.
And they don't need these. This is one of the first halves that they've been able to get off to a lightning hot start.
When your form's good, you don't slow down.
And they're getting everything.
Okay.
Every kind
My
of
curse wasn't strong enough. It only cursed me for one round.
The spams through the smoke.
They've been passing around the horseshoe.
Is it me or does Mini pronounce G2 and Chichu the same? G2, G2, and Chichu.
And G2, they're looking on fire right now.
G2, Chichu. Chichu. Little Chichu. Little Chichu.
Toppled.
They are
G2?
the EMEA representatives here in the first
Shush,
round
shush,
of the
shush,
playoffs.
shush, shush, shush.
This is not like buying a back and forth affair. This is destruction.
Chichu is the kind of noise that I'm gonna make if I have a kid. Little Chichu. Little Chichu.
And also Valin being able to make the difference in the IGL department.
G2, I'm not making that noise.
It's credit to Vitality that we've
The
not seen
Vakavand.
that at any point so far this year.
The Vakavand is one of my favorite teams.
Since forming this version of the Vitality Super Team. If G2 are able to close this out, and they're looking good.
Right, what is the time?
Be Vitality's
It would be
first
quite
loss
nice
of the
if
year.
it could wrap
The
up
first loss
now.
with this roster, with Durka and Les joining the team. Many others have tried. Top teams, top IGLs.
It would be nice. I could go to the gym and I could finish the Patreon.
To put the pressure onto them and make it seem like a possibility.
And
have come back from scorelines like this before.
feel bad for Durka.
Match 3 against DRX. Whether we're down something like 6.
Think about maybe making a how did Vitality lose to G2 video.
Get back on the board early on. They're only round
How do I don't want to clickbait too hard, but there are some things that I can clickbait with. Worst 1v1s of all time.
Trouble is you just need a bit of extra against G2 because
Worst ult usage of all time. Worst ult theory.
Two top performing players for Vitality.
I don't want to
in
be
this
too much of a
tournament so far
cunt,
have been
but
Durka and Trex. They only have 2 kills between
clickbait
them.
is clickbait.
Here Durka flies forward with one of only 2 hero rifles, trying to make the difference.
full line, salvos, and okay, pulled out the ult.
Is G2 also favored next map? I think the next map is the narrative for the third map is really interesting because Vitality are using the Fnatic comp, and Vitality look very strong on the Fnatic comp. Slow it down a little bit, but G2 have played against the comp twice. They got destroyed at Champs last year, but they also played it against it in the off season and absolutely ruined Fnatic to the point where it looked like they actually kind of knew what they were doing against the comp now. So I'm a little bit worried that G2 just know how to play against the comp. They also should not be going to a third, given that G2 have the highest defense win rate in the world, as far as I'm aware.
Buying time for Durka's flank.
That's the important thing. Durka wrapping around with that rifle in hand.
In this situation, when Durka's in situations like that, oh, beautiful from safe as well. They just keep the sheriffs. Just keep the sheriffs. In situations where Durka was like that, we would call tiki-taki in Fnatic. And what that means is the other people on whilst I'm flanking, can you guys make a little bit of noise so it feels like I'm not flanking? But also, don't be too aggressive and die.
The MasterCard Thrifty coming through. If these are the rounds that Vitality are getting, it's still going to be a very difficult battle out here. How do they manage to even get this kill in? They just did so much damage. Kicks slow to be able to escape.
Oh my
Already
god.
took the damage from the salvo. But it's Vitality still who come away with the round.
Oh.
Great shots from Safe.
They are nasty.
And that's what you get with this Vitality team.
Both their rounds have been from heroics from sheriffs.
Built team for trophies, accolades, titles.
Yeah, having their only 2 rounds being ecos is absurd. Yeah.
Eyes on the prize, which is Champs itself. That is a fast beginning by G2. Eager to take control towards B main and even potentially flip the door. Get a bit of clearance.
This Vice Flash, I'm not... What is it?
We'll have to respect that when he backs away soon enough.
I don't think it's very good.
So if G2 are not planning to do something quick,
I mean,
early round,
it is interesting actually. If they're smoked off and not sure what's happening on B, I guess they can trigger. It's kind of interesting. I don't think it's. I don't think they should be using this Vice Flash as much as they are though.
do not want to give away a sound cue here.
There's thorns, death, the spam coming your way, and a wall's dropped down, but luckily.
It's basically like if we get smoked off and have no vision, then like the flash can confirm if people are beyond the wall.
The difficult one. The wall going to be
But
open. Somehow Leaf wins out that fight.
I think it's
There's options mounting up.
It's a little bit like you don't need to use it this
Many
much.
different directions here, but they set the sights over towards C with only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, and Vitality still have 3 players here. A Vice ultimate.
It's aiding as a spotlight so we can see the planter more clearly. Yep.
Can't exactly bide your time and wait this one out. Got to try and just send it. Take the
Oh.
fight anyway. Pistols in hand and the timing has been caught. And right there, you're in the shadow arm at that point, Valen. Not ready for the fight that's going to be coming your way. Less. Trex safe, all being bought that time to play into the
Okay.
site. And with the Nightfall hot on their heels.
If Vitality can convert a few more.
Then you got to win that one out. Drop down with a spike in
Okay.
the laps.
We're believing.
This is a Vitality round, all sealed up nice and pretty.
They are starting to come back into this game.
We're believing.
Crucially, Durka and Kicks having control over Rubble gave them the right defensive read on what was going on. And also, we were kind of focused on the A Rubble reclear from Leaf, but at the same time, they were thinking about going for a double fight. They had Safe and Les grouped up with a Haunt over the top, thinking that they wanted to go for a Mount reclear. When the Haunt got broken, Vitality called it off. If they'd gone for that, they might have lost the round outright then and there. And instead, they had the patience to hold on.
To be fair, Josh is making probably good points, and I'm just so not locked in that I just didn't see any of that.
Able to drag themselves ever so close to the potentially evening up this half.
Vice Flash for a Hobbit fight. That's kind of interesting.
Looking over towards Mound instead, so Kix is going to inform the stack over towards B and A.
The refight flash, but what, they're way ahead of it, aren't they? Oh my god, there's defense necessary, and it was ordered up onto a platter.
What are G2 doing? This is a question I have.
Reload out into the open. There's no defense.
Don't need to force this. They don't need to force solo plays this much.
Tracks to try to clear this.
They need to just trust that their attack is just going to be fine.
Start this retake. Thunder cuts this one up. This is for Leaf to potentially take a peek and fight out towards stairs. Wins it out. It's labored. It's precarious, but he plays his life in the end because he sees it and hears it. Trex in his face.
Oh, that's smart.
One, but he's causing a distraction and the backstab play. This is off the charts with the game IQ. It's buying time and win con possibilities for Valen, but he's just one man. 31 health. Leaf needs to win these ones out. Clearance, it's all about the timing, and takes the peek with the smoke in play. Kicks are sticking all the way. Slam of the running gun just does not save you.
I said smart, but Leaf needs to do something at some point.
He played that situation
for a kill.
Just as well as Leaf did. Waited, did not take a 1v1, pushed Leaf back as far as he possibly could. Both of them playing their life, and as soon as Trex realized that it was a bad fight,
Bro, that C's actually went through in live.
He calls for the rest of the team to accelerate on the retake and instead go towards site, put that Omen smoke down, start the defuse inside of it. This is now 3 rounds in a row that Vitality have got, and they are back in the game.
Nice! Nice! Let's go, guys. Let's go.
And the biggest reason that Vitality are back into this one is because they've been able to lock down one of the
They're saving the half, but the problem is that again, G2's like defense win rate is like almost 75%.
Round 10, we see Kix alone holding Mount.
I wonder why they roll something missing. I thought Trex was on smokes last one. Trex only plays smokes on maps like it's like hard to explain, I think. He plays Brimstone on Bind specifically when
and now, as they go for this early round map control, they're going to be meeting.
Because he's playing Fade now, right?
Who's having a slow map right now? 2 and 8. I was giving credit.
Kix hasn't played Fade.
For being able to call around Durka.
They switch up the Vice a bit too much. Les doesn't like playing. Les will always choose Viper.
Struggling.
And then it's like a weird situation. It's like a weird thing. They all just prefer different agents in their roles, and then just someone else gets a different agent from like not their role sometimes. It's
already said he's got the big boy gun.
Jorg has a Yoru ult, which is really difficult.
It's not the cleanest role allocation, but
oh my, perfect peek there from Kix. As soon as the Horns down on top of it and gets out
Durka. Durka's 2 for 8 right now.
Triple walk up Vitality. 3 players on towards the C site for G2. Need kills, I think, to make this one a bit more winnable. And Durka, it's not one to over peak. It's an off angle, just being held.
He needs to peek though.
I mean, what's the timing on the Haunt here? Prowler sets him up.
Takes a peek. Takes the peek and takes the shot. Almost takes 2 of them out for it.
On the seas.
Oh my!
Oh, that's so good from Trex and Durka.
You wanted to see more from him. You're getting it here and now. He's tearing G2 to pieces.
There's nothing that Trent can do to salvage this one. Vitality needed that.
Vitality are raring to go. They want to set this guy up for another one. Why not?
4 in the round from Durka, 1 away from a showstopper, and a
that's a good. That's a good like little.
Vitality doing
that's the kind of rant Durka needs.
And G2
tripping over
themselves a little bit here.
He still probably won't be happy, but it's enough.
You kind of have a bit of a read of, all right, well, we know that the Omen is not posted up towards Rubble. What if we try to accelerate the lurk on the A side of the map, and instead they just stick to their guns over here. But Durka's so aggro. He disrespects
They look a
Util
little bit.
so
They do
often
look
with
a
his
little
op.
bit nervous.
He's an incredibly tough player to play against. They're going to do the same again.
Incredibly well orchestrated. Dimensional drift, though, is one thing.
If your Vitality NRG push for Razor or just default,
Exiting early. Kicks has broken his bloody ankles.
I would have used the Viper ult, and I would have gone for Razor on the other side of the map.
It'll be wasted though. Trent not getting too much done with that one.
That is so sick.
It's 5-6, and Les hasn't used the Viper ult.
He really did.
Owned him.
It's very strange.
Go for a bit of a re-exploration here. They
This
lost
is
a lot of information
again the
over
kind
on
of
the A side
stuff
map.
where I'm a bit like,
Safe wants to pick some
what?
back up.
And right into his
Like
prime
what?
sidelines.
I mean, those were discussion shots were
Perfect
safe.
timing.
But
With all that mid-round information that he gathered, he got a bit more than that, didn't he? Though, not just information. Kills bodies toppling on the
Who
side
needs
of
ult when
G2,
you have
and it
aim?
leaves it just down to the two, Trent and Leaf.
yeah,
They have the easier side to get themselves into. Kicks will at least be forced to respect a bit of this util.
30 seconds left.
That sound cue's made, and now
I can understand not wanting to use the ult early because
everything into the mix to try and win this one.
your
round
ult
out.
exists.
Up through snake bite, and Trent spams
But I don't
out,
understand
sprays
mid round
out,
why you're
snake
not
bite of
using
his
it.
own. Leaf could be a miracle worker, but my God, how the hell does he tangle with this?
This is
one?
what I was
It's Pit
thinking. Like maybe
versus
this
Pit.
is copium.
Heavy blight now,
but
lay it down over towards the seaside. Decay damage to pocket the play in. Players highlighted reload, ordered and kicks. Eager to chase him down.
Would you ever want a performance coach token a timeout?
They pull off absolute heroics to make it even here.
What a magical comeback. What a sick outplay from Kicks
I-
towards the end. Destroys
when I was coaching, like in practice, I think it's probably a good idea to think like that. In practice, I didn't like having someone sat next to me. I preferred to be alone, so I just was alone when I would do it. Performance coach would just watch the game with the manager. I prefer the performance coach was. The issue back in the day was that the performance coach couldn't hear the comms, which was a bit annoying. They would sometimes only be able to see the live feed, which was obviously a bit frustrating because they couldn't tackle stuff as easily. But I would vastly prefer to not have someone sat next to me when I was head coach. But then, so like I want the performance coach to be ready to speak to the players after the map, or to speak, like if they notice a problem, they go speak to the player that they need to speak to, you know? I don't care as much for the input during the game. There's not enough time, like, there's too much shit for me to say. Even if I've got nothing to say strategically, there will be far too much shit that even I could say from like non-strategic point of view. How much of a man manager do you need to be as the coach? I don't know. I read an interview that one of the only reflections I've ever had as a coach is like performance coaches telling me what they think of me as a coach. That's the most I've ever had feedback about how I coached. And I read an interview that one of my performance coaches gave that implied that like I very much was a player coach, like a man manager, but that's not the way I see it personally, which is weird. I think I have a fairly good read on the players I've coached and the ways they're gonna react to stuff or interpret stuff. But I never felt that I was very much a personable, like one-on-one kind of coach.
Any choking narratives, being able to revive himself, revive the team as the leader, and get back
Like I would not be friends with many of the people that I like. The people that I coach probably wouldn't consider me a friend. You know what I mean? Like I'm not got that kind of like relationship with the players. you know, Durka, you know, like Doma, chill out with sometimes. If Magnum was mystical around, like there are people that for sure, like I definitely hang out with and would probably be cool.
But with there being double lurkers, they're pretty convinced it's not going to be a 3-player exec into C. They're leaving Valin alone there.
2 stray shots. Catching onto less, excuse me. Orbs up. This is Vitality trying to... Actually, like the lurker still coming through, but the rest of the team back at it. Oh, Trent just sees it. Barrel poking wide. Reveals the hand here for Vitality, and now Util offloaded.
Pivot B. See if they can draw something out of Jorg or Jonah.
There's protocols that I was talking to Sliggy about recently, about because we're copying the G2 comp for the Patreon. And Durka's already first round in doing
because he's got so much bloody space, and Leaf left to see if he can contain and maintain composure. Out towards it.
It's not huge stuff, but it's kind of funny.
There's an angle here. It's a heavy lick Durka gives him straight to the side of the head. He's going for more, man. Re-exploration, these timings that Durka's taking.
Even that open plant's something that we've been looking at. That's a DRX protocol right now, that big open plant with the heaven push.
The corner there. There's 3 players of G2 eager for a bit of a bloodbath now, out towards it.
It's a nice smoke. I mean, I've cursed him, but the smoke was nice. That's actually really cool for like ranked games. I mean, they've somehow thrown the rank completely.
But surely trust defense necessary. A reload by Trex. He just needs to spam and stray shots to go.
Oh, that was unlucky. Yeah, interesting smoke idea. Yeah.
Double pistols going the way of G2 here. What a turnaround, what a difference compared to Bind.
You just smoke like this.
It felt like Vitality had the macro. I mean, they completely
just sit in the smoke.
exposed the way that G2 were holding B. They found
How
that
the
timing
fuck
Durka
did they?
with a beautiful lurk, but they took so much chip damage trying to hold in the post plant that eventually G2's pack mentality.
I think both the main players played one-on-ones in a way that I think in that post plant you just swing everything together.
Doing this one a lot. G2 should have the read. 4 players buying full armor against this. They've been doing their homework.
Surely this frag goes in the picture now. I didn't really see what G2 did.
There's a lot of the danger of the round. They could be facing, as you said, they've done their homework. Jorgum. Oh! Okay,
Oh, it's the Outlaw hero by. As a coach, do you ever come across conflict with your IGLs? Yes, of course. Yeah, of course.
Look at the potentially.
Boaster seems too kind to create issues, but you never know. Boaster is as an IGL. Oh shit. Stream?
Might be getting back in. I'm sure they're all just taking it nice and slow and steady. Yep, see?
Boaster is when I first started with Boaster, I don't think he would lie. He was extremely difficult to work with. I think that people who played with him early in Valorant before even I was coaching him, or even in Catch, like he was difficult. He has ways he wants to do stuff that well, he had ways he would want to do stuff and he didn't like being told no. Like he definitely he had a he also probably had too much of an ego, I'd say, back then.
A lot of damage done. Everybody on G2
yeah, so there were definitely problems, but like these problems stem from a good place, if that makes sense. Like the negatives always come from some kind of positive, and there's always some kind of yin yang thing happening. Whereas like his kind of creative expression is definitely very valuable, but I had to try and hone him in a little bit.
Look at how rough this bonus round is.
Is that the way I would explain it?
The same thing, going for the outlaw purchase.
I think that's a fair way.
3 players actually with light armor that you might be able to snack on.
Less.
I do think it's one of the reasons why I think I am the best coach to work with Boaster specifically, because we have had a lot of time together
Oh boy, here it is.
Which means I understand his quirks and his shorthand. And we have like a shorthand, you know.
Shy is he still? It's Lesher takes that swing, and he was the one who was healthy with the armor.
Isn't it wrong? His ego got smaller after becoming a better player. No. But is what I said fair? Yes, it's fair. But did I explain it well? I don't know.
Put a bit of a wedge in through the middle of the map, and Vitality are forced to slow it down and re-clear it because the spike.
Burster.
Valen's made the right call here.
I think it's very one-dimensional to think he's the person that he is in all the kind of content. He's not that person all the time. Like, you cannot be that person all the time. It's unreasonable. Nobody is that person. I would get so annoyed if he was that person 24/7.
Running against them here, giving up a lot of space. It's a angle off to the side, and Jonah B's looking around all over the bloody place. Trent takes a peek from on high. Cuts Durka straight out the picture. 15 seconds. Vitality got to get a move on, and they need to defend this spot and position. It's a safe plan. For the posture, this one back.
They like the heaven pushes.
3v3 and Kicks are on 10 HP.
Kicks is 10 HP though, bro. I would just go. Ugh, it's hard.
Ideal. I mean, he's going to be calling now for safe. Joining him. In hands.
Oh, that's big by Trent.
Right back through the wall and more. Through the top, needs to be a defense. Oh, Jog is hitting absolute waldies and a double face.
It's not looking great for Vitality.
It's filthy work, man.
So much damage done at the start of the round. In some sense, it's picture perfect the way that they
He was calmer playing KCD2. You're the kind of.
The two players with full armor are then on 10 HP. And you're trying to convert with a player advantage, but with a health disadvantage, and once more getting chipped down by G2.
In Valorant, you need to have like deep discussions about things that like you're gonna have like when you have disagreements with someone, like it's not like how do you explain it? Like Valorant, you need to be disagreeing with people all the time, and like. So it's like impossible to be the person Boaster is on camera. Like if you're disagreeing with people. Oh my god, it's such a cleanup. Okay. Yeah, like you need in order to get further in Valorant, you need to actually fight a little bit. You need to be fighting. Like so, me and I had a way of fighting with him that became healthy, but I still think he needs to work on it a little bit probably, especially with new coaches. Understand how to fight properly. For ideas and how to like communicate that stuff, you know.
Vitality take a tactical timeout to discuss just the questions I've been raising.
How do you find a way back?
Yeah, I mean in practice he can be ruthless, yeah. He can get you ruthless. This is
Durka has started coming online. He's got his head in his hands at the moment, but he started creeping up the scoreboard a little bit.
Yeah, Durka's not happy.
They're gonna need him to be entering like he was earlier on in the tournament. He was lights out, utterly dominant in the first kill department. He was still dying first.
Yeah, like there are a lot of times Boaster controls the mood of the team because he's the leader, right? And there were some times like I don't want to sit here just shit talking, but it's more like giving you like a more 3-dimensional view of someone. Like there's not a if Boaster would not be successful if he was the person on camera as a leader like all the time. Like you cannot be that. It just wouldn't work. But he does get angry with you know, especially if he's made like a call or like we've just gone through something like protocol wise, and then someone just makes like just does that wrong immediately. It's especially when we've literally just said it the round before or something. We're like, okay, if this happens, then we need to do this, or if this happens, can we just not die and like play for this and stuff? And he's the first to get angry if that stuff happens, you know.
Showstopper. Let's loose and finds a body. Leaf, there's no retreat from that one. And
beautiful from Durka. What a way to come back after the timeout where you're looking like you're just depressed.
You asked for more, you asked for that step up from Durka. He's ready to shut you up.
He did the same thing on Bind, didn't he?
But I would say the very early Boaster was not very good at concealing his emotions. He'd be very whiny, but like he's like much to his credit, he's like been able to stop that. And early Boaster would be very stubborn around his ideas in an unhealthy way.
Decent, safe, unless still have a little bit of money.
To the point where like I don't think I became the head coach of the team until Champs 20. Well, probably 2022. Like probably the first year of Fnatic Valorant, I probably really wasn't the head coach. Like I was just Boaster's coach. Like I was just a guy, just the coach. Like.
Questions were asked of him.
Now Jonah P is coming into the next round, Bren, with an Odin. And that's going to apply a lot of pressure to anybody that tries to lurk over on towards A.
So a stream where he's analyzing loud and Icebox, he's really critical about what he sees. Yeah, he's like me. Like, if Boaster was to watch Valorant, he's able to go into entertainer mode in a way that I cannot. But if he was to if I was to stream with him and we were just to keep it in like an analysis mode, he would be just as unimpressed by as what I'm unimpressed by. Like he would be just as cynical as me.
Over towards Rubble and push Val and Jonah P away.
He's just a lot better at hiding it.
Anytime this Viper wall goes up, Jonah P is going to be trying to spam it. To be honest, he's running a little short of bullets though. He'll be able to do one wave of heavy spam and then.
But the breach shot comes in here, it's going to be massive. They don't want to push them off too much. But Vitality look a bit lost right now. What are they going to do?
And he plays Leaf forwards into the corner.
That is crazy, this bait. Do you think this works? Durka was kind of ready. That fade reveal was nice. 30 seconds, breach shot. Okay, they did get a kill. I was worried they were just going to use both those ults and not get anything though.
Find themselves a player advantage now in a potential retake. They're happy to play it with pack mentality. Group up together. Give Vitality the site. Give them the space.
Durka's actually got great info though because he controls Waterfall. So as this comes through, they're going to know that all three players.
Do you think Boaster would do fine as a coach? He would. Depends what kind of coach.
Draws blood. Finds the one. Barrel spoken. Why? Trex with the other. And leaves it down to Jonah P. Bit of spam. Odin.
Boaster would be a very good
not by any means, but
assistant coach who makes strats. And helps with prep. I don't think he would have to develop into a head coach. Like he's got skill. He's got like you know top trumps. You know top trumps. The cards where like you have like 6 things, and you got a number next to each. His card would have like 99 on like 2 things, but then he'd have like an average score on like 3 things maybe, 2 or 3 things. And like for coaching, these like averages like mean that you need to get them up, right? Whereas like I think my card would look more like, you know, just like, you know, just like good. It wouldn't be, nothing would be like phenomenal, maybe. Although, you know, let's be real, maybe 1 or 2 of them might be, but I think I would be more balanced.
I don't think that's an unrealistic expectation.
But it's very easy. It's a lot easier for mine to be balanced. Like a lot of organized, like a lot of being a coach is just organizing stuff and just being like a professional and just scheduling and making sure people are okay and just being very putting everyone else first in a way. Like we're talking about the prospect of Boaster becoming a coach. If I to be honest, in the landscape of esports right now, it would make no sense for him to become a coach unless he wanted to still taste competitiveness and felt like he wasn't able to join a team as a player for whatever reason. He would just stream surely. Like it would make him 500 times more money.
judgment instead of tuck somebody behind the box.
Not literally, but almost literally.
Oh, it's one more player until Leaf starts trickling off. Can't stay here too long.
Kind of broken.
Minion boaster beef.
Potentially clear them out towards Mao.
That's no beef. I think that the thing, like, I'm honestly being more honest about things because he's my friend. Like, if I wasn't so close to him, I would not say anything. You know what I mean? I do worry when I do talk about stuff like this that I'm unable to communicate in a way that means that people understand and might misinterpret. But I would never purposely go out and say anything that I thought was over the line. I think a lot of what I said kind of frames him as someone who was a flawed person to begin with and became someone who's a lot less flawed, and I think that's admirable.
Potentially get that pick. Meanwhile, primed and ready to pounce. That's Vitality.
There's a paranoia here, and Leaf could open the door if he's feeling particularly bold. Safe gets away with it. They're going back into him.
Doors open. Doors open. Leaf's forward.
That's so sick.
God damn, man. Finally a bit of straight.
Vitality have like a lot of map control, and they just still find the one place they cannot. They find the one angle that immediately loses them the round. Okay, Viper ult makes this winnable. G2 needs to accelerate because obviously they know there's only 2 people here.
The faster you go through the pit, the more chance of a spray down, though.
I would TP up if I'm.
Up here from the Vitality players up and over the top as well. Rebounds away, just
Oh.
into the bodies. They're bumping into each other, man. Into the knives and into the fray. And a fight won out by G2 at least momentarily. But
The plant is so bad.
That is a question. Tucked to the corner. Salvos just can't quite get his body on him, man. G2.
Rough. Thank you, Bearded Bob. Appreciate sub.
And that 11th round earned.
Safe. Couldn't get it done there towards the end. The time pressure.
How was your experience with casting? I mean, I felt very bad after my first cast, but I felt less bad after at the end of the process.
Vitality trying to call a really slow, intentional, intelligent attack macro.
Like, I'm very proud that I took the opportunity knowing that I was going to be bad in front of lots of people for my first few times.
They're going forwards into a rubble fight. First one of the game.
Yeah. Explosive. Not what we've been conditioned for, but as the curtain drops, so does kicks.
And the fact that it reminded you of Steel doesn't surprise me, because ultimately we have game-centric analysis mode, and we're very much playing the part of a color caster. And we're both kind of like not the most hype people. You know what I mean?
Pixel angle. Jonah P. Usually perfect on it.
I'm both quite negative. So I think he wins that one. I don't think I rarely lose that one, but that's why still when you get paired with Pansy, no, Pansy chose us.
In spots like this, sometimes it can
It's
be
why
too much.
Pansy chooses us.
Players a bit of space where they can walk forwards and isolate
Riot
one.
wouldn't have asked me to cast.
But G2, they're known for being disciplined.
Paranoia, snake bite to respond. Trex. Two Silver Zone waiting into his hand. Forced out into the open as Leafer takes that first contact. Skipping a hop straight into their face. Judge and play, and they know exactly where Les is.
12.
Never full defuse. They're min-maxing in a moment like this, man.
That's so good.
I mean, I appreciate it, guys. I'm not looking for, you
We're
know,
talking about the first time they ever stepped on stage at a global event. They're
not
reminiscent
looking
about
for
Iceland, and
compliments,
they
but
said,
thank you.
Yeah, that time we choked the 10-4 lead against Optic. And they were thinking about it. They were
I
like,
mean, it's crazy to think that, like, it's almost like I get to speedrun. Like, I enjoy the fact that I get to speedrun it a little bit, you know what I mean? Like I truly am not great at it right now. But, like, I was happy with where I finished. And I get to speedrun it. Because, like, obviously the experience I get working with Pansy and working at, like, that level is obviously giving me experience that nobody gets, and it's a privilege to be able to do that. Obviously, like, there's fucking, like, tier 2 casters out there having to grind their asses off doing the, like, let's be real, some shitty gameplay, some shitty productions. So I do appreciate that a lot. Like, that's the only reason I did it. Like, was Pansy asked me.
It's a slow siege attempted around, poking and prodding.
There's also a lot of shit gameplay in tier 1. Yeah, but at least in tier 1, if there's shit gameplay, you're allowed to say it's shit. Whereas it's like, okay, if you're in like tier 2, it's like, of course it's shit. It's like more likely to happen here.
Bracket. Teleport taken from Jorgamo. The rest of Vitality grouping up over towards C. They have Steel
Can teams from lower brackets still go to the final? Yes.
They know that Valen has mostly been anchoring.
Steel Garden. Push back. I mean,
They push G2 back, but I don't think G2 mind that much on a retake of C. I mean, they're taking their fucking sweet time. The amount of lurks that Vitality have had, Jonah's very wary of safe. But they should be calling... I mean, some teams are calling it bingo when they like see everyone. They should have called bingo that like they've seen everyone. So Jonah's fucking far away, man. And we need Jonah for this retake, please.
Rampant and listen, flicking around all over the place. No safety to be found for him, but he considered Durka deep onto the site. Dodges his way past most of the util. This is cheeky from him, and it's almost necessary as well, yet still Leaf wins it out. 3 versus 3. G2 trying their hardest to not be denied that chance, that date with Destiny, a rematch with EDG. The moments like this, Vitality, they're going to fight for every single possibility. Time ticking. Leafs on the low ground. He's got to get a bit of a move on. I think they've done it. Vitality have bought enough time. Still alive.
The plant position, much better this time. Not the same amount of time pressure onto kicks, so he's able to pop that down in a better position. They even had a deep wall at Waterfall, smoke the cover. A much more composed approach to going for that C execute. Starting to figure out the way that G2 like to hold it with just Valen in the late round alone. 3 more, though, required of that kind of caliber to be able to get us into overtime. Trent is coming into this.
Is there anything they told you not to say when casting? No. I mean, I'm smart enough to know there's some stuff that I shouldn't say. I just asked Pansy a lot of questions about it. From right side, right side of things, I didn't have any. Oh my god. No one told me anything from right side really. It was all just Pansy telling me shit.
Granted, it's given over and garnered. Armageddon forcing them out into the open. There is no comfort, there is no surviving.
GG's.
And G2 get what they want.
The first team to be able to take down Vitality. 6-0 this year with this roster before G2 matched up against them in the opening round of Masters Bangkok.
EDG rematch for G2. It'll be interesting if have we ever seen a tournament where a team plays each other 3 times? Because G2 played EDG once, they can play them again, and then they could meet in the grand finals too. Like, that would be kind of crazy. Shanghai, Heretics. They played each other 3 times, but I mean, in a grand final context, have they ever? Has anyone played each other 3 times from the grand finals? Reykjavik 1? No, we played each other twice. Reykjavik 2. Optic Loud in groups. Optic. Was Optic Loud in groups in Reykjavik 2?
Dance once more, them versus EDG is what they've been waiting for.
I don't think they were. I don't think they were. Were they?
This wasn't an elimination game at the end of the day. It wasn't really too high in terms of the stakes, but you got to imagine, you got to remember that every single win at this point gets you ever so closer to that potential of lifting a trophy.
And we get to see now whether they've truly learned in a specific way from that matchup against EDG. When we first saw them play against each other, we were talking about it being potentially...
Where's Loud? Oh, no, Loud were already here, bro.
Well, it's certainly going to be
there was just this group. So no, they only played each other twice, right? Here and here. I said 3 times. This would be Champions 22. Oh, sorry. Champions 2022. Yeah, Champs 2022. Did they play each other?
The advantage here today. In fact, even Safe playing significantly better than he has been. Not enough for them here today. Outcalled.
Loud Optic, yeah. Right, and they played each other in groups too? Yeah. That would have been, yeah, okay. So there was a time. And how did that go? Optic won in groups?
Feeling like they can win it all is the major difference, honestly, from back when they
Optic won in groups? Loud won the next 2. Okay. The team that won in groups lost the next 2. So G2 is the trend would be G2 win the next 2. It kind of makes sense to me though, honestly. It makes sense. Usually the rematch favors the loser of game 1. But then you go into a grand final where you have veto advantage. So like, it's almost like you want to lose the group game and then win the rematch and then go to grand finals with the double ban.
I think, for multiple
No, like, okay.
Earning a bit of revenge, a chance of revenge
So
as well coming up next as well.
G2, EG, game 1, EDG win.
A clean 2-0.
Game 2, G2 should, like, technically from like everything we've ever seen before, usually the rematch team wins. So like G2 wins, and then get grand finals equals ×2 map veto, which is like really good for G2.
Keep beating these super teams.
สำหรับนะครับผมคำถามแรกคืออยากรู้จริงๆนะครับเพราะ
Did I tell you 2 days of prep is enough for G2? There are 4 coaches working. I mean, they've got 4 coaches working, and 2 days of prep could be good. 2 days of prep, they knew the map veto very well as well. Like, I didn't realize quite how much they knew that, like, they knew they're gonna play Bind today, and they knew they're gonna play Lotus today, so it makes sense.
We took a lot of research from that.
Oh, Anders is helping. It doesn't surprise me. That Bind looks like that Bind looked like Anders helped a little bit, honestly.
ซึ่งเขาก็ต้องเรียนรู้นะแล้วก็ปรับใช้นะครับซึ่งตอนนี้เราก็ได้เห็นแล้วนะว่า
Bind was Valens. Oh, okay.
That was the stumble you guys needed. Well, speaking of EDG, you guys will be playing them again.
The Breach ult round made me think of Anders for some reason.
But hey, you only need to win 2 maps to make it to grand finals. You think you can do it?
We're gonna have the rematch buff against them, so 100% we can do it. We love our friends at EDG. We're great friends with them. We always do content together, so it's gonna be a great game.
คำถามก็คือถามว่าเจอ EDG อย่างเงี้ยนะครับจำได้หรือเปล่าว่าต้องชนะ2แมปนะถึงจะชนะเกมนะเพราะครั้งที่แล้วไปชนะไปแค่แมปเดียวเนาะก็บอกว่า
Do you want Vitality to win this game?
ที่ได้เจออีกก็ต้องรอดูครับว่า
I mean, they just lost, but yes, because I like Dirk.
Alright, quick message over to EDG.
You guys are amazing. You guys are world champs for a reason, but unfortunately, a tier 2 team coming from Ascension is going to take you down this time.
I like the fact G2 keep memeing this G2 Ascension thing because they know that every fan around the world is going to beg for them to still be in tier 1 if they don't make champs. Like, there's not a chance if I'm right that I'm letting G2 go back down to Ascension, even if they don't go make a chance. What's Jen doing?
Oh, that was awesome. Thank you, Jen Lee, for that. Of course, great to hear from Jonah P there as well.
Did you choose to leave Fnatic Ascent yourself, or was it some kind of management decision? I left Fnatic, bro.
The rest of the crowd was like, oh, snap. I love it. It's good drama.
Bro, if the management forced me out of Fnatic, I would be flaming so hard. It'd be unreal.
The International League of Americas and coming to these global tournaments to be more willing to give it to people in interviews a little bit, and also just seeing it on the stage here. A 2-0 victory.
I'd be retweeting all of Ardis' tweets about Dirk and shit.
Really a statement for G2.
Absolutely, and even in this second one, right? Like there were some moments of brilliance that we were seeing from Vitality. We thought that maybe they could push this a little bit further, but they
Right, let me message my friend.
did it on style, and I cannot wait to see what they're gonna have ready for EDG tomorrow. We revisited all the stories. Hopefully, we get another banger, we get another 3-mapper, but we have a little bit more of the G2 that we saw today on that last map.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Now, of course, with day 6 of this competition coming to a close, here's your
Boaster raid. What?
Will move on to our
Oh, for fuck's sake. Never mind. One sec.
Winner will move on to the lower finals. There will be T1 and Vitality.
That's another rematch.
And yes, it is. And we saw T1 today. Man, they were...
One sec, guys. One sec. Bro, you fucking own me. I was about to go to the gym, and now I've got to sit here for a little bit longer. I appreciate it, Sluggy. Yeah, you guys need to... Guys, you need to subscribe. Like, there's one thing you need to do today. It's subscribe to my YouTube channel, guys. I promise you, I will make some beautiful content soon. There's no content there already. Run ads, guys. I'm running an ad right now. Listen to me. I'm running an ad.
And for the first one,
I put the 250 subs. I will review that Fnatic M3C game where we had like 50 overtimes that everyone loves to talk about. But from my memory is that game, I remember thinking that was some terrible Valorant after that game. So it'd be funny that I watch back that game and I'm just like, I can't believe everyone says this is one of the best matches ever. It's literally horrible. So yeah, so it'll be a fun dissonance, bit of a dissonance between, you know, people remembering it so fondly, entertainingly. It was hype. It was absolutely hype. But I distinctly remember them going A every single round, and we just didn't play 3 people A. So that's what's in my head as a coach, you know what I mean? So I would genuinely appreciate if you guys do sub to my YouTube channel, because I do not have many subs down. I need to start making some money over at YouTube at some point. And in order to make money, you need like a certain amount of subs or something. What do you want to do, guys, in the meantime? I could spend about 30 minutes watching a VOD or something.
Maybe if we were to see the same maps coming in tomorrow, we see a different face.
Maybe like I could watch a VOD. What VOD do you guys? What VOD would you want me to watch right now? I can watch a VOD any game in history apart from M3C Fnatic.
I think that's so interesting because both these teams,
what are some good games from back in the day, or even recent games that you guys want me to do? Do the EDG, G2, T1 map Veto? You no. There's too many people here to not. Gambit versus Crew. Gambit versus Crew.
Of Jonah, and of course Trent as well. So 3 that have been together for such a long time.
NRG versus Loud, lock-in. I'm only going to watch one map though. So we got to pick a banger map, okay?
To Ascension and prove themselves.
It really does show you how the
Navi Loud Champs 2023.
It does feel like way too poetic. Wrote it in a script. But I promise we did it, you know. That being said,
there's no YouTube on the about section. I apologize for that. I apologize. But you guys can see it's here. You can see it's here. Wait. I need to lock in here. I need to lock in. EG Fnatic split uppers. I don't hate that idea. So ones I like so far were EG Fnatic split uppers, but I think this is too much of a banger for me to not like do that as like a proper content thing. Maybe.
Pray that tomorrow we get to see
100 Thieves versus Send.
Because there were so many tells and so much to learn from it that I really want to see if in such short time they can change those things.
Crew Gambit versus Crew. Gambit, I like this one. But is that too much of a banger?
Takes things very slow. They default to a fault maybe on the splitting.
Anyone else quick before we lose all the viewers?
They do a really good job of like
I don't want to watch the sound. I don't want to watch the sound. Gambit Crew bind. DRX FPX. Which map though? You're just giving me like what?
And I think Vitality
I remember
does
this
well
would be
not just to
bind.
match them pound for pound with the aggression, but to also just counter out the
Loud
play.
versus
And also
NRG.
Silva
Loud
is much
NRG
more
lock-in.
comfortable. I believe
Is
that,
that Fracture
yeah,
we're
exactly.
talking
And I
about?
believe that the first time that they played against Vitality was Scarpus
Fracture?
playing, so we still have that change to be seen and how that is going to affect the match.
That's right. Well, you got a little bit of a preview of what is to come, but don't worry, we're
Can we get some? We're gonna vote between these three. I'm not doing Fnatic versus. So it's Gambit versus Crewbind, DRX, FPX. Which game? Which game is DRX FPX? Which map? Sorry.
And here we go as T1 makes their way
It's Ascent.
the crowd here in Bangkok, ready to
Who wants to watch Ascent? No. Loud NRG Fracture or Gambit Crewbind. Number one. Wait. Number one or number two? Well, my handwriting is so bad. I apologize. 3. Fuck. We should have done a poll. I'm not good at this. I'm such a moron. It's unbelievable. Okay, vote, guys. Vote. Get your votes in. And whilst you're voting, subscribe to my YouTube channel, guys. You could do 2 things at once. I trust you guys. Let's see where we're at on YouTube right now. Where are we at? I want to get 250, guys. I want to get 250 today. I want to get 250. I'm on 221. 250 is the goal. If I get 250, I'll watch the Fnatic versus M3C game and upload it. 250. We can do this. For me to make actual money, like for YouTube to actually give me money, I need to get 1,000. But we're taking baby steps. Right. It looks like it's NRG Loud Fracture. You guys have... I don't know if you guys got bad taste, but I thought the other one would win, to be honest. From what I remember of this game, it is in the context of Optic being one of the best Fracture teams in the world, playing the comp that they made a bit famous, the Neon KO, I think, right? I've never watched this game. I don't think I've ever watched this game. Where the fuck is this game? Is it which one are we watching? Lock in. I'm trying to lock in, guys. I'm trying to lock in. NRG. Oh, it's NRG. Okay. We've got a problem already, guys. We've got a problem already. We've got 2 problems, actually. One problem is that we've got a jet, and then the other problem is we've got another jet. But the problem is that this is Aspas, so it's like, maybe it's okay. There's another problem. Sadak's playing Raze. There's multiple problems going into this classic game of Valorant. We've got a double dive Fracture, which is reasonable in this era. Sadak playing Raze is not reasonable. I'm sorry. And then we've got Artis playing Jet, which is reasonable but not in Fracture. So this is the era where people are still bad at like making comps and stuff. I mean, people still are bad at making comps, but this is the era where it's egregious. Like, we're not playing Raze. Loud have won both pistols. Okay, we're going into it. Oh my god, it's Hypok. Immediately flash out Northside Crunch from which team is which? NRG Northside Crunch. Nice little pop flash play ready. The flash is too late. What the fuck are we doing, guys? We're just getting ran down. That's what we're doing. Absolutely horrible round here from NRG. Yeah. Yeah. That would have been a beautiful round if they'd thrown the flash immediately. But instead, they waited, and then the flash is too late. Simple approach from Loud, just all in. And then Loud, okay. Commonly on this map, you're going to see anti-ecos, which are heavy bot side. With the Killjoy, you're more likely to see the Killjoy place turret here, waiting here. If the turret gets contact here, you take the ropes. I will pause quickly. I think with the current Killjoy, you can still put the turret here. and see both angles, but back then you could definitely. Obviously, Killjoy right now not in a good spot because Teo. Back then, Killjoy is the... I'll be honest, Killjoy farmed Cypher, I think, on this map at this point. Like, playing against Raze and shit, like, Cypher's not going to do too much. So I think Killjoy's better. So you'd either see 1-4 with the KJ setting up here back then, or the 5 bomb side. Usually you'd see 2023, the development became like you just kind of prod the stairs, and then if you see anything, you just go A. If you don't, you just go B. But, you know, they just use the turret to contact A main, which is fair enough. And then they should be splitting. Yeah, they're just splitting the site. I mean, Loud were ahead of understanding that you don't really need the recon that much on this map. The recon agents. I do think you still need... It would be nice to have some kind of drone. Like, Teo right now is very good on this map because not only does it pair well with the Breach and have, like, really good exec power, really good retake power, but it also has that drone. And they are kind of missing a drone. They're relying on, like, the slightly buffed version of the boom bop right now. We hit 250. Right, 500, guys. We need to hit 500. 500 is the next goal. At 500, I will do ludicrous things. What would I do for 500? What do I do for 500 subs?
Just coming back to reference that Gen G game, they were tested, Loud, stretched to the absolute
the next time I cast, I will say something specific about Sliggy that you guys make me say.
Curious to the pace we'll see here from NRG, particularly on the defense.
Slam Sliggy. Okay. Contact stairs. You see the anti-eco I discussed before is basically what Loud now run on the first gun round, like the bonus round. I don't hate it from a bonus round on the perspective that we got Jet Rays, because we can just get into the site quick, I guess. It's a bit curious. On the defense side, this is what commonly NRG would run with this comp. They would run the Senti, and then they'd play the KO up here. The KO up here because there was like knife lineups like across the map. This is the era where I don't think teams were particularly amazing at the map, where like you see some A main control, but you're gonna see a lot of teams just standing on sites a lot more than you do now. And I hate it right now because we see it too much. But back then it's like a lot more like we're gonna just try and hold tower and shit, you know. Chat, which tourney is this? This is Champs 20. No, Lock-in 23. Do you see what I mean? Like not the best, you know what I mean? 3v3 retake. Now for NRG. And we saw no, you see this? Like the common protocol nowadays for when you take this space is to push out on flank here. But you see how like NRG don't do that? They're just going this way. Like this is like a fairly major thing where like good teams on this map will always do this shit now. It's just standard. Whereas like back then it was like only like there'd only be a few teams, like maybe 1 or 2 teams that would do that shit consistently. This is lock-in, but Mini is not locked in. Bro, I'm locked in. I've analyzed every round so far. I just ain't winning this. I'm not even gonna watch the. He got some eco frags, who cares? Some save frags. And then Loud again, just abusing B. It's kind of funny that this is what we just saw from G2 versus Vitality on that bind, where like G2 just recognized B was weak, right, and then just slammed it over and over again. And to be honest, it looks like Loud are just doing the same. They got the double dive comp, which is strong at execing. So they know that NRG like to play on the sites a little bit noobly. Noobly? That's not a word, but I'm making it up. And they're just punishing. That's my read, because I think NRG are playing wrong on B. Like, I don't know back then if like people would realize that, but they ain't playing very well.
The plant in Loud, lovely on approach.
Will find another isolated here. Crashes
bad.
Why is FNS not tower? FNS should be offside here. Thank you, Monkey Meatloaf. I appreciate it. That's not the real HFF. That's not the real guy. So you did just get, you just got like tricked into. You just got tricked. You got a little trolled there, bud. Monkey Meat Loaf.
5 available, missing the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper.
Read the name, Miniman. Oh, the other name. I don't know how to say HFMI 0DZGJC9. My favorite thing to say right now is Blavakavand. There's a GC team that's called Blackhand that changes the A's to V's. But I refuse to call them Blackhand. I call them Blavakavand. 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 Okay. Sorry, we gotta go back. I'm talking about Blavakavand. Dish exec. Dish execs were more common back here. I think they're kind of shit. I think Jet Rays can get away with the Dish exec a bit more. The long story short as to why they're shit is, you know, look how small that choke point is. And then as well, like the choke point's so small to get out of, like problem number 1. Problem number 2 is that then your post plant spot, you need to reverse clear a main to have a good post plant. Because like in order to have a good post plant, you can't just sit here obviously, and you can't sit here. You have to go get something else.
The aggression on the test here. But Aspas exploding towards site.
So yeah, that's why you see Sadak immediately, you know, understanding that we have to take back a man.
Very unorthodox thus far.
Yeah, Fracture got changed, was changed already at this point. I think it was 2022 to 2023. 2023 it changed, I think. This would have been the first change, I think. Thunder.
Oh, but Artist really heads up played, still just have that diligence in case Aspas was lingering. Dewey's to the catch.
He just threw defuses, right?
But how do they clear that out? Or do they even have the time for this? Can they just start that defuse?
They could stick it.
And
they could
now
absolutely stick this.
To defend this, Les needs to get involved. He has to try and do something. The stick on the defuse.
Luckily, find this kill down. Les actually tagged up very low.
Okay, another north side crunch. This time we see him throw the flash appropriately, and then Artis is dashing him with it. Okay. So they cleared all of north side, and now what do they do? It's interesting that somehow they have a read that they can just instantly get a main, which is kind of sick.
Find the information on the back of it, the smoke, to prevent any quick progress here on
This is the kind of shit again that like we keep seeing even in 2025, and every time on stream, I think that like people like Raiders probably won't realize this, but like every time I'm streaming and I see people sat on this part of the site, I'm usually very angry, and usually they die because it's not good. Especially in the meta we're in right now with the tail and the breach. Like why do you want to sit on a site where like they can just fully just dump you? So we'd see this a lot more back then. So a little bit of a fake from Loud prodding the A main, able to give Aspas space to work stairs. Aspas has always liked this stairs contact kind of angle. He's very comfortable with it.
Loud should have access to site, but they're hesitant.
Oh my god. Artist.
Alright.
Artist turn around. Okay. Yeah, he's going to catch Les and send him to the Shadow Realm. Sadak going to burst on the site though. Loud should be able to get a plant out of this, but Artist on the way. The surround's going to come
Loud feeling like they need more space in the post plant because they don't have kills. Pushing out. It's a very strong. This is very good decision making from Loud. Like, just fundamentals there are just strong, right? Yeah, this is fucking farming, by the way. Bro, how has he got 10 kills in 5 rounds and then he just finishes the game with like, what? How many does he finish with? What's going on? How many does he finish this game with? Let me have a look.
Into arcade already. The aggression comes through with the Rolling Thunder. The Artist with 2 fantastic shots. Keeps Loud in check. Just 2 rounds separating them. The timing almost.
Oh, okay, no man. He finishes with 30. Jeez. Bro, I should be... Bro, Artis kind of clean with it, by the way.
We're talking about slim.
I was hoping I get to flame Artis all game. He kind of goes in. Another north side. North side clear out. Playing. They haven't seen, like, Loud didn't see this setup, so I guess that's why they're running it again.
Off the rip here, 'cause there's a couple more bodies,
but we'll see how it goes. Honestly, if I'm playing against this kind of buy and I see this right now on my screen, I'd be very fucking scared.
Crash is good for it, gonna deny Sadak. Bulldog's still in play though with 2's and 4 players very quickly.
I mean, you see the kind of pressure, like, because we cleared all of this out, like the kind of shit, like the stuff that becomes available.
Yes, Les is looking for that punish, but the commitment still looking like it's towards Sand, but not finding the success they really want. Smoke's gonna come in. And NRG.
This smoke is kind of big. This smoke. This has become like the smoke that everyone uses now. I'm surprised we see it so confidently back then too. But this is the kind of smoke that, like, APAC and China love to use that smoke, and then they'll fight to the death every single time around it.
Yeah, there it is, turned wonderfully. Crash is still good for 1. And yeah, it's just not threatening enough. 4 standing for NRG.
There's 4 people.
Breach ult KO. Let's see if there's any defense theory around ults. Is there going to be any pushes, any retake setups, anything? Right now it looks I'll be honest, this looks kind of shit. I'm not gonna lie. They've not thought about the ults, I don't think.
Curious as well, seeing this stark contrast.
Like, there's no real... I mean, they could play like a retake A, but... They kind of could have the breach shot ready if they're kind of coming up B here. But yeah, it's not the best. It's a bit random. Like, I don't really understand the configuration of agents. Like, why is this KO knife here? Like, doesn't that tell them? Like, what is the configuration? I don't really understand.
Double pump towards
yeah. This is almost perfect. Molly slowed things down though.
Really reading this well. 45 seconds here.
Okay, so at least NRG hopefully just play for full retake. And then at this point, you would love to see them push out this way, but they're not going to. Because even nowadays, people won't do it. So they're going to do a 5-man retake through CT, which isn't the best. I would love to see them on top of Spike to just send it, to be honest with you. Just disrupt. If they were in position with the breach shot on Spike tap, they would be in a good spot. Like, it's going to be interesting to see how they actually use the breach shot now, because they use it on the bad part. Okay, yeah, Loud should win this round fairly easily. But I am good at cursing stuff. Okay, I cursed it. I haven't cursed it. Yeah, Loud were in a far better position this round. NRG, there was multiple things NRG should have done that they didn't do. First thing is probably use a better ult setup. Second thing is if you're going to play 3 here, at least get some kind of activity going. Third thing is on plant, spike, tap, just send it with the retake.
Such a safe pair of hands.
You can't curse it when it's already happened. I was thinking about that. Am I allowed to? Can I curse the past? Can I curse the past? Is that possible?
NRG have the upper hand here. FNS holding down the fort. This reset here.
I mean, Loud are doing, like, I'm not really focusing too much on Loud, but like Loud are doing a good job of like finding the gaps, to be honest. So they are finding the gaps. Even like doing an open plant here is smart, knowing that if they did breach ult, they can, like, let's say that they were here and they did breach ult, like, he knows that he can escape and just like chill, you know what I mean?
Could be grounds for a little switch up here still.
Again, just the same side default from Loud. Like, this is something Loud probably had in their game plan, was knowing that A main was weak. Because NRG haven't done very much on A main at all. They haven't fought for it almost ever. Like, they haven't done anything. Yeah. They put the smoke here to, like, make it feel like they are, but they've just gone for a north side clear again. So at least NRG are being proactive. Like, they are doing stuff on the map. Like, the north side clear outs have been good. The problem is that Loud are actually doing way better than I thought they'd do. Like, they're taking this space so much that, like, it would be interesting to know if NRG realize this is happening. Because if they do, they would need a timeout and to, like, they need to shut this down, really.
Towards the site and they're further ahead than expected. Could have a terrible surprise, but he's so aware.
Oh.
Aspas is so quick.
Ardis? Aspas with the rifle is better than Ardis with the op, question mark?
Again, take the space. But I'm looking towards Dish.
I can't believe it.
This time quicker, should I say, still able to put in a potential fight.
Can't believe it.
Obviously Loud don't know how clear this site is. That window of chance is slowly but surely closing.
We are seeing a little bit of pressure now. But, like, this is a save angle? Yeah, we need to save. The economy is too shit. Good timeout from Shirt. Let's see what they adjust. Okay, so they are addressing A main, and then I was gonna say Durka. Ardis has just gone for the. This is kind of cool though, but Aspas is already. It's like Loud know that the op is on play. They've saved the op, so like, why don't we just buy one and try and win? The boombot was crazy back then. Yeah, it was crazy, to be honest. It was crazy. Bro, I'm still streaming on YouTube with the title G2 versus Vitality. I should change that quickly.
Maybe overdoing it. Aspas even is out, but Veto on the other side of the map. He wants a bit of the action too. And now Loud at the man deficit again.
This is exactly the type of adjustment I wanted to see. Aggression through B main here. And as soon as Loud feel that, they look to capitalize in A main. NRG this time around with 3 members to shut that down.
I don't have to change it, honestly. We'll figure it out as we go. As long as you guys sub to my YouTube channel, I'm happy right now, okay? So how did that actually transpire? So we talked about it, right? So that we had this little duel happen, but then we talked about having to shut down A main, and then immediately we see a shutdown at A main. Bro, I could be a coach maybe.
And now Loud at the man deficit again.
This is exactly the type of adjustment I wanted to see. Aggression through B main here, and as soon as Loud feel that,
maybe, just maybe.
NRG this time around with 3 members to shut that down.
FNS is going to be told he has
Let me text my friend one sec.
They know that it is coming towards his B side, and FNS is the only one here. Does he just hold tower? Does he play patience? Might be the name of the game. They've got freedom. Aspas starting to wander.
Double flank though from NRG coming through tree.
But that's going to be a loss of life to Crashies. CT now open.
Let's found one!
How did Let's connect that? Cow and Zine still on the site. They know where the final player is. Cow and Zine up against Victor. 2 utilities still to play, but it's just the guns in hand. Victor, second bite of the cherry. He's been tagged up now. It's the trade out. 11 HP on Cow and Zine. The flash. It's found him. Victor trying to play around this, readjust to the side. Oh, he got it! Victor! Here's the victory.
Sorry.
This one. It just trade out in.
I'm really sorry.
But that's gonna be a loss of life to Crashies.
So the push out also did happen.
How did Let's connect? They've got freedom. Just hold tower. Does he play patience? Might be the name of the game. They've got freedom. Aspas starting to wander.
Double flank though from NRG coming through.
This is wonderful.
But that's gonna be a loss of life to Crashies. CT now open.
Let's found from NRG coming through tree.
But that's gonna be a loss of life to Crashies.
Oh, he did, yeah.
Let's found one. How did Let's connect that? Cow and Zine still on the site. They know where the final player is. Cow and Zine up against Victor. 2 utilities still to play, but it's just the guns in hand. Victor, second bite of the cherry. He's been tagged up now. It's the trade out. 11 HP on Cow and Zine. The flash. It's found him. Victor trying to play around this, readjust to the side.
Cow and Zine played that very badly. Here is where he played it badly. Like he wasn't comfortable on the angle at all. Like he's done like a Nats play where he's repositioned and he hasn't found an angle he's comfortable to actually take. I don't know how to explain it. It's like I know he's 10 HP, but that forces him to play just like an off angle that he should find that's comfortable. And Victor doesn't really know he's here.
Trying to play around this readjust to
He's
the
just trying to
side.
search, I think. So like, yeah.
Who's the victor in this one?
He just needed to take a more comfortable off angle where he's not jiggling. When you're 10 HP, you don't want to be like jiggling.
That shot from Les.
You want to find an off angle.
Right. Victor will retrieve the operator. But straight away, seeing the perfect adjustment from NRG.
Just needs to one tap him. No, 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 no. It's more like, look at that. You see, his jiggling made him see him and lose the jaw.
Curious now. I mean, it's looking as if and towards A main. Can we find
Another
anything
north
from
side
Arcade?
kind of knife A main. I don't really.
Towards Dish potentially.
It's very hard. Like when I would watch NRG back in the day, I'd watch this kind of stuff and I would think, I don't really understand the system, to be honest with you. They've knifed A main. To fight, they're fighting Dish. It kind of makes sense, but like I never really saw how the system played into each other. It felt like they had just like, they played a style where they were like very much like, these are the rounds we're gonna like play against Loud, and it wasn't always like the perfect system, but like the general game plan would kind of work for a sister team they're playing against almost. A lot about conditioning, but like it's not. To me, the systems were never.
Have to show restraint here.
50 seconds to work with too. It is time.
It's a very different approach to the game. An approach to the game that I think that still requires a bit more systematic thought, and potentially one of the reasons why the current NRG can struggle on defense. But I could be wrong. I have a very clear idea of what I want from a defense. And when I watch some teams, I don't understand their approach. I think with FNS's approach, it's more like wanting more dynamic, more flexibility, and potential dynamism. But at the cost of structure sometimes. And a full fluid system. I hope that makes sense, and it doesn't sound like I'm making up words. North side again. So since this timeout, Loud have pretty much just... Yeah. NRG kept doing the north side stuff after the A main punish. Loud kind of let it slip away from them a little bit, it felt like. Yeah, Loud let this one slip away a little bit. I would be kind of unimpressed if I was the coach. I'd be like, okay, we fucked this. Who do you think is currently the best IGL? I don't know enough about how EDG works as a team to comment on EDG, but I would probably say Valen.
Just got to run through the motions. Loud, if they keep their composure, they should take the lead into the half. Crashies sees the first potential target, but again, time is against them here. Working it down perfectly. FNS is just going to try and
Fallen. No, Valen.
Hold on, there was a chance and it slipped away.
Okay. Halftime. Oh, we're at the half. Let's see what. Let's honestly see what Mimi and Josh are. I wonder what.
Both teams has been very profound.
Yeah, it feels like this path has been a story of how these two sides have been utilizing their jet players. For Loud, it started quite strong for them with those fast executes in the first few rounds and utilizing Osbest to be able to get deep, find great value. But what I was really impressed with was what Artis was able to get done on NRG. Multiple rounds.
Highlighting the jets is probably the way to go.
Setting himself up to have a lot of value into the retakes. Or it's
What do you think about the current meta, like Europa's previous tail? This is more like Overwatch now? No.
With the operator, Artis had a fantastic path.
No.
And this is the pistol round though.
I kind of get what you mean, but it's Valorant.
It's a good anti-strat against the way that Loud play. They were not ready for this pace at all. It was round one, they hadn't got a feel for the tempo. And
Yeah,
when you look at how
I think
this
Josh
first
is
half
right.
played out, NRG were actually winning more of the rifle rounds, but they are starting every half. 0-3
well
or
just
0-4
start 0-3.
down. I mean, Loud have won 4 out of 5 of the pistols. If NRG tried to force, NRG have lost 2 force buys. And if they let Loud get a bonus off, Loud have won 2 bonus rounds. They're going into round 13 here, and they cannot afford to lose another pistol. Otherwise, they are just going to lose the game like that, just based on the pistol rounds. Nothing else. They can hold their own elsewhere, but they're going to lose off pistol rounds.
Yeah, they absolutely need to get those at the map. They really
Problem, right? Your is the puck.
An incredible matchup we've seen so far. Mike, leading into the second, what is your main thought going in here?
I'm so intrigued to see Loud's approach to the defense here. 'Cause like I said, they struggle with Gen G being so slippery.
One thing to note immediately is there's no raise to take heaven control on this side, but the knife will hit people tower. Because like back then, one of the genuine things to do was if you're playing against a jet, you can play the tower a bit more, but like it's just can you avoid the KO knife? Like you see, like again, they're obsessed with this tower, like on defense. Some teams still are. Some teams still haven't, you know, read the room. So right now, what would happen in today's meta is, and I'm not saying this is even should be correct, but you would see them start pushing down right now after this pressure. You'd see them kind of get like funky down here, and you see these two maybe starting to get a push out here, or like at least one of them. So yeah, dash up. Yeah, this is to be honest kind of noob. There should be a stun coming on less here. Not here, in my opinion. But it's also kind of like you can't do that shit because you're just essentially. It just feels so gambly. Like this is the kind of shit where it's just diffs, in my opinion. It's kind of funny, like if we look back, right? This is 2023, and how many people were being critical of people playing Jet on this map back in 2023? Because like in 2021, I thought that we'd shown that like Raze was clearly the better agent on the map, and it's 2 years after showing how good Raze is on the map, and people are still running Jet. And nowadays, if a team loses 1 game or 2 games in kickoff, and they look like not a perfect team meta-wise, people immediately just go, "Oh, they're behind the meta, behind the meta." It's just like so weird. Like when there was 2 years of Jet on fucking Fracture.
That could have been devastating.
Confused why NRG didn't run Neon. I guess that's because, yeah, that, I mean, yeah. Neon was better than Jet on Fracture. I mean, Raze was the best agent on this map. Again, the problem with Dish, look at this pre-plant. Look how bad, like, look at this. So this is a concept that I've been trying to talk about on stream a little bit. The idea, and I used it a lot in Fnatic when I was coaching, the idea of the pre-plant. Like, quite often, you know, in analysis, we're going to be talking about the post-plant, right? But the post-plant can only be, like, almost as good as what the pre-plant is, right? So what do I mean by that? What do I mean by a pre-plant? So if we look here, and I pause, like, if I pause, like, now, this is our pre-plant position. Like, our pre-plant has now fucked our post-plant up. Like, we have nothing. Like, you could see, even for a second here, FNS thinking about it. And look. He starts going back. It looks like maybe he's even thinking about it. I don't know if it is, but, like, the pre-plant's fucked up. Like, we need to have this space in our post plant, because it allows us to watch the flank. It allows us to control maybe Sands a little bit, and it has lines onto the site. And this space here to play post plant from is terrible. Like, it's, you know what I mean? There's 1, 2, 3, 4 different ways you can get attacked. So they fucked up their pre-plant. It's like, yeah, again. So like in Fnatic, we talk about this a lot. Like, our pre-plant here needs to be better. Like, Cypher needs to peel off. The exec itself is kind of shit because 2-2, but you know what I mean? it's fine. Like they're kind of forced to do it. They're in this spot. You play the hand you're kind of dealt at this point. But yeah, definitely. At least I think FNS needs to pull back to like around here. Unfortunately, they're gonna be fucked anyway because it looks like they're gonna crunch in. But at least he's got some odds of being able to be back here. Because obviously, if they just run back now in the post plant, you know, defense can already be here. So I guess I didn't make that bit clear. But yeah, they fucked up their post plant. They have to do some crazy, stupid shit now. Which is, you know, completely what Loud want them to do, really. Why is Bro reviewing lock-in? Because I was about to go to the gym after the game, but Sliggy raided me. So I wanted to just farm viewership for a little bit. And so I just asked if chat wanted me to watch something, and we chose to watch this. But I will be going to the gym after this. Also, subscribe to my YouTube channel, please, guys. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. I need... How many are we on now? How many are we on? This is the only reason... This is the only reason I'm continuing this stream. I need to hit... Where are we at? I need to hit 1,000. We've hit 250. Nice. Goal for today done. But 1,000 is the ultimate goal. I can actually make ad revenue if you get me to 1,000. I promise to... I will be multi-streaming on YouTube as much as I can, alongside the Twitch, and I will try to start actually making some content there, because I'm due making at least some YouTube videos. The content won't be highly edited, it won't be pristine, it won't look good, but it will be high quality content. We'll figure out the rest of that one day.
There's no pressure coming towards main either here. Crashies might get isolated with the molly.
I was almost thinking about flaming Vitality on that bind a little bit, because I think Vitality made some horrific errors on that bind against G2. And also, the way G2 lost those two 1v1s on pistol rounds, I thought was very, very bad. I could be overstating it though. So this time, post plant, our breach is in a bad spot. We have Som has Brim Molly, which means that Som should be this player. Watching flank. Breach needs to be around here somewhere, and ideally KO. Like if you're gonna have people with sight, it should be Jet. Honestly, like I know it can't always be like that, but like that's the ideal. Like the win condition is this Brim Molly, so I'm a bit confused why Som is playing so close up.
Yeah, it will catch him. Oh my god. Therese has got it.
Hold on. It ain't over yet. The 3 players from Loud trying to work out the 5 that was against them. Now just 4.
Ideally in these posts as well, there's like 2 versions. You can play like the scummy off-site post version where you just play for this, or the more kind of like the more kind of flexible approach would be to actually fight out this a tiny bit, I guess. Like actually have people ready to fight the Sands a little bit. Like when you, that's usually from an A split though. Like if you Sands split, you kind of keep the Sands control. The molly comes down from Som, but it's too early, and it's too early because he's getting threatened.
One by one, NRG are falling. Tui's tearing them limb from limb, but now just down to FNS and
Plug it when you cast, bro. I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to do that. When someone asked me earlier, did Riot tell you to, what can I say or something? Did anyone say to not say anything? I'm pretty confident they would say, do not plug your own fucking shit. Like, I can't watch all of this, guys. I'm not going to be able to watch all of this. We'll have to finish this another way. Because in 15 minutes, I gotta go. Look at this setup, man. Like this setup is like 2021 setup, whereas like people still haven't learned. Yeah, so people haven't learned, but.
And now pressure on NRG starting to mount.
Sad hack. Get an E code.
Anyone else willing to try and succeed in
People were a little bit more obsessed with having a bit more of dish control back then. So you'd see like 1-2 a bit more. In 2023, 2020, yeah, 2020. Later into this year, you will see less of 1 up here. It'd be much more common to have 3 down at the bottom quite a lot, but still 1 person up here was fine. The B subs are looking whack to me though. A lot of the B subs.
Anyone dare go for it? No. But he reads his fake so early on. This should be called out.
Although Les did have a judge, so playing Judge Tower was always very strong in my opinion. The Judge in Tower against NRG's comp would actually farm, to be fair. Best game of Valorant history. I think what my job is to highlight how far we've come. You know, it's not bad by any means, but it's certainly not beautiful. The problem is that like around the mid-table teams will still play a bit like how these teams are playing right now. Like these teams would get destroyed now by teams playing this map properly.
Loud potentially getting caught off guard in some of these scenarios.
What was the score with Fnatic in the versus Lab? Like, how much did we win by?
The atmosphere thick with excitement here. The crowd knows this could break the back of NRG. Fires here for them.
Okay, so we had a bit of a rough attack, but our defense, yeah, we farmed them on defense. Like, I remember the anti-strat for this. I remember not being like, okay, in context. This is in context. I'm not just flaming from now looking back. In context, when I watched their fracture at the event in the anti-strat, I did remember thinking we're gonna win this defense quite easily. Like, this fracture shouldn't be too difficult. So like, that is the context in which, like, you know, I think that there were better teams on Fracture back then, and this isn't the best of the meta showing from this era. If that makes sense, the point I'm trying to make. Or maybe I'm just trying to fucking stroke my own ego. I don't know. I think the EG and Fnatic both played the map way better than these teams are playing it right now. Is what I'm trying to say.
Timeout was for, and Aspas in early danger. Will be warded away down to 53, still able to make that operator work, but has to respect the early investment.
I mean, less with the judge again. I mean, I respect this. Like, the idea, like, there's some mind games potentially here too. Like, when you got Killjoy ult, you expect them to play like a retake kind of setup. But Les is just saying, fuck you, I'm going to play in Tower again. And again, the judge in Tower against this comp, like, Sliggy would be loving it. I think Sliggy would be fucking stoked right now that, you know, what do they really have to push him out? Not a lot. The breach stuns, but then there's no nade behind it. There's no Teo fucking salvos in 2023. So Dish XX, you can see, we're much more flavor of the month in 2023. The Jet was a bit better with them, I'd say, because you can dash out a bit more safe, but not my most favorite kind of thing. Now we see Som actually in a good position. You see, Som's in the good position to watch the flank and actually get a good timing on his Brim Molly. I do think Crashes is an awkward spot, but hopefully we see him stun across for like actually the KO to peak or something.
The big swing factor will be by Dish, and timing is everything. Crashes. Judge. Oh my word, Les. Surely he can't close this gap. She should now be on red alert. Nice. There it is. Main threat now eliminated. They have to deal with the rest that's coming towards the site. Yes, Sadak is close. But you've got to feel everything is now favorable towards NRG.
NRG just went on time, right?
In case he has to pull that trigger, going to invest it now.
Huh? Oh god, I thought that was a missed molly. I didn't realize it bounced. He did miss it as well, I think. Okay. Aspas open arcade. A judge close. Sadak loved the judge, man. To be fair, against this comp, like I said, there's no drone, so it's not like you can drone the space out and see that he's got a judge close. Like, it's a very contacty kind of comp.
Very early on outside A main, the deep smoke. Cow and Zine here in support. Should have that fault line coming back online shortly.
Precarious, dangerous. Waiting coiled like a viper. Oh my god, waiting to strike! Takes out Artist, takes up the head of the beast.
And then you see the push out here.
NRG working with far less than before.
Loud looking like they got the protocol a bit more in lock right now. Which is weird because NRG were one of the teams that I'm pretty sure Victor would push out as Neon a lot right here. So maybe they just didn't want to do it this game or something.
FNS did find Sadax, so still winning the fight over by main. The pressure, whether or not they expect it, is going to be coming through by Sanders. Tui's expect this. Yes, Kaozin turns well enough to get the trade at least. Kaozin now locked in between.
Big
ultimate. A hard place.
They found the kill!
A quiet performance from Son, but when he needed it, he finds it. FNS already tenderized earlier on, down so low.
That's a big kill from Son.
And the 1v2
It's a bit messy. This round's a bit messy. A bit of instinct, but
a rifle gets it. But the ults are there. Som and Crashes both have round-saving ultimates if called upon. Som trying to play safety. Aspas gives away position, trying to check as he goes. And the players will hold. A good crossfire here draws the attention on one side.
And that's got to be so frustrating. A crucial kill to flip this back in NRG's favor.
4-1. Yeah, this is the kind of defaulting that was more popular back then, like the dish kind of style. Again, I don't recommend it. This part of the map is much more important, I think, nowadays, especially in Vice Meta, where like playing top side can be difficult. Or you do like, yeah, 3-2s, I guess. Like on the map, like I feel like this is the least important part. Like I think these are the most important parts. I don't know how to explain why, but it's like if you're gonna go A, you have to go through this way. The exit from here is not good enough. So, and then on B, this is acceptable as part of a crunch, but the stairs exec isn't amazing. You kind of want a B from both sides, right? So it kind of means that there's a little bit here, quite a big thing here, and a little bit here. It's like, yeah, these three are the most important. This is the legendary locking match, yeah. But I'm deflating all the fun and all the hype that you love and remember from this game, and I'm giving you pure analysis as to why we are so much better at the game nowadays. Or why this game wasn't even, you know, they weren't even at Fnatic levels on Fracture yet. I mean, NRG in a good spot with the ults coming in. Cleaning up the anti-eco. I'm going to skip. It's anti-eco. Who cares? Loud timeout. Big timeout because the ults... Look at all these fans. Look at all these fans. Gonna crush the fucking hopes and dreams of all of them. Breach and Brimmer. So... interesting. So Loud have called to leave B site because obviously if they're going to play against Breach Brimmer, they're going to be fucked. Good decision. The only thing to look out for is the interaction between the Brimmer and the Killjoy ult. Whether Som should save his ult for a post plant probably rather than exec. We use this on exec, and then we save this for post plant, or we save it for potentially the Killjoy ult. But so we don't use it for exec. That's how this ult interaction happens. And unfortunately, that simple thing I've just said is passing by most top teams right now to the point where I'm very angry watching. And it's very difficult for me not to be an asshole when I'm watching on stream or casting. There's simple rules like that people should be enacting on, and people just don't, and I just don't get it. Like even today on Bind G2 Vitality, we saw like two situations where a team could have just used the Vice ult Or it was no DRX T1. Meteor saved his Visor for like 6 rounds for no reason. Lotus, Sadak was random. Not Sadak. Fucking Les was shaving his Viper ult for some reason on defense. Lotus. Mini is an asshole. Yes.
Still want to make a go at this.
How viable would these comps be in the current meta? Okay, these comps were not viable in the 2023 meta. So yeah. If this was Neon, it's more reasonable. If Sadak's not playing Raze, is more reasonable, and if Aspas is playing Raze, it's more reasonable, and this is like Sky Fade, Sova, you know, it's standard. I don't like KO on this map very much, and I think it makes more sense with Neon comp to play the KO.
Loud now needs to be worried. I was talking about investment. This one actually swings the pendulum back. Loud will be kicking themselves with that exchange of ultimates. This opening exchange was so close to going either way. The flash on the back of the
I didn't actually see the exchange, to be honest. I was flaming.
But it's that investment of the lockdown when the orbital strike is there.
Yeah, so that did happen.
The plant now attempted.
Pegging now.
Okay, so it's a fight into A main, just instant death. Yeah, they tried to play behind a smoke against a KO, so Loud deserved to lose. Like, let's be real.
Will not be denied by this, but that will deny the ult.
Trade-off of ultimates here, and it almost locks Loud.
Honestly, I think NRG's post-plant again looked like it could be better. Like, playing 3 on site when you got Primo is a bit weird. Loud with the desperate dish push, and then that's Howard in heaven. I'm very worried about less in heaven here.
An over-delivery in a round. They need an Aspas round, they need a Sadak round, they need something to change the outcome here. Because so far, the ball's starting to really roll for NRG. Less though. Take a wind out
Called it.
a little bit. Let's get away with just a tag.
That aftershock was surprisingly good. Like in a way that like I didn't even realize that you could do it like that.
But FNS gonna take down Kawanzin. Good, keeping even numbers. Aspas takes it right. Oh my god! Aspas doubles down.
Did Aspas win the game with that? I think Aspas wins the game with just that.
How have they done that? How have no full replay? Loud, pluck a thrifty. Force a full repurchase.
13 HP second frag. Imagine if Victor died first, and then there was like a Jesus Christ.
Bringing it back all even. Revitalized maybe Loud now.
Do I remember how the game ends? I remember it's. I kind of remember. I kind of remember OT. I don't. Is it only one OT? I can't sit here and watch the whole thing. I need to go at some point. I'm happy to skip ahead to like when the game does end though. So they went for a north side crunch, and then they realized that they're getting shit on. So I mean, this is bad by Les. Les is so desperate to just run down here. This is the protocol we see now. Like teams running. I don't think it's a great protocol in the current meta, but you can see Les is kind of doing it like intuitively.
Oh my god, post it! Finds nothing! And now they're falling like flies! Some still standing, less than Tui's.
I think, yeah.
An uphill struggle and a half, the spike's down, and they've got everything they want here. Tui's barely got utility to work with.
16, 18. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna have to skip ahead. I'll watch the 12-12 and then I'll go to the 16-18 round.
Som's 33 HP after that showstopper as well. Sadak desperate to find anything. Seeing Loud repeat that thrifty success. A stinger in the hands of Kawanzin though.
Time to mull it over. Consider. Before they stampede.
Why are they playing so... They just play full retake A? Also soft retake on B. They got the ult, so watch that angle, okay.
Out it is! Sent home! Sent away! And he wants more. Ashpas hungering for it, fiending for it.
The potential judge in tower has made Loud, made NRG so scared. Like they're almost like, it's almost like they don't even want to touch that tower, which is kind of needed for some of these post plants, in my opinion. It's very easy to retake a site when you have someone on the site next to people.
This could be 12 on the board. Crashes though! Finds 2 back in. And now Aspas and Zalak still standing, but not for long. Crashes! Is it all his to be had? Aspas getting close.
Wait, how did Loud throw?
Down so low. And time is a good timing. That could have been the death of FNS.
5v3.
Aspas is on the hunt. He wants blood. He wants FNS.
Kawanzin dies side.
Digging deeper than before.
Tuiz dies canteen.
He wants FNS gone, and he's gone. This could be 12 on the board.
Okay, they just in. Yeah, okay, cool.
From Aspas again, he's got an operate. For the rest, the best they've got is a judge and a stinger, a spectre even.
No ults to work with.
12-11's the crazy round. I'll have a look. Okay.
In front of their eyes. This could be so heartbreaking at 11-11 that if NRG finally take the lead here.
The only saving grace is it comes down to a purchase next round.
Oh, full dish
All
exec.
5 members of NRG.
Jesus, what are they doing?
A smoke from Tuiz.
Bro, what? Bro.
Yeah,
Okay, they took too long clearing.
Wait,
NRG.
Hold on. There's still not enough that sold them on anyone else moving from the site. This should keep him present. There is still a chance here for Loud.
This is one of those, like, it's a big game, map 3, 11-11. The macro looks like defense is absolutely owning. But where do I have just a bad feeling?
This stun in the paint shell could be devastation. Actually, the paint shell built up a little early.
Look how confident they are, like, no one's compensated, like, no one's taking the ropes as well. Like,
This is so pressured, 25 seconds. They have to make a move soon. There's no other option to it. It's time to go. Time to fall into
Lad deserved this round.
Is there anything that you've got?
Yeah, Lad deserved this round. They fucked up a little bit.
Gotta be conscious.
They don't win this round though, right? Surely.
Loud are going for it.
But where's that next layer going to come from? How do you pry these players out of these corners, even with that operator?
Look at the discipline here from NRG.
Look at this dirty off angle from Som as well. Okay, one dashed in, Victor ready for it. Oh, and it's perfect.
Yeah, this is the round, right?
OT, or it's GG. Loud.
People were mad because Aspas entered operator this round. What do you mean? On the last round?
Or it's GG. Loud facing down. It's
Stairs push.
or it's GG.
But
Loud
Aspas is
down.
dish.
A terrifying prospect now. In front of their very own.
He dashed in though, instead of saving for last. Oh.
Well, the ult's invested too.
Would does it matter?
But Aspas, he's pushed up by Dish.
Oh, does he die here?
To maybe be the game changer. The difference maker in this. No, he's just got to stand and fight. How much can one man do? Oh my god, maybe just enough to spray. He's praying for it. He's not going to get it.
I mean, he did. He did 250 damage.
Smoke in towards Sand, and they're going to try and burst towards this. Ult goes in, going to keep him humbled. FNS holding them back here. Santa goes down, the trade comes out. The spike now let loose on the ground. It ain't out of the woods just yet, a 3v3. And FNS, maybe trying to slip through those smokes, but no, decide
Bro, how did
post-plant time.
NRG get a frag back? One sec, sorry. Is there a reason for the breach ult spawn here? Yeah.
He's not gonna get it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, danger. But the 4v4 smoke into
It's because they probably know the site's clear, right? And they just want to stop all the flooders this way. It doesn't look like the best ult, but think of it from his POV, like, we haven't secured anything, and I've got the spike. Like, how am I going to get the ult off if I don't use it now? Like, he wouldn't have been able to ult, right? Part of the problem is he's got the spike. Maybe he doesn't use the ult if he had someone else had the spike. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Here? Because he shot the boom bot, and he just thinks that they're close. So like there could have been 5 people right here probably. Like it looks stupid, but like Sadhak might even have called for that, you know. I mean, I would be honest, like even Crashly's ult there was a little bit like could have been better. It wasn't the worst usage of the ult though.
Maybe trying to slip through those smokes, but no, decides against it. Post plant time. It's time! And the ult gonna come up for the back of it too. He's just pulled.
Yeah, this is a monumental throw, right?
For Loud in a 2v3. They've got.
I mean, one sec. To be fair, FNS has made a very good play. Like, you remember what I said about pre-plant, post-plant? They lost this because there was a flank, and this is why this flank's pretty good. So then they're stuck on like a terrible post-plant, but FNS has kind of saved them. But then look at like these two on site. Realistically, can't really do much. So like, it's not that big a throw. Like, to be honest, it's not that big a throw. That shot is very incredible though. The throw was the macro was the throw, not the execution. The clutch, the 3v2 there is nobody's fault on NRG set, in my opinion. Nobody's fault in that round. Nobody played the 3v2 poorly, in my head. Like, maybe they could have gone for some 3-2-1 swing. But like, nobody here has played it terribly. They are in terrible positions because they've been forced to be. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching. Oh shit.
You can hear the elation though. Christ, these new players.
Thank you everyone for coming. Who should I raid, guys? I need to go. I'm gonna go. I appreciate you for coming. One last call out. If anyone can, if you guys are not subbed to my channel, I'd appreciate it if you can sub to my channel at Coach Mini. I'm aiming for 1,000 subscribers, but 250 today was decent. Appreciate everyone. I'll start trying to post some content at some point to get people to actually fucking, you know. I'm gonna raid Roxy because she's watching GC. So I'll raid Roxy, okay? Thank you very much. I'll see you in a bit. Be nice to Roxy. They're watching GC. Have a good one. Thank you all for coming. I'll see you in a bit.